The summer air hung heavy over the quiet suburbs of Crawley, but inside the Granger household, the tension was thicker than the humidity. 11-year-old Hugo Granger sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, flipping through a dusty book of myths he had borrowed from the town library. His bushy brown hair flopped into his eyes, making him look like a smaller, scruffier version of his older sister Hermione. Hermione, now in her second year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, had just returned for the holidays and was pacing the floor with a frown etched into her face. "Mom, Dad," she said, her voice trembling with both frustration and excitement. "I don't understand how it's possible. How is Hugo not showing any signs? Not even one." Their parents exchanged a look. Hugo, too focused on his book, didn't seem to notice the shift in atmosphere. Mrs. Granger smoothed down the front of her blouse and sat beside her daughter. "Hermione, not every magical child shows signs before Hogwarts. Maybe Hugo's magic is just latent." Hermione's brows furrowed further. "But he's 11 already. I got my letter months before my birthday. Hugo's birthday is in 2 weeks. If he were magical, wouldn't the school have contacted us by now?" Hugo closed his book slowly and looked up. "I'm not magical, Hermione. You are. You've always been different." He tried to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm just normal. And that's okay." Hermione knelt beside him. "But what if it's not? What if it's just late? Or what if something is blocking it?" Mr. Granger cleared his throat. "Hermione, you know we've always supported your magical education. But maybe it's time to accept that Hugo might not." A loud knock at the door interrupted him. They all turned, startled. It was nearly 9 o'clock at night. Mr. Granger opened the door cautiously, and standing there, dressed in elegant emerald robes, was a stern-looking woman with square spectacles and a pointed hat. "Good evening," said Professor McGonagall briskly. "I'm here regarding a rather unexpected development concerning your son, Hugo." Hermione leapt to her feet. "I knew it." McGonagall stepped inside, her gaze sweeping the room. "Miss Granger, I presume you've been asking questions." Mrs. Granger offered her a seat, which McGonagall declined. Instead, she turned to Hugo. "Tell me, young man, have you noticed anything unusual lately? Books flying off shelves, lights flickering when you're angry, dreams that feel too real?" Hugo blinked. I had a dream last week that the kitchen kettle floated into the air and poured itself. But I thought I was just imagining things." Professor McGonagall raised a brow. "Not imagination. Magic." The room fell silent. "Then why didn't he get a letter?" Hermione demanded. "He's 11. Hogwarts always knows." McGonagall sighed. "Normally, yes. But it appears Hugo's magical signature has been obscured. There are rare cases, very rare, where magical children are masked by protective spells. It seems Hugo is one of them." "Who would do that?" Mrs. Granger asked, visibly shaken. "That," McGonagall said gravely, "is the question we must answer. But for now, I've come to deliver this." She produced a parchment envelope from within her robes. In green ink it read, "Hugo Granger, the living room floor, 23 Oakridge Lane, Crawley." Hugo took the letter with shaking hands. He opened it slowly, the wax seal cracking beneath his fingers. "Dear Mr. Granger, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." His mouth dropped open. "I'm going to Hogwarts," he whispered. Hermione threw her arms around him, almost knocking the letter from his hands. "I told you. I knew it." But McGonagall wasn't smiling. "There's more. The masking magic around Hugo wasn't placed recently. It dates back to when he was an infant." Mr. Granger frowned. "But that's impossible. We've never." "It wasn't you," McGonagall said. "There may be others, possibly magical individuals, who have interfered." The air turned colder. Mrs. Granger clutched her husband's hand. "I suggest we schedule a visit to Diagon Alley tomorrow," McGonagall continued. "There are items Hugo will need before September. And Hermione, I trust you'll be able to guide your brother?" Hermione nodded fiercely. As McGonagall turned to leave, she paused. "One last thing. Hugo, your magic may be unstable at first. I recommend caution. The type of concealment you've been under can cause unpredictable surges." With a swirl of her cloak, she vanished into the night. For a long time, no one spoke. Then Hugo looked at Hermione, his face pale. Do you think someone hid my magic on purpose? Hermione's eyes narrowed. We'll find out. As the moonlight spilled into the room, brother and sister sat side by side, the letter glowing softly between them. Unknown to them, a shadow flitted past their window, a figure cloaked in dark robes, watching, waiting. The story of Hugo Granger had only just begun. The morning after Hugo's acceptance letter arrived was filled with a nervous excitement that tingled in the air like static. Hermione barely slept, her mind running wild with questions. Who could have cast a spell powerful enough to hide Hugo's magic? And why? But those questions had to wait. Today was Hugo's first step into the magical world. By late morning, the Grangers had arrived at the leaky cauldron. Professor McGonagall waited for them outside the brick archway, her expression unreadable. With a quick tap of her wand, the wall melted away, revealing the bustling wonder of Diagon Alley. Hugo stared, wide-eyed. Shops with floating brooms, cages of screeching owls, and windows lined with mysterious shimmering trinkets surrounded him. "This is mad," he whispered. "It's home," Hermione said with a smile. As they passed Flourish and Blots, Hermione explained the wizarding money system, magical school books, and cauldron sizes. Hugo absorbed everything with a quiet focus, but Hermione noticed he kept glancing behind them. When she asked what was wrong, he just shrugged. "I think someone's following us," he murmured. Hermione frowned, her hand reaching subtly toward her wand. "Stay close to me." Their first stop was Ollivander's. The shop was dim and musty, stacked with towering rows of wand boxes. An old man with pale eyes emerged from the shadows. "Ah, Miss Granger," Mr. Ollivander greeted. "Your wand is doing well, I presume?" "Yes, sir. This is my brother, Hugo." Ollivander stepped closer, peering at Hugo with great interest. "Unusual, very unusual." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked sharply. "His magic. It's tangled, conflicted, as if it was once part of something much older." "Older?" Hugo echoed. Ollivander nodded, reaching for a dusty box. "Let's see what the wand chooses." The first wand rejected Hugo immediately. Blue sparks shot across the room. The second cracked with a loud snap. Ollivander frowned deeper. Then, from the very top shelf, he retrieved a slender box. Holly and Kelpie hair. 13 inches. Quite temperamental. As Hugo took it, the shop fell quiet. A sudden breeze stirred the papers. The wand glowed warmly in his hand. "Yes," Ollivander whispered. "Curious, very curious." Hermione couldn't resist. "Why curious?" Ollivander's pale eyes rested on Hugo. "Because I sold the sister wand many years ago. It, too, went to a child whose power was masked for a time." "Who?" Hugo asked. But Ollivander only said, "Wands choose the wizard, Mr. Granger. Be careful what your wand might awaken." They left the shop in silence, Hugo staring down at the wand as though it might bite him. "I don't like this," Hermione muttered. "Too many coincidences." "Do you think it has something to do with you-know-who?" Hugo asked softly. Hermione looked startled. "Where did you hear that name?" "I read your books when you weren't home," he admitted. "Voldemort. He put spells on people, right? What if someone was trying to hide me from him?" Hermione's face darkened. Or from something else. As they made their way toward Madame Malkin's for robes, a chill ran down Hugo's spine. He turned quickly. At first, he saw nothing, just the usual crowd. Then, in the alley between two buildings, a pair of eyes glinted from beneath a hood. "Hermione," he hissed, grabbing her arm. "There!" She turned and raised her wand, but the figure was gone. They raced into the alley, but all they found was a curl of black smoke rising from the cobblestones. "That was magic," Hermione said, pale. "Someone was watching you." Professor McGonagall appeared moments later, having felt the disturbance. She examined the alley with tight lips. Dark magic residue. Whoever was here, they knew how to cloak themselves. "Why would someone spy on me?" Hugo asked. McGonagall looked at him gravely. "Because your existence threatens something. Or someone. And I fear it may be more dangerous than we yet understand." They completed the rest of their shopping with added urgency. As dusk approached, McGonagall led them to the fireplace in the leaky cauldron. "We'll return to Hogwarts early," she told them. "Both of you. There are protections within the castle that are unmatched anywhere in our world." "I'm not a student yet," Hugo pointed out. "You'll be temporarily admitted," she said. Your magical training must begin now. Hermione shot a look at their parents, who were visibly worried but nodded. We trust Professor McGonagall, Mr. Granger said quietly. Take care of each other. In a swirl of green fire, the siblings vanished. They arrived in the familiar stone corridors of Hogwarts, the grandeur of the castle stretching out around them. But something was different. The portraits whispered. Suits of armor clanked nervously. Even the air felt heavy. Hugo stared around in wonder as they made their way to McGonagall's office. I never imagined this place would feel so magical, he breathed. Hermione nodded. It's safe, at least for now. But even as she said it, the torches on the wall flickered strangely. Outside a nearby window, a shadow slipped across the moonlit grounds. And deep beneath the castle, something ancient stirred, something that had been waiting, slumbering, and watching until now. Hogwarts was eerily quiet in the last days of August. Without the buzz of students, the halls echoed with the soft shuffle of portraits, the creak of distant staircases, and the occasional flap of ghostly wings. It should have felt peaceful. But for Hermione and Hugo, it felt anything but. Professor McGonagall had arranged temporary lodgings for them in Gryffindor Tower. Hermione was overjoyed to show Hugo the common room, but his mind remained fixed on the shadow in the alley and Ollivander's strange words. Even the warmth of the fire couldn't thaw the chill that had taken hold inside him. I'm not imagining it, Hugo said that night as they sat on the couch. There's something wrong. I feel it in my wand. Like it's buzzing. Hermione took it gently from his hands, studying it in the firelight. Magic is deeply personal, she said slowly. Your wand is tied to you. If you feel something's wrong, we need to figure out what it's responding to. Before she could say more, a gentle knock came from the portrait hole. McGonagall entered, flanked by a tall wizard with a kind face, a rugged traveling cloak, and an unmistakable twinkle in his eyes. Hermione, Hugo, she said, this is Professor Lupin. He's returned to assist with magical instruction and to help investigate certain disturbances. Remus Lupin offered a warm smile. I'm pleased to meet you, Hugo. I hear you've had quite the unusual entrance into our world. Hugo nodded. That's one way to put it. Let's take a walk, Lupin offered. I find Hogwarts is always more honest under moonlight. They strolled along the dim corridors, torches lighting as they passed. Hugo stole glances at the paintings. They watched him with open curiosity, some whispering behind painted fingers. Did you notice them before? He asked. Who? Lupin asked. The portraits. They're whispering. Lupin stopped walking. What are they saying? I can't tell. It's like they're speaking a different language. But I understand it somehow. Is that normal? Lupin frowned. No. That's very rare. Hermione looked startled. You think it's related to the concealment spell? Possibly, Lupin said. But if he's hearing the castle, it may be something deeper. They continued down toward the library, where Madame Pants had reluctantly allowed them access to the restricted section. Lupin led them to a high shelf and pulled down an old book bound in serpent hide. Ancient Bloodlines of the Hidden Isles, he read aloud. Hugo looked puzzled. What does that mean? There were once wizarding families who went completely underground after the founding of Hogwarts, Lupin explained. They were powerful, secretive, and some were hunted. Hunted? Hermione asked. By who? Dark wizards feared them, Lupin replied. Because they couldn't be controlled. Some say they carried bloodline magic. Magic that doesn't need incantations or wands. Magic that reacts to thoughts, to fear, to instinct. Hugo's voice was barely above a whisper. You think I'm one of them? Lupin looked at him thoughtfully. I think someone believed you might be. And they didn't want the world to find out. Hermione's mind raced. That's why they hid his magic. Not to protect him, but to suppress him. Before Lupin could respond, the torches along the wall flickered violently and then went out, plunging them into darkness. Hermione, stay close, Lupin barked. He drew his wand. Lumos. A dim light flared. And then, slowly, a whispering rose around them, not from the paintings or the wind, but from the very stones beneath their feet. Hugo. Hermione and Lupin spun toward him. His wand was glowing, pulsing rhythmically in his hand. Hugo stood frozen, eyes wide, his lips parted in silent shock. Did you hear that? He whispered. What did it say? Hermione asked urgently. It said my name, it said. You're not the first. The light from Lupin's wand brightened, and in the reflection of a nearby window, they saw it, a shadowy silhouette standing at the far end of the corridor. Tall, featureless, and cloaked in black. Lupin raised his wand. Protego! The spell sparked as it hit the figure, which shattered like smoke, vanishing into the air. But on the wall behind where it stood, scorched black into the stone, were 3 intertwined circles, an ancient symbol Hermione had seen once before. The mark of the veiled, she whispered. They were a faction of sorcerers who vanished centuries ago. Some say they could erase magic from bloodlines, or awaken it. Lupin's face was grim. That's what we're dealing with. Back in the common room, Hermione paced furiously while Hugo sat, pale and silent, clutching his wand. I should have seen this, Hermione muttered. The spell hiding his magic wasn't just meant to keep him safe. It was meant to erase his identity, erase his connection to something powerful. Lupin nodded. And whoever did it has realized it's unraveling. Which means they'll come back, Hugo said quietly. Hermione crossed the room and knelt in front of him. Then we'll be ready. Outside, the wind howled across the forbidden forest. Deep within its shadows, unseen by any eye, something old and forgotten awakened. Something that had been waiting for Hugo Granger. The following morning at Hogwarts dawned cold and gray, with a low mist curling along the edge of the forbidden forest. From Gryffindor Tower, Hugo stared out the window in silence, still shaken from the voice he'd heard in the corridor the night before. The 3 interlocked circles, the mark of the veiled, burned fresh in his mind, as if he'd seen it before long ago, in dreams he could never quite remember. Behind him, Hermione and Professor Lupin were deep in discussion, voices hushed. Hugo only caught fragments. Ritual magic, lost records, the forbidden wing. And over, his name. He turned. If I'm connected to this group, the Veiled, why doesn't anyone know who they were? Lupin looked over with a weary expression. Because they erased themselves. The Veiled were masters of concealment. They made sure their bloodlines disappeared from every record, every archive, even from memory. But some of their magic left traces. Like the magic hiding Hugo, Hermione said. It's older than Hogwarts. Maybe older than wizard kind as we know it. But why hide me? Hugo asked. If I'm one of them, wouldn't they want me to know? Hermione glanced at Lupin, then back at her brother. Unless the people who hid you weren't the Veiled. Maybe someone else discovered what you are, and wanted to keep you from it. There was a sharp knock at the portrait hole. Professor McGonagall entered briskly, her face unusually pale. I've just come from the headmaster's office, she said. The ministry has received word of a disturbance at a magical archive in Cornwall. It was broken into. Several restricted records were destroyed, specifically those related to bloodline magics. Hermione stiffened. The Veiled? McGonagall nodded grimly. We believe so. Lupin stood. Then we need to move quickly. Move where? Hugo asked, standing too. To the Founder's vault, Hermione answered. There may be something hidden beneath the castle. A place even Dumbledore rarely spoke of. McGonagall's lips thinned, but she didn't object. It's not easily reached. The entrance was sealed centuries ago. But Miss Granger is correct. It's the most likely place where the Founders would have kept knowledge too dangerous for everyday wizarding hands. They made their way down through the castle, winding deeper and deeper until the walls turned from carved stone to rough, untouched rock. The torches dimmed. They passed through hidden doors and descended long-forgotten stairs until they reached a dead end, a flat wall carved with symbols, worn by time. Hermione stepped forward. I've seen this in Hogwarts, a history. She drew her wand and traced a shape into the air, 3 circles overlapping. The stone glowed briefly, then nothing. Maybe Hugo should try, Lupin said quietly. Hugo hesitated, then stepped forward. He didn't raise his wand. Instead, he raised his hand and pressed his palm against the stone. The symbols flared instantly, not with light, but with deep, dark energy, a shadowy gleam that hummed under their feet. The wall dissolved. Beyond it lay a chamber bathed in silver light, circular and vast, with walls covered in ancient tapestries and shelves of bound scrolls. At its center stood a raised pedestal, and on it, a black orb no larger than a quaffle. Hugo approached it slowly. What is this? McGonagall's eyes narrowed. It's a memory orb. Not like those used in the pensive. It contains entire bloodline echoes. Living memory. Hermione stepped beside her brother. Be careful. But as Hugo reached out, the orb pulsed and leapt into the air, hovering above his palm. His eyes widened, and the silver light from the chamber dimmed. A voice filled the space, deep and ancient, speaking not aloud, but directly into their minds. You are the last thread of the fifth line. The whispered blood. Awakened too soon, bound by fear, hidden by betrayal. The circle breaks, and the veiled return. Then images. A woman cloaked in silver, cradling an infant with wild brown hair. A forest burning. Wands shattering. Runes etched into flesh. The woman casting a spell, not of love but of erasure. And behind her, hooded figures watching. Waiting. The orb dimmed and dropped back to the pedestal, silent once more. Hugo staggered back. That woman, she was my mother. Hermione gasped. No. Mum would never. She was younger. It looked like before she became Mum. I don't know how, but I felt it. Lupin's face was unreadable. Then the concealment spell didn't just hide your magic. It rewrote your very beginning. McGonagall's tone was sharp. We need to speak with your parents immediately. As they turned to leave, a sudden, bone-rattling shriek echoed through the chamber. A rift tore through the far wall, black, writhing energy spilling into the vault. From it emerged a figure cloaked in nothing but shadow, faceless, its voice like knives scraping glass. Too late. He is ours now. Lupin stepped forward, wand raised. Get them out. Now! The chamber shook. Hermione grabbed Hugo's hand and pulled him toward the entrance as spells blasted past. McGonagall cast a shield behind them, her face pale with fury. The last thing Hugo saw before the vault door slammed shut was Lupin lunging at the shadow, silver light flaring around him. The siblings burst back into the castle's lower halls, panting, shaking. Above, the walls of Hogwarts seemed to groan. Hermione, Hugo whispered. That wasn't just any shadow. I know, she said, her voice trembling. That was a veiled. And it knows who you are now. Hugo had trouble sleeping that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the shadow again, that terrible figure rising from the rift, its voice slicing through his thoughts like shards of ice. Too late. He is ours now. The words repeated in his mind until morning. Hermione stayed close, watching over him from a chair by the fireplace in Gryffindor Tower. She hadn't slept either. Her mind spun with theories, with questions that even Hogwarts' vast library couldn't answer. Who were the veiled, truly? What did they want with Hugo? And how had their mother, sweet, bookish Jane Granger, become involved with ancient bloodline magic powerful enough to rewrite her son's very origin? By sunrise, Professor McGonagall summoned them to her office. The air was tight with tension. Lupin was not there. I've sent for your parents, McGonagall said, folding her hands on her desk. We need answers only they can give. Hermione stared. Lupin, did he survive? McGonagall gave a short nod. He's alive. Badly injured, but St. Mungo's is treating him. He managed to seal the vault behind him. Whatever that thing was, it didn't follow. Hugo sat stiffly. It wasn't just a thing. It knew me. At that moment, the office door opened and Jane and Richard Granger stepped inside. Jane's face was pale, her eyes darting from McGonagall to Hermione, and then finally resting on Hugo. Her breath caught in her throat. Mum, Hugo said. I saw you. In the orb. You weren't like you are now. You used magic. Jane's hands shook. I was hoping it would never come to this. Hermione's voice was brittle. Why didn't you tell us? Because it was the only way to keep him safe. McGonagall stood. Mrs. Granger, the veil has lifted. We need the truth. All of it. Jane slowly took a seat, her fingers laced tightly together. My real name isn't Jane. It's Janaile. I was once part of a surviving circle of the fifth line. A branch of the veiled that broke from the rest. We rejected the others when they turned toward darkness. We chose to vanish, to live among muggles, to erase our power. Richard put a hand on her shoulder. When we met, she had already hidden who she was. But she couldn't fully escape it. Hermione whispered, and Hugo? I was warned he might inherit the bloodline's full power, Jane said. So when he was born, I used a ritual passed down through our family. A veiling spell. It sealed away his magic, his memories, his connection to the bloodline. I hoped he would grow up normal. Safe. But the spell broke, Hugo said. Did you know that would happen? Jane's eyes shimmered with tears. Eventually, yes. The fifth line always finds its bearer. It's a calling that can't be silenced forever. Hermione sat back, stunned. Then Hugo isn't just magical. He's the heir to a magical line older than the founders. And that makes him a target, McGonagall said. The Veiled want to reclaim their own, and they want to control him. No, Jane said firmly. They want to awaken what's inside him. The old magic, pure instinctual power. They'll try to use it to tear through the magical balance that's protected this world for centuries. McGonagall stood and began pacing. If Hugo truly is the fifth line's last heir, then Hogwarts must protect him. There are ancient wards hidden in the castle, untouched for centuries. We'll activate them. Hermione leaned forward. We need knowledge too. If there are more vaults like the one we found. There are, Jane interrupted. 4. One for each founder. Godric Gryffindor's vault was the one you entered. The others may hold clues to the fifth line's connection to Hogwarts itself. A beat of silence followed. Then Hugo said softly, What if I don't want to be part of any line? Jane turned to him, her voice gentle. You don't have to be. But the power inside you has awakened, whether you want it or not. You can't ignore it. You can only choose what you do with it. McGonagall nodded. And we'll help you make that choice. That night, the castle felt different. As the sun set behind the mountains, ancient magic stirred in its foundations. Symbols long hidden in stone arches began to faintly glow. Suits of armor shifted on their own. The staircases moved with uncommon precision, as if aware of something larger stirring. Hermione sat beside Hugo by the common room fire. You know, she said, I've read every book I could find about magical inheritance and ancient bloodlines. But nothing prepared me for this. Me either, Hugo murmured. And it's only just started. She looked at him closely. You're scared. Of what I might become, he admitted. Of what's already inside me. Hermione took his hand. Then we'll face it together. Like we always have. At that moment, the flames in the fireplace shifted from orange to pale blue. A parchment appeared in the hearth, fluttering out as if guided by unseen hands. Hermione snatched it before it burned. She read it aloud. Vault of Rowena awaits. Follow the whispering halls. The fifth line must remember. Hugo's blood ran cold. Looks like we're going deeper, Hermione said grimly. Hugo nodded. And the Veiled will be waiting. The ancient corridors beneath Hogwarts felt colder than usual as Hermione and Hugo made their way toward the Ravenclaw wing of the castle. The message that had appeared in the common room fire burned bright in their minds. Vault of Rowena awaits. Follow the whispering halls. The fifth line must remember. It was past midnight. The castle was asleep, or pretending to be. The portraits lining the walls along the eastern staircase turned their heads as the siblings passed, some whispering softly in forgotten languages, others watching in eerie silence. Every step seemed to echo louder than the last. Hugo's wand remained warm in his hand, not from any spell, but from something inside it, like it was reacting to the path ahead. You're sure this is the way? Hermione asked as they reached a narrow passage hidden behind a statue of a singing witch. I don't know how I'm sure, Hugo answered. I just feel it, like I've walked it before. Hermione gave him a sideways glance. That's exactly how magical memory paths work. They were used centuries ago to guide those with specific magical signatures, which means the path is responding to your bloodline. The passage narrowed further, forcing them to walk single file. As they descended a spiraling staircase lit only by Hugo's wand light, a soft humming sound began to rise. Gentle at first, like a whispering breeze, then layered with voices, none distinct yet all strangely familiar. Do you hear that? Hugo asked, stopping. Hermione nodded. It's the Halls of Whispers. I've read about them. Rowena Ravenclaw built them herself, enchanted with echoes of thought and time. They're speaking to me, Hugo murmured. But I can't understand the words. At the bottom of the stairs, they reached a large bronze door, etched with the familiar eagle of Ravenclaw House. At its center was a riddle engraved in delicate script. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I? Hugo barely paused before answering. An echo. The eagle's eyes shimmered, and the door creaked open. Inside lay a vaulted chamber unlike the one in Gryffindor's vault. This one was serene, almost weightless. The walls were lined with tall bookcases filled with ancient tomes. Floating platforms drifted slowly through the air, each holding an artifact or scroll. At the center, beneath a suspended chandelier of softly glowing crystals, stood a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, her stone eyes trained directly on Hugo. As they stepped in, the chamber reacted. A low tone rang out, vibrating through the air. Books fluttered open. Lights brightened. Rowena's stone lips moved. Hugo of the Whispered Blood, her voice echoed. The fifth line returns. The circle phrase. Knowledge must be restored. Hermione inhaled sharply. She enchanted her own statue to respond to the fifth line. Rowena's voice continued. The veiled seek what was taken. But knowledge is power, and power must be earned. Prove your mind, or fall to shadow. The floor beneath them rippled. Runes lit up in a circular pattern. From the shadows, illusions emerged. 3 towering figures cloaked in deep blue, their faces hidden, their forms floating inches above the stone. Hermione raised her wand, but Hugo stepped forward. I'll face it, he said. This is my test. The first figure pointed a long, spectral hand at him. Its voice rang like bells. Your blood is hidden. Your name is false. What truth remains? My choice, Hugo said, his voice steady. Even if I was born of the fifth line, I choose who I am. I choose what I do with it. The second figure drifted forward. Your power grows. It could shape worlds or break them. Will you wield it or be consumed? I'll learn to control it, he replied. But I won't let fear of what might happen decide for me. The third and final figure stepped forth. Then face what you must become. The chamber darkened. A mirror rose from the floor, framed in ancient silver. Within it, Hugo saw a reflection not of who he was, but of what he might be. His eyes were glowing, his hands wreathed in flame. Around him, others bowed. Some feared him. Some worshipped him. Magic surged around him like a storm. He felt its pull. But he looked away. I don't want power like that, he said quietly. Not if it means standing alone. The illusions dissolved. The chamber calmed. Rowena's voice returned, softer now. You have answered well, heir of the Whispered Blood. Then take what was hidden. From behind the statue, a small, leather-bound book floated forward, its cover sealed with silver threads. Hermione caught it and examined the title, The Memory of the Fifth. Hermione opened it carefully. Inside were names, hundreds of them. Generations of witches and wizards, many crossed out, some underlined, and a single name glowing faintly near the end. Hugo Granger, Janelle's line. Underneath it was a short passage. The last shall carry the weight. The forgotten shall remember. And in remembering, shall either restore balance or destroy it. Hugo stared at it. It's not just a history. It's a prophecy. Hermione nodded. You're not just part of the fifth line. You're the final link. That's why the Veiled want you. Suddenly, a gust of cold air swept through the vault. The chandelier flickered. A shadow passed across the doorway. Hermione immediately turned, wand raised. But it wasn't a shadow this time. It was a girl. About Hugo's age, dressed in midnight blue robes, her hair jet black, her eyes silver and strange. She tilted her head. You're him, she said. The last of the line. Hugo stepped forward, heart pounding. Who are you? I'm Livia, she said softly. And I was sent to find you, before the others do. The girl stood motionless in the doorway of the vault of Rowena, her silver eyes never leaving Hugo. The vault, so silent before, now thrummed with quiet tension. Livia's presence changed the air, like stepping into a room that had already been sealed by fate. Hermione instinctively stepped in front of Hugo, wand drawn. Who sent you? Livia raised her hands calmly. Not the Veiled. I don't serve them. Then who? Hugo asked. Livia took a cautious step inside, her fingers brushing the glowing runes along the floor. They didn't react. In fact, they dimmed slightly. I come from the Hidden Spiral, she said. A refuge for those descended from the fifth line who refused the Veiled's control. We've been in hiding for centuries, waiting, watching. The day the fifth heir awakened, we felt the magic ripple through our wards. Hermione looked skeptical. If you've been watching, why wait until now to show yourself? Because you're awakening, Livia said, looking directly at Hugo. means the seal that holds the veiled is weakening. And soon they'll rise again. Hugo clenched his fists. Then why not help us stop them? Livia hesitated. Because we're not sure you can. Hermione stepped forward, eyes narrowing. He just passed Rowena's trial. The vault recognized him as heir. He resisted the pull of power. That's more than enough proof. Is it? Livia asked softly. What about the next test? Or the one after that? What happens when the magic inside him no longer waits to be called, but acts on its own? Silence. Livia sighed and sat on the edge of a floating platform, her tone less confrontational now. I'm not your enemy. I'm here to offer help. But I also need answers. Because if the fifth line fails again, there won't be another chance. Hermione eyed her. What do you mean fails again? Livia looked at the glowing book Hermione still held. You've seen the list. Do you know how many heirs the fifth line has had before Hugo? Hermione opened to the beginning. The names stretched back to the age of Merlin. Over 200. Only 6 reached awakening, Livia said. And every one of them was either killed or turned. Hugo paled. What do you mean turned? They embraced the power too fully, she said. They let it consume them. The veiled used that. Bent their will. Some became weapons. Others monsters. Hermione tightened her grip on the book. So you think Hugo's destined to become like them? No, Livia said. I think he's the last chance not to. The room quieted. Somewhere far above, a soft rumble sounded, as if the castle itself were reacting to their conversation. We need to leave, Livia said abruptly. We're not safe here. The veiled will have felt the vault opening. As if on cue, the chandelier dimmed. Hermione didn't argue. She tucked the book into her bag. Come on. They moved quickly back through the halls of whispers, the humming now darker, less melodic. It was almost like the voices were screaming warnings they couldn't quite decipher. At one point, Hugo staggered as the runes on the wall flared beside him. He saw flashes, brief, terrifying images in his mind. Flames pouring from the sky, Hogwarts in ruins, and a shadow with his own face laughing from atop a mountain of ash. Livia steadied him. They're showing you futures. Possible ones. Ignore them. I don't think I can, Hugo said. They burst back into the Ravenclaw corridor, just as a tremor ran through the floor. Suits of armor clanged together. Torches flickered violently. That's not an earthquake, Hermione said. That's magic. Someone's breached the outer wards. Someone's already here, Livia whispered. We need to run. They raced through the halls, but the castle itself seemed to shift against them. Stairs refused to descend. Doors sealed. A long hallway stretched endlessly, distorting like a mirage. It's them, Livia said. They're warping the school. Testing his resolve. I'm not playing their games, Hugo growled, slamming his wand into the ground. A pulse of light surged outward. The hallway snapped back into place. Hermione stared. You just dispelled a space-folding charm. Instinctively. I don't even know how I did that, Hugo muttered. That's the fifth line, Livia said. It's waking up. They reached the nearest hidden passage behind the portrait of Sir Cadogan. Hermione gave the password, fire, whiskey, and foolishness, and they slid through just as the hallway behind them collapsed into black fog. Once inside, they slumped against the wall. For a moment, none of them spoke. Then Hugo asked, How do I stop them? You don't, Livia said. Not alone. You'll need to find the other vaults. Each one holds a piece of the fifth line's fractured legacy. Only when all 4 are opened will the truth be revealed. Hermione nodded. We've done Gryffindor. Now Ravenclaw. That leaves Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Livia's face darkened. The vault of Slytherin was corrupted centuries ago. The veiled use it as their anchor. Reaching it will be nearly impossible. But not impossible, Hugo said. We're going to open all of them. Whatever it takes. Livia gave him a long look. You're different than the others. That might be why you're still alive. Hermione stood and straightened her cloak. Let's get to McGonagall. She needs to know what's happening. As they exited the passage, Hugo turned back for just a second. In the darkness behind them, he thought he saw one of the whispering shadows from the vault lingering, watching him as if waiting. But when he blinked, it was gone. Morning came to Hogwarts as if nothing had changed. Sunlight filtered through the high windows of the Great Hall. Students chattered about homework and Quidditch, and the smell of cinnamon toast wafted from the kitchens. But for Hugo, everything had changed. He sat at the Gryffindor table between Hermione and Livia, hardly touching his food. Sleep had barely come. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the vault of Ravenclaw, the silver-eyed girl, the names in the book, and the terrible visions the walls had shown him. "You can't let them get to you," Livia said softly, buttering her toast like she hadn't just helped escape a shadow-born magical trap. "The vaults are meant to rattle your soul. They're testing how much of it is still yours." "Cheerful," Hugo muttered. "Next you'll tell me the last vault requires me to sacrifice a unicorn." Hermione looked up from a scroll of parchment. "Don't joke about that. Vault enchantments have done worse." He stared at her. "You're not helping." "I'm being honest," she said. "The Veiled are accelerating their plans. The corrupted hallway last night, McGonagall confirmed it. Someone's using advanced spatial warping magic from inside the castle. But she doesn't know who. So they're already here," Hugo said. "They've probably always been here," Hermione replied, lowering her voice. "Watching. Waiting for the heir to awaken." Livia looked at Hermione. "And you think they know about Hugo?" "I think they know something. The question is how much." A fluttering sound interrupted them. An owl swooped into the hall and dropped a letter into Hugo's lap. There was no name on the envelope. Only a black wax seal pressed with an unfamiliar symbol. A coiling serpent surrounded by runes of concealment. Livia stiffened. "Do not open that here," she said quickly. Hugo, unnerved by her tone, tucked the envelope into his robes. "What is it?" "A calling," she replied. "The Veiled's version of an invitation." Hermione's brow furrowed. "But how did they get an owl inside Hogwarts?" "Every owl is screened." "Not all," Livia whispered. "Some owls don't carry parchment. Some carry curses." Before Hugo could respond, Professor McGonagall strode toward their table, her expression tight and her pace brisk. "Miss Granger." "Mr. Granger." "Miss," she paused. "Livia." Hermione rose. "You've heard something?" "Follow me," McGonagall said curtly. "We need to speak in private." They walked quickly through the castle, past familiar classrooms and portraits who turned away as they passed. When they reached the stone gargoyle guarding the headmistress's office, McGonagall spoke no password. The gargoyle moved of its own accord, opening the spiral staircase with a sound like grinding bones. Inside the office, nothing had changed. The same shelves of silver instruments, the worn sorting hat on its shelf, Fox's empty perch by the window. But a magical chart hovered in the air above the desk, showing the interior of Hogwarts, layered in glowing threads of blue and green, and 3 threads in seething black. "These marks," McGonagall said, pointing with her wand. "They weren't there before last night. Dark magic signatures, embedded within the walls. One near the room of requirement. One beneath the lake. And one." She turned slowly to look at Hugo. "Near Gryffindor Tower." Hugo's stomach turned. "They're after you," she said. "And they're getting closer." Livia stepped forward. "They're leaving marks to track his resonance. The more powerful he becomes, the easier it is for them to pinpoint him." Hermione tapped the map. "The one near the lake, it's near the Hufflepuff Passage. That's where the next vault is, isn't it?" Livia nodded. "It was hidden in the heart of the Founder's Garden, which once stood beneath the grounds. But it's long since been flooded and overgrown. The entrance was lost after the last war." "Then we find it again," Hugo said. "Before they do." McGonagall studied him. Her expression softened, just slightly. "Your courage is admirable, Mr. Granger. But make no mistake, this magic is ancient, unpredictable, and lethal. You're a student, not a soldier." Hugo met her eyes. "Neither was Harry. Or you. Or anyone who ever made a difference in this place." A flicker of pride crossed McGonagall's face. "Then I'll give you what assistance I can." She crossed to her desk and retrieved a small glass sphere. Inside, golden light swirled like liquid sunlight. "This is a memory orb, created by Professor Sprout during her last expedition beneath the greenhouses. She believed she was close to finding the old entrance to the Founder's Garden." Hermione accepted it with reverence. "We'll start from there." But as they turned to leave, the sphere pulsed once, and the air in the room twisted violently. All 4 of them staggered. The shadows on the wall lengthened, curling into shapes that didn't match the furniture. A voice echoed, not from a person, but from the space around them. "You cannot hide the 5th." Not in stone. Not in blood. The roots are deep. And the serpent feeds. The room snapped back to normal. The shadows vanished. The orb stilled. McGonagall's hand gripped her wand so tightly her knuckles whitened. "They're listening," she said. "Even in here." Livia looked at Hugo. "We don't have time. If the Veiled breach the Hufflepuff vault, they'll get more than just power. They'll get history. Memory. They'll rewrite the past to ensure their future." Hugo said nothing. He stared out the office window at the far end of the castle, where the greenhouses shimmered in the distance. Whatever lay beneath them, he knew it was calling. The greenhouse grounds looked serene beneath the morning sun. Dew sparkled on the leaves of Flutterby bushes, and a gentle breeze stirred the branches of the Whomping Willow in the distance, calm, peaceful, and hiding something ancient beneath its roots. Hugo, Hermione, and Livia stepped onto the soft earth near Greenhouse 4, where Professor Sprout's final memory orb had pointed them. The ground hummed faintly beneath Hugo's feet. The closer he got to the soil, the more he felt something stir within it, like the echo of a heartbeat buried under centuries of silence. "The entrance should be near the back wall," Hermione said, consulting the orb. Sprout mentioned sensing a change in the soil density here, but the path collapsed before she could continue. Livia crouched low and placed her hand against the vines trailing the wall. "There's magic here. Old wild magic. The kind that doesn't like to be found." Hugo stepped forward, eyes locked on a tangle of earth-covered stones near the corner. As he brushed them aside, the vines slithered back like snakes startled from sleep. The soil hardened, then cracked. A ring of stone, etched with Hufflepuff's crest, emerged from the ground. Hermione raised her wand. "A sealing root circle," she whispered. "It's a plant-based binding ward. Must have been grown, not cast." "It means we can't break it with a spell," Livia said. "But maybe he can." Hugo knelt beside the seal. The moment his palm touched the crest, warmth radiated outward. Runes lit up in amber, snaking outward like sunbursts in the earth. He closed his eyes and focused, not on power, but on presence. On the memory of what he'd felt in the Ravenclaw vault. Resolve, humility, the weight of lineage. The stone glowed fully. With a soft click, the ground parted. A spiral staircase descended into the dark. Livia grinned. "You've got the touch." They descended cautiously, Hermione illuminating the steps with her wand. The air turned damp and earthy, thick with the scent of roots and ancient water. After nearly 50 steps, they reached the bottom, a narrow corridor choked with ivy and moss, illuminated by faint amber orbs embedded in the walls. "Looks like no one's been down here in hundreds of years," Hermione said, brushing cobwebs from her cloak. "Or maybe no one who entered left," Livia added. The corridor opened into a wide cavern, its ceiling hidden beneath hanging vines. In the center, an ancient stone door stood upright, covered in carvings of plants, animals, and elemental glyphs. "The vault of Helga Hufflepuff," Hermione breathed. "They say she buried her wisdom beneath the roots of Hogwarts, where it could nourish future generations." "And be forgotten," Livia muttered. Hugo stepped forward. The door didn't resist, it seemed to welcome him. The carvings shifted, rearranging themselves to reveal a single image, a golden cup filled with glowing soil, from which a flower bloomed. The door split down the middle and opened silently. Inside, the vault wasn't filled with treasure, but a garden. Glowing moss grew on the walls. Trees with silver leaves stretched toward an unseen sky. In the center, a small clearing held a low stone pedestal, upon which sat a shallow bowl made of petrified wood. "A seed vault," Hermione said in awe. She preserved the essence of magical species. "This isn't just memory, it's life." Livia walked slowly around the pedestal. "And this," she said, gesturing to the bowl, "is the trial of Hufflepuff." Hugo approached it. The bowl was filled with fine, golden soil, pulsing faintly with magic. Etched around the rim were words in Old English. "From what is planted, so shall it grow." "What does it mean?" he asked. "You must give it something," Hermione said, studying the glyphs. "Not a spell. Something true. Something alive." "Blood," Hugo guessed. "No," Livia replied. "That's what the Veiled would offer. You must give something from your soul." Hugo stood silently for a long moment, then reached into his robes and withdrew the folded letter the Veiled had sent. He stared at it, the seal still unbroken, the paper crisp. "I've been afraid to read this," he said. "Afraid of what it means if I listen. But that fear, it's part of me." He placed the letter in the bowl. The soil shimmered, swallowing it whole. A golden light bloomed from the bowl, coiling around Hugo's arms and chest. The garden stirred. Flowers bloomed. Leaves rustled. The light flowed into Hugo's chest, and with it came memory. Not his, but Helga Hufflepuff's. He saw her, standing beneath a vast tree, surrounded by students. She taught them to grow what they needed, not take what they wanted. To serve the earth, not command it. To protect the roots, not the leaves. He felt her disappointment. How the founders splintered, how trust broke, how ideals turned to ashes. And finally, he heard her voice. "You cannot force unity. You must grow it. Water it. Be its root." The vision faded. The bowl emptied. On the pedestal where the bowl had rested, a new object appeared. A small stone disc etched with the sigil of Hufflepuff and a fifth rune. Hermione's eyes widened. "That's the rune of binding. It connects all 4 vaults. When the last is opened, it'll activate something." Livia picked it up. 3 vaults down. 1 to go. Hugo felt stronger, but also wearier. "Slytherin's vault," he said. "The corrupted one." As they turned to leave, the vines above rustled violently. From the shadows of the garden, a figure emerged, hooded, masked, and wreathed in black flame. "I was hoping you'd come here," it said. Hugo stepped back, wand raised. "Who are you?" The figure removed the mask. He was looking at himself. No, not quite. It was an older version, twisted, eyes cold and empty. Livia stepped between them. "A shade. A projection of what they want you to become." "Not a projection," the figure said. "A promise." And then, without another word, the figure vanished into dust. The roots of Hogwarts shivered. The light in the vault flickered out as the doppelganger vanished, but the cold it left behind lingered in the air like fog clinging to a graveyard. Hugo remained rooted to the ground, staring at where the twisted version of himself had stood only moments ago. His chest tightened. He wasn't sure if it had been a trick, an illusion, or something far worse, a future. Hermione placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "That wasn't you. It never will be." "How can you know that?" he whispered. "What if the veiled are right? What if I am what they're waiting for?" "You get to choose," she said firmly. "We all do. That's the one thing they'll never understand." Livia's eyes scanned the garden warily. "We have to leave. Now." That shade didn't just show up. It was called. And if they know we've completed the 3rd vault, they'll try to reach the last one first. They ascended the staircase in silence, the golden disc secure in Hermione's satchel. The moment they emerged into daylight, the calm of the greenhouse shattered. 3 Aurors stood waiting, wands drawn, expressions grim, and beside them stood Headmistress McGonagall. Her face was pale. "You're to come with us immediately," she said. "Something's happened." In the headmistress's office, the golden memory chart hovered again. But this time, one of the black lines had grown, twisting upward like a thorn vine. It pierced through the heart of the castle, anchoring itself in the walls of the dungeons. "They've breached the foundations near the old Slytherin archives," McGonagall said, her voice cold. "Something dark is growing there, older than curses, older than wandcraft. The wards are unraveling. They're trying to open the Slytherin vault," Hermione said. "They must have found the entrance." Hugo stepped forward. "Then we have to stop them." "No," McGonagall snapped. "You will not charge into this one, Mr. Granger. The last vault is not like the others. It was sealed by the founders together. It was designed to keep something in, not to protect something inside." Livia's expression darkened. "They hid the 5th heir there, didn't they?" Everyone turned to her. "What did you say?" Hermione asked, barely above a whisper. Livia glanced at Hugo, then back to McGonagall. "It's a legend among the orphan wards. That Slytherin had a child, one born out of his obsession with immortality and blood purity. The other founders feared what that child could become. So they didn't kill it. They locked it away." McGonagall didn't deny it. "There are records," she admitted. "Fragments buried and redacted. Even I haven't seen them all. But yes, some believed the Vault of Serpents held more than secrets. They believed it held a life." Hermione paled. "And if the Veiled are trying to awaken it?" "They're not awakening it," Livia interrupted grimly. "They're crowning it." A terrible silence followed. Hugo clenched his fists. Then I have to get there first. No, McGonagall said. You're still a student. You'll stay here where it's. The castle shuddered. Books flew off shelves. The sorting hat toppled. The memory chart snapped into sparks. Outside the office windows, the sky rippled green and black. They've begun the invocation, Livia breathed. The vault's barrier is falling. Where's the entrance? Hugo asked sharply. Hermione didn't hesitate. The Chamber of Secrets. They moved fast, passing through stone corridors and down forgotten stairways. Moaning Myrtle was nowhere to be found when they entered her bathroom. The sink that marked the entrance to the chamber stood cracked and blackened, already opened. Someone's already gone down, Hermione said. We'll have to follow. Livia placed a rune at the edge of the sink and muttered an incantation. A swirling spiral of green mist appeared. This'll take us down gently, she said. If we're lucky, it won't tear us apart mid-fall. Hugo took a breath and jumped first. The mist held him, lowered him, and dropped him onto cold, wet stone. The tunnel ahead twisted with ancient serpent carvings, far more than Harry had ever described. They had changed. They were awake. When Hermione and Livia landed beside him, Hugo pointed ahead. That way. I can feel it. They followed the tunnel into a chamber larger than the Great Hall. Pillars lined the sides, and in the center stood an enormous door, wrought in bronze and shaped like a serpent devouring its own tail. At its base, four hooded figures chanted in an arcane tongue. Hugo recognized the voice of the one leading them. Smooth, sharp, cold. Scorpius Malfoy. I knew it, Livia growled. He's the Veiled's chosen herald. Not just a herald, Hermione whispered. He's the key. Scorpius turned, and his pale eyes met Hugo's across the chamber. He smiled, not with malice, but with something far more terrifying, certainty. You came, Scorpius said calmly. Good. We need you. I'm not helping you open that, Hugo said, stepping forward with his wand raised. You already have, Scorpius replied. Every vault you unlocked strengthened the gate. The fifth rune completes the circuit. Hugo's stomach dropped. He reached into Hermione's bag and pulled out the Hufflepuff disc. It was glowing. No, Hermione whispered. They used us. Scorpius raised his hand. It's not too late. Join us, Hugo. With you, the fifth can rise. I am not your heir, Hugo shouted. The bronze door behind Scorpius cracked. A hiss echoed through the chamber, low and endless. Livia's wand shot a burst of red toward the nearest cultist. Chaos erupted. The Veiled drew their wands, shields shimmered, curses flashed. Hugo flung the glowing disc into the nearest wall, trying to break the circuit, but it was too late. The door opened, and from the darkness beyond it, something slithered forward. Not a basilisk, not a human, something in between. Its eyes burned gold, and its voice was like silk dipped in venom. You are late, brother. Time seemed to freeze as the thing in the doorway stepped fully into the chamber. It was tall, easily 7 feet, its figure both elegant and monstrous. A long, hooded cloak shimmered like black scales, and beneath it, pale green skin stretched tight across a too-thin frame. Serpent eyes, golden and slit like knives, locked onto Hugo with terrifying familiarity. Hugo's wand shook in his hand. What are you? The creature smiled. I am your brother, Hugo Granger. Not by blood, but by purpose. Born to the same magic, forged by the same design. That's impossible, Hermione whispered. You were sealed away. You're an echo? A myth? It said, voice smooth as water over glass. Call me what you like. I am what Salazar Slytherin could not perfect. I am what he left behind, and what you were meant to finish. Scorpius stood tall beside the creature, his expression radiant with conviction. The fifth has returned, and with him, our world begins anew. Livia fired a hex at Scorpius without hesitation, but the creature waved a single finger, and the curse dissolved midair. No more games, it said. No more divisions. No more pretending that this world belongs to the weak. Hermione stepped protectively in front of Hugo. You're not a founder. You're a parasite wearing a dead man's dreams. The creature's eyes glowed brighter. And yet here I am, called by the keys you so helpfully retrieved. Do you understand, Hugo? You didn't unlock history. You unlocked me. Hugo's voice was quiet. If you're so powerful, why wait? Why stay locked away all this time? Because I needed you, the creature said. Only one touched by all 4 vaults could break the final bond. You have become more than a student. You are an anchor to the bloodlines of the founders. Through you, I am free. The chamber shuddered again, and from the ground, veins of dark energy burst outward like roots. Pillars cracked. The serpent carvings writhed. The veiled gathered behind the creature, chanting in rhythm. Livia grabbed Hugo's arm. We have to go. Now. No, he said firmly. If I run now, he wins. Hermione tried to protest, but Hugo stepped forward, wand raised. You say I'm your brother, your heir, your key. But I'm none of those things. I choose who I am. The creature smiled again. Then choose. Fight me and break what little remains of your soul, or stand beside me and become whole. Scorpius turned to Hugo as well. You've felt it, haven't you? The world's imbalance. The way the old ways still poison our future. We can fix it, you and I, rebuild Hogwarts from its roots. No more houses. No more divisions. Just unity through strength. You want to tear it all down, Hugo spat. We want to start again, Scorpius said. Behind them, the great bronze door began to close, sealing in the magic that had awakened the 5th. Livia's eyes flicked to it. If we trap him inside again, we might. No, Hermione said. It won't hold. Not anymore. The 5th extended its arms. Dark flames erupted from its hands, and the floor cracked. A serpent of black smoke rose from the ground, hissing, eyes glowing with fire. It lunged toward Hermione. Hugo leapt in front of her, casting a shield with everything he had. The force of it knocked him back 10 feet, but the serpent exploded in a burst of light. Scorpius advanced. You grow stronger every moment. Imagine what we could become. Then see what I already am, Hugo shouted. He reached into his robes and pulled out the last thing he'd hidden from everyone, even Hermione. The Gryffindor shard. Not a relic. A gift, passed to him by Harry over the summer, when Hugo had confessed his fear that he wasn't ready. This was Godric's, Harry had said. Passed through my line. It responds to those with courage, not conquest. Now, in the heart of Slytherin's legacy, the shard blazed. Hugo raised it high, and the air pulsed with ancient strength. Light burst outward in a roar of heat and thunder. The 5th stumbled back, hissing. Scorpius shielded his face. Hermione and Livia cast together, a barrage of golden and violet spells striking the 5th. Its robes burned. Its skin smoked. It screeched in a voice not human, not beast, but something older. Hugo stood tall in the center of the light. You want a brother? Then face me. With a cry, he slammed the shard into the floor. The chamber cracked open. Magic exploded like a sunburst. The serpent carvings shattered. The great door behind the 5th collapsed. And from the broken walls, the voices of the founders echoed, not words, but will. Not here. Not now. Not him. The 5th screamed as the vault collapsed inward, stone and fire engulfing it. The veiled scattered, some vanishing into shadow, others crushed beneath the falling ceiling. Scorpius reached out toward the 5th. But it was gone, pulled back into whatever prison the founders had once crafted. Silence fell. Smoke curled in the air. The chamber was in ruins. Hermione helped Hugo to his feet, her hand trembling slightly. What did you do? I didn't destroy him, Hugo said. I reburied him. Livia kicked a loose stone aside. Not for long. He'll claw his way back. Then we make sure he has nowhere left to go, Hermione said. They turned to leave, but before they reached the tunnel, a weak voice called out from the rubble. It was Scorpius. Bleeding. Wandless. You think this changes anything? He spat. You've only delayed the future. He'll return. And when he does, Hugo looked down at him. Then I'll be ready. The serpent may have slithered back into the dark, but it had left its mark. And Hugo knew the final battle was still coming. The aftermath of the vault's collapse rippled through Hogwarts like an aftershock. As students gathered in the great hall under the half-shattered ceiling, fear lingered in every corner. The enchanted sky above showed only storm clouds. There was no more sunrise, only flickering candlelight and anxious whispers. Hugo sat near the end of the Gryffindor table, his head pounding, body sore from the fight beneath the castle. Beside him, Hermione stared at the far wall, her fingers lightly tracing the edge of a torn parchment she hadn't let go of since returning. Livia was pacing behind them, half listening, half watching the shadows near the door. Scorpius had been taken to the infirmary under magical restraint, and a rotating squad of Aurors now patrolled the corridors, their presence a grim sign of how much had changed. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the hall, arms clasped tightly, looking older than Hugo had ever seen her. She didn't speak for a long moment. Then finally her voice rang out, clear, calm, but cold. "There will be no classes today. You will return to your common rooms, and until further notice, no student is to be out past sundown. Hogwarts remains under threat." There were murmurs from all tables, fear, confusion, even disbelief, but no one protested. Not after what had happened. As the students filed out, Hermione leaned close to Hugo. "We need to talk." They sat in the room of requirement, now appearing as a quiet study, its walls lined with books and soft lamps. The parchment Hermione clutched was laid flat on the table, revealing a design Hugo hadn't seen before. It was a rune circle, but more than that, it was a map of Hogwarts's ley lines, the ancient veins of magic that ran through the castle like arteries. And one of them now pulsed with a dark crimson glow. "He left a scar," Hermione said. "The fifth didn't just vanish. He left an imprint, like a root that refuses to die." Livia stepped forward, pointing to the epicenter of the red line. "Here, the astronomy tower." "But that's nowhere near the vault," Hugo said. "No," Hermione said. "But it's where the last piece of the Founder's enchantments resides." The tower was their beacon. It was tied to the stars, used for prophecy, long before divination became a class. Livia crossed her arms. "If the Veiled want to break the Founder's magic completely, they'll strike there. Then we defend it," Hugo said immediately. But Hermione shook her head. "It's not that simple. The seal in the tower doesn't guard something. It contains something. If they break it, they might awaken more than just the fifth." "You think there's more?" Livia asked. "I think we've only seen the beginning," Hermione replied. Hugo stood. "Then we stop waiting for them. We go first." Livia narrowed her eyes. "You sure about that? No more vault keys. No ancient shields to protect you this time." "I've seen what's coming," Hugo said. "And I'm not letting it happen again." That night, they moved under the cloak of silence. Hermione used charms to blur their presence, and Livia set wards behind them as they climbed the spiraling stairway to the astronomy tower. The stars were hidden behind storm clouds. The wind howled. At the top, the observatory dome loomed like a giant watchful eye. As they approached, Hugo could feel it, pressure like being underwater. Magic, old and unsettled, rolled off the walls in invisible waves. They reached the inner chamber. Dust clung to forgotten instruments. At the center, carved into the stone floor, was a silver circle inscribed with symbols of the 4 houses, all interconnected. And there, in the center of it all, was a crack. Hermione's breath hitched. "It's begun." "I feel it too," Hugo whispered. The magic was whispering again. Not in words, but in intentions. Pulling. Calling. "Stand back," Livia said. She began tracing wards around the room. "We need time to stabilize the fracture." But as she finished the 3rd ward, the door behind them burst open with a crash of purple fire. A figure stepped through, hooded, face concealed beneath a silver half-mask. The air dropped 10 degrees at their arrival. "No," Hermione gasped. "Not again." The Veiled were here. The masked figure raised a hand and spoke a word that turned the torchlight blue. The rune circle flared. The crack in the floor widened, and from it, ghostly tendrils of black light spilled upward. Livia cast a protective barrier, but the intruder was fast, lightning fast. They dashed forward, wand flashing, and struck the edge of the seal. Hermione yelled, "Stop them." Hugo dove forward, wand raised. He met the figure in the center of the circle, just as the magic flared to blinding white. Their wands clashed, green sparks and red flares spiraling around them. The figure moved with precision and fury, but Hugo matched it step for step. He didn't think. He knew. The castle seemed to breathe with him. The floor pulsed beneath his feet. For a moment, he wasn't just fighting. He was part of the stone, part of the seal itself. He forced the figure back. Their mask slipped, just slightly, and Hugo froze. It was a girl, no older than him. Her eyes were a mirror of his own, brown flecked with gold. And in them, something shimmered. Not hatred. Recognition. You, he breathed. She stepped back, eyes wide. The dark magic surged at her command, but her hesitation gave Livia the opening she needed. A golden net of light struck the rune circle, reactivating the Founder's seal. The dark crack hissed, then closed with a sharp thunderclap. The girl vanished in a flash of gray smoke. Silence returned. Hugo dropped to his knees, breathing hard. Who was she? Hermione asked gently. I don't know, he said. But she knew me. Livia knelt beside him. Then we find out who she is. And fast. Hermione looked at the still glowing seal. Because next time, she won't hesitate. And as they left the tower, Hugo looked back once more. He didn't say it aloud, but deep in his chest he knew it. The war wasn't over. It had only just begun. The morning after the astronomy tower attack, Hogwarts was cloaked in tension. Patrols had doubled. Wards were reinforced. And yet, despite the added security, whispers of the masked girl spread like wildfire. In the Gryffindor common room, Hugo sat in a window alcove, his journal open, though he hadn't written a word. The girl's eyes haunted him. Not just because of their familiarity, but because in the midst of battle, she had hesitated. And in that moment, something had shifted. He replayed the scene again and again. Her stance, her movements, her reaction when she saw him. Hugo! Hermione's voice pulled him out of the spiral. She sat beside him, carrying a bundle of old scrolls she'd fetched from the restricted section. I know what you're going to say, he muttered. That she's just another veiled, and it doesn't matter who she is. I was actually going to say, I think she might not be, Hermione replied gently. Hugo looked up, surprised. Hermione unrolled a parchment covered in sketches. After you described her eyes, I did a bit of digging. Look at this. The sketch showed a young woman, barely older than Hugo, with similar facial features. This is from a record dated just after the First Wizarding War. Her name was Celine Hawke. She disappeared at age 15 after her family was accused of being sympathizers of Grindelwald. Never found. Rumored to have joined a magical sect that fled Britain. But that was decades ago, Hugo said. She'd be 40 by now? Hermione nodded. That's what bothers me. Either this girl is a descendant, or somehow Celine hasn't aged. Time magic? Hugo guessed. Possibly, Hermione said, though her tone wasn't confident. Or maybe something worse. Magical stasis. Enchantment. She could be preserved like the portraits, half alive, half spell. Livia joined them at the table, slumping into the seat opposite. Her sleeves were singed from spell practice. I asked McGonagall about the girl. She said the ministries started compiling a list of magical dissidents and cultists linked to the Veiled. No one matches her description. It's like she doesn't exist. She exists, Hugo said. She was there. She stopped fighting when she saw me. Which is exactly why she's dangerous, Livia warned. We're past the point of wondering if these people can be saved. Hermione frowned, but didn't argue. Hugo closed his journal. Then I'll find out who she is. Even if no one else will. They began with the portraits. The older ones, those made during the Founder's era, had seen centuries of secrets. Most were half asleep or grumpy, but one in the Transfiguration corridor, a portrait of Lady Morglin Wormwood, proved helpful. I've seen her, she said sharply. The masked girl. Not recently, but long ago. She stood right where you are now, wearing that same silver mask. She looked into my frame and asked about the inheritance. What inheritance? Hugo asked. She didn't say. Only that it wasn't finished. And that she needed to find the mirror. Hugo's heart skipped. The mirror of Ariste? Lady Morglin sniffed. I doubt it. She spoke of it like it wasn't a real mirror at all. More like a gateway. Hermione's eyes narrowed. A gateway to what? The portrait gave a crooked smile. That's the question, isn't it? That night, Hugo returned to the room of requirement alone. He whispered his need as he paced the corridor. I need to see what she sees. I need to understand her. The door formed, and inside, the room transformed. Not into a library or a practice space, but into a circular chamber of glass and shadow. Mirrors lined the walls, distorted old, their reflections rippling like water. He stepped forward. In one mirror, he saw himself younger, first year, eyes wide with fear. In another, he saw Hermione holding his hand, walking him into Diagon Alley. But in the center was a mirror unlike the rest, oval-shaped, framed with runes, and completely blank. As he touched it, the surface shimmered. Then an image bloomed. The girl. The same masked girl from the astronomy tower. But this time she wasn't masked. She was kneeling in a circle of dark stone, surrounded by veiled acolytes. A voice echoed, deep and ancient. You will forget your name. You will forget your family. You will become the vessel. No, she whispered, eyes closed. There must be a choice. You have no choice, the voice growled. And then her eyes snapped open, staring straight into the mirror. Into him. I remember, she whispered. I remember you. The mirror cracked. Hugo stumbled back. The room trembled. The next moment, he was no longer alone. She was there. Not in the mirror, but behind him. The same girl. Maskless now. Her wand was lowered, her expression wary. I didn't come to fight, she said. Hugo's heart pounded. Then why are you here? I needed to know if the mirror would show me you again, she replied. And it did. He stepped forward cautiously. Who are you? She hesitated. I don't remember my name. Not fully. They took it. They take everything when you join the Veiled. But you hesitated. In the tower. You knew me. I did, she said. Not from memory. From magic. From the imprint left behind. Something inside me. It recognizes something in you. Then why fight at all? He asked. Because I have nowhere else to go, she whispered. Hugo lowered his wand. You could come with us. No, she said, pain flashing in her eyes. They'll hunt me. And if they catch me again, they'll make sure I forget everything. Even this. Then let me help you, Hugo said. She reached into her cloak and held out a small silver charm, a fragment shaped like a crescent moon, etched with a single rune. Find the other half, she said. When you do, you'll understand what we really are. Then she vanished, no spell, no sound, just a whisper of wind and light. The mirror shattered behind her, and Hugo stood alone again, the silver charm cold in his palm. He didn't know what the rune meant yet, but it felt like a clue, a beginning, and a warning. The silver charm weighed heavily in Hugo's pocket as he stepped out of the room of requirement. Its presence was constant, magically inert for now, but pulsing faintly with potential. He didn't know what the rune etched onto it meant, only that it had the feeling of something old, secret, and half-buried. He found Hermione and Livia waiting for him in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione looked up immediately, sensing something had changed. She came back, Hugo said quietly, and he handed Hermione the charm. Livia arched a brow. You mean the masked girl? She took off the mask, Hugo replied. Her memory is fractured, but she gave me this and told me to find the other half. Hermione turned the crescent-shaped fragment in her hand. This rune. I've seen it before. I think it's pre-founders. Possibly even druidic. Hugo's brow furrowed. You can read it? Not exactly, she admitted. But I think I know someone who can. Livia grimaced. If you say Professor Binns. No, Hermione said with a small smile. I was thinking someone a bit more alive. The next morning, the trio traveled to Hogsmeade under the pretense of gathering supplies. Hermione led them into a crooked, vine-covered shop tucked between the Shrieking Shack and Gladrag's Wizardwear. The wooden sign above read Tarn and Thistle, occult artifacts and obscure lore. Inside, the shop smelled of wild herbs and old parchment. Hanging from the ceiling were bundles of wolfsbane, dried mandrake, and something that looked suspiciously like dragon scale. A woman with piercing green eyes and hair like tangled ivy emerged from behind a velvet curtain. Hermione Granger, she said, voice smooth and deep. Haven't seen you since you asked me to trace a piece of Atlantean glass. Hello, Morwen, Hermione said. We need your expertise again. This time, something more dangerous. Morwen took the charm in her hand and turned it over. The runes glowed faintly beneath her touch. She muttered a word, Eladrin, and a pulse of light flickered through the shop. This is part of a binding sigil, she said. Very rare. Very old. It predates Hogwarts by centuries. Used only in sacred pairings, either to lock something away or to unlock it. Pairings? Hugo asked. So there's definitely a second piece? Morwen nodded. Yes. Without both, it's inert. Together, they open something. Or awaken someone. Livia leaned forward. Any idea what? Morwen's gaze sharpened. This isn't your average magical trinket. It's not just a key. It's a bond. Whoever holds both parts shares a connection. Not just through magic, through soul. That silenced them. Hermione took a breath. Where would someone hide something like that? Morwen's expression turned grim. If they were afraid of it, somewhere no one would look. Somewhere lost. Somewhere like the Forbidden Forest. By dusk, the three of them stood at the edge of the forest. Hugo stared into the thick trees. He'd been here before, but never this far, never with purpose that felt quite so heavy. We're seriously doing this? Livia asked. No backup, no professors, just the three of us and a half-magic crescent. Hermione held up a small vial. Not entirely unprepared. Essence of mokeweed, shield charms, and I've set a beacon spell. If we're not back in 2 hours, McGonagall will know. They stepped into the trees. As night deepened, the forest shifted. The paths narrowed. The air grew colder. Strange sounds echoed between the trunks, crackling, rustling, whispers that weren't wind. The charm in Hugo's pocket began to warm. They followed its pulse, moving deeper until the trees gave way to a clearing encircled by standing stones. 5 of them, covered in moss and nearly swallowed by time. At the center stood a weathered pedestal. On it lay the other half of the crescent charm. It shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Hugo stepped forward, reaching toward it, but Hermione grabbed his wrist. Wait, this place is protected. She knelt and muttered a revealing spell. The circle flared with glyphs, traps, guardians, arcane locks. Breaking it would trigger something. Ancient magic. Possibly deadly. I can disarm the outer ring, she whispered. But the inner seal, only someone bound to the charm can touch it. I have to, Hugo said. No, Livia said sharply. What if it triggers another release? What if the Veiled set this up as a trap? It wasn't them, Hugo replied. It was her. The masked girl. She wanted me to find this. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. All right, but as soon as you touch it, we protect you. Hugo stepped inside the circle. The outer runes sparked under his feet, but Hermione's disarming spell dulled them just long enough for him to reach the pedestal. He touched the second charm. It leapt to meet the first with a burst of white fire. The two have snapped together in his hand. Light erupted. Vision slammed into him. A castle made of black stone, submerged beneath the ocean. A blood moon hanging over a battlefield. The girl, her name whispered now Kalia, kneeling before an altar. And a voice ancient and clear. The crescent bond awakens the gate of ether soul. Hugo fell to his knees, gasping. The standing stones were glowing now, one by one. The forest was responding. The seal was undone. Livia pulled him up. What did you see? He stared at the united charm. She's not just a girl. She's a vessel. Like me. We're bonded. And whatever we've unlocked. He looked at the forest, where shadows were moving, drawn by the magic. It's coming. The air inside the circle of standing stones had changed. It shimmered unnaturally, bending the moonlight in subtle waves. The forest, usually thick with life and noise, had gone utterly silent. No hoot of owl, no rustle of leaves, just the unnerving hum of ancient magic awakening. Hermione held her wand aloft, casting a protective dome over the group. Something is stirring. The crescent bond didn't just open the seal. It acted like a flare. Livia paced the perimeter, eyes sharp. We need to move. Now. Whatever this gate of ether soul is, it won't wait around for us to understand it. But Hugo didn't move. He stood at the center, staring at the fused crescent in his palm. It had stopped glowing, but the rune now pulsed like a heartbeat. With each pulse, he felt his mind flooded with whispers, half-thoughts, memories that weren't his, fragments of a life submerged beneath a sea of forgotten history. She's in pain, he murmured. Hermione turned sharply. Who? Kalia. The masked girl. She's bound to the gate. I think it's consuming her. What is the gate? Livia asked. Before Hugo could answer, the ground beneath the pedestal cracked. A low vibration thrummed through the earth as the stones around them responded, each glowing with a different hue. Gold, violet, deep blue, crimson, and silver. Then the pedestal began to sink. Hermione cried out, "Back away!" The trio leapt back just in time as the earth split open in the center of the circle. From the chasm rose a spiral of dark stone, a staircase descending into pure darkness. A chill washed over them. The air smelled of old magic, blood, and stardust. "The gate isn't a door," Hermione said, her voice trembling. "It's a descent. A portal buried deep underground. A sanctuary, or a prison." Hugo's gaze was resolute. "I have to go." "You're joking," Livia snapped. "We don't even know what's down there. This could be where they turn people into veiled. Or worse." "That's exactly why I have to," Hugo replied. "If Kalia's in there, if she's trapped by it, I might be the only one who can reach her." Hermione hesitated. Then we all go." They descended the winding staircase slowly, each step echoing with unnerving hollowness. As they moved deeper, torch sconces along the wall lit themselves with eerie blue flames. The staircase ended at a wide antechamber, a room carved from obsidian and etched with runes that shimmered like starlight. At its center stood a monolithic archway carved with the same crescent rune, now glowing in reaction to Hugo's presence. Just beyond the arch, swirling shadows coalesced, an ethereal barrier like liquid night. "This is it," Hermione whispered. "The gate of Ether Soul." Livia raised her wand, still not seeing the appeal. Hugo stepped forward, and the crescent charm began to hum again. As he approached the arch, the shadows began to thin, revealing glimpses of what lay beyond. A chamber of mirrors and memory, and at its center, Kalia. She was suspended in midair, threads of silver magic binding her limbs like puppet strings. Her eyes were closed, her face calm, but the magic surrounding her pulsed with malevolence. "She's trapped," Hugo said. "She gave me the charm so I could break this." Hermione scanned the archway. "This barrier is memory woven. It's feeding on her mind, keeping her in stasis so the veiled can extract something." Livia frowned. "Extract what?" "A prophecy, maybe," Hermione guessed. "Or a magical inheritance. Something ancient. Maybe even a soul-bound weapon." As they debated, Hugo moved closer to the arch. The charm in his hand flared, and the shadows parted enough for him to step through. "Hugo, wait." But he was already inside. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the world around him shimmered. He stood now in a dreamlike reflection of the chamber, ghostly, transparent, echoing. The mirrors around the room lit up one by one, revealing fragments of memories. One showed Kalia as a child, running through fields under a sapphire sky. Another showed her in training, casting spells under the watchful eye of a hooded figure. Another showed her face twisted in agony as silver threads wrapped around her. And in the last mirror, she stood beside Hugo. Not just beside him, but hand in hand, as if they had known each other their whole lives. "I don't understand," Hugo murmured. A voice spoke behind him. "You do. You just haven't remembered yet." He turned. Kalia stood outside the cocoon of silver threads. But not the suspended version. This was her spirit, her essence. A projection created by the magic itself. "This is a soul mirror," she explained, amplified by the gate's enchantment. "It shows what could be, not just what was." "Then we're linked," Hugo said. "Because of the crescent bond." Kalia nodded. "We were chosen long before we were born. The Veiled tried to turn me into a vessel for their magic. But the bond resisted. Your presence has made it unstable. How do I free you?" Hugo asked. "Break the silver thread." "With your wand, yes, but only after speaking my true name." "You don't even remember your name." Her eyes glowed faintly. "I do now. You brought it back. Say it. And mean it." And then the name fell into his mind, natural, powerful, true. Kalia Evermore. The silver cocoon cracked. The threads dissolved. And the chamber shook violently. On the other side of the arch, Hermione and Livia watched in alarm as the obsidian walls began to crack. "She's breaking free," Hermione shouted. "But it's collapsing everything." Kalia's spirit stepped forward and took Hugo's hand. "You need to run. The gate won't survive my release. Come with me." "I will," she promised. He stepped back through the arch, dragging her with him. As soon as they crossed, Kalia's body collapsed into his arms, freed from the binding. "Got her," he called out. Hermione cast a portus charm on a runestone and hurled it to the ground just as the chamber ceiling gave way. They vanished in a burst of blue light, just as the gate crumbled into ruin behind them. They reappeared on the outskirts of the forbidden forest. Drenched in sweat, covered in dust, but alive. Kalia stirred in Hugo's arms, eyes fluttering open. "I remember," she whispered. "Everything. And somewhere deep in the shadows, someone else had seen the awakening. A robed figure with no face, watching through an enchanted mirror. "The bond has reformed," the figure murmured. "And now the true war begins." The hospital wing was silent, save for the occasional rustle of parchment and the soft ticking of a nearby clock. Kalia lay on the nearest bed, eyes closed, her chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. Madame Pomfrey had exhausted every diagnostic charm she knew, but aside from magical exhaustion and a faint residual resonance from the crescent bond, there was nothing physically wrong with her. "She's stable," Hermione said, returning from the other side of the room with a glass of water. "But her magic is still fluctuating. It's like her core is realigning." Hugo sat beside the bed, fingers laced, staring at Kalia with an intensity that worried Livia. She said she remembered everything. Livia leaned against the wall. "Let's assume that's true. The question is, who exactly is she?" At that moment, Kalia's eyes opened. They were no longer clouded with confusion or pain. They were focused. Sharp. Ancient. "I am Kalia Evermore," she said softly, her voice steady and clear. "Daughter of the Solstice Order. Last keeper of the Crescent Bond." Hermione blinked. "Solstice Order? That's a myth. An old sect of guardians who protected magical nexuses before the founders built Hogwarts." "It wasn't a myth," Kalia replied. "We were real. We existed in secret, keeping balance across magical ley lines. The Veiled, they destroyed us. They wanted what we guarded." Hugo felt his heartbeat quicken. "What did you guard?" Kalia sat up slowly. The Gate of Ethersoul was one of many, a convergence point where memory, soul, and time intersect. Whoever controls it can influence the flow of fate. The Veiled sought to rewrite destiny itself. Hermione's face paled. "And the Crescent Bond? It was created to seal the gates and link their guardians. Two halves of a soul, bound across lifetimes. I was one. You," she looked directly at Hugo, "are the other." Livia exhaled sharply. "That's a bit heavy." "Agreed," Hugo muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. "So what does that mean for me?" "It means your magic is evolving. The bond isn't just symbolic, it's spiritual and magical. When we reunited the pieces, we awakened a sleeping force inside both of us." Hermione frowned. "This force, could it be why the Veiled were targeting Hugo from the beginning?" "Yes," Kalia said. "They sensed his potential. The bond was incomplete but active. And now that we're connected again, it's only a matter of time before they strike." "Then we prepare," Hugo said without hesitation. "We fight back." The following week passed in a blur of preparation. McGonagall, after much convincing and a long conversation with Hermione, granted special training privileges to the four of them, Hermione included. They used unused classrooms, old defense against the dark arts rooms, even the edge of the Forbidden Forest when no one was watching. Under Kalia's guidance, Hugo's magical ability flourished. His spellwork became sharper, more instinctive. He could sense magical patterns in the air, feel the direction of energy before it manifested. Together, they learned how to mirror each other's magic, one casting while the other strengthened it. Their bond was no longer a mystery. It was a weapon. Even Livia, who had always been a natural duelist, found herself challenged by Kalia's precision and calm strength. "You fight like you've lived through wars," she commented one night after a spar. "I have," Kalia said simply. "In dreams. In echoes. Through the bond, I remembered battles from centuries ago. It unnerved them, but none could deny the truth behind her eyes." One evening, while the others rested, Hugo stood alone in the astronomy tower, staring out at the horizon. The stars blinked cold and silent above, but something in the sky felt wrong. A flicker of movement. A streak of black, almost invisible against the night. He narrowed his eyes. "Kalia." She appeared beside him moments later, eyes focused where he pointed. "I see it," she said. "It's begun." From the shadows of the sky, robed figures emerged. Not many, half a dozen perhaps, but enough to be a message. The Veiled had returned to Hogwarts. Kalia's grip tightened on her wand. "They know the gate is gone. They'll act fast now, before we discover the others." Hugo turned. "Others?" She nodded grimly. The Gate of Ethersoul was only one of 5. Hermione arrived moments later, breathless, having seen the dark shapes from the library balcony. Livia followed, wand already drawn. They're not attacking, Hermione said, scanning the sky. They're watching, measuring our strength. Then let's give them something to measure, Livia said fiercely. But Kalia shook her head. Not tonight. They want to provoke a reaction. But we can't afford a war on their terms. We need to find the next gate, and fast. Do you know where? Hugo asked. I have a name, Kalia whispered. A place where the stars don't move. Where time bends. It's called the Hollow Vault. Hermione gasped. That's legend too. It's supposed to be hidden beneath the oldest part of Gringotts. And if it exists, Kalia said, that's where they'll strike next. Hugo nodded. Then we'll go first. Behind them, in the darkness of the sky, the veiled figures vanished. But their presence lingered, like a curse yet to be spoken. And far away, in the bowels of a crumbling manor cloaked by enchantments, a figure stirred in his sleep. He was old, older than most wizards had a right to be, and his name had been lost to time. But the moment the crescent bond had reawakened, he had known. Kalia, he murmured. And the boy. At last. His eyes, bright as frost, opened. Let the hunt begin. The next morning, Hermione paced the Gryffindor common room, maps and books floating around her in a cloud of furious research. Hugo and Livia sat nearby, trying to follow her rapid-fire speech as Kalia stood at the window, eyes fixed on the horizon. The Hollow Vault isn't on any official Gringotts chart, Hermione said, flipping open a leather-bound tome. But this, Magical Vaults and Hidden Realms, mentions a temporal anomaly chamber deep beneath the oldest dragon-guarded sectors. That might be our vault. Sounds like a place where time eats itself, Livia muttered. Hermione nodded. Exactly. The enchantments down there bend time, accelerate it, loop it, sometimes freeze it entirely. The goblins don't like talking about it because even they don't fully understand how it works. And we're just going to walk in? Hugo asked, raising a brow. Right into the depths of Gringotts? No, Kalia said, finally turning from the window. We sneak in. Hermione looked uneasy. The ministry regulates deep vault access. Without a vault key or bloodline permission, we're not even getting past the first barrier. Kalia raised her hand, and in it materialized a shard of obsidian inscribed with runes. I found this after the gate of Aethersoul collapsed. It's a vault beacon. It'll react to the Hollow Vault's entrance and guide us in, but only if we're close enough. And how do we get close enough without raising suspicion? Livia asked. Hermione hesitated. Then she smiled faintly. We might not need to sneak in through the front. There are old service tunnels beneath Nocturne Alley, half forgotten, magically warded, but not impossible to break through. One of them connects to an emergency exit near the vault routes. Sounds dangerous, Hugo said. Hermione grinned. It is. They left Hogwarts at dawn 3 days later, traveling via Portkey to Diagon Alley disguised under heavy glamours. Kalia's beacon pulsed as they moved, reacting to the hidden currents of magic under the cobblestone streets. At Nocturne Alley, they descended into a dusty, rune-scarred basement beneath an abandoned apothecary. The air grew colder the deeper they went, the walls slick with condensation and lined with whispering spells. After an hour of carefully disarming wards, they reached a rusted gate sealed with goblin-forged magic. Hermione placed her palm against it, murmured an incantation, and the metal twisted open like a flower. Behind it was a narrow tunnel leading directly beneath Gringotts. We're in, Kalia said. They advanced carefully, following the beacon's increasing pulse. Finally, they reached a sealed archway carved into the stone wall. Plain, but humming with ancient magic. This is it, Kalia whispered. The Hollow Vault. She pressed the beacon into the center of the arch. The runes ignited, swirling outward until the entire archway rippled with silvery light. The stone wall melted into a portal of shifting mist. Ready? Hugo asked, glancing at the others. Hermione nodded. No turning back now. One by one, they stepped through. Inside, they found themselves in a vast chamber that defied logic. Floating platforms drifted through empty space. Gravity shifted depending on where they stood. Time itself pulsed irregularly. An hourglass turned on its side, the sands moving forward, backward, and sideways at once. Stay close, Kalia said. This place will separate you if it senses doubt. They leapt from platform to platform, guided by the beacon's pull. Occasionally, they glimpsed fragments of alternate timelines. Hermione arguing with an older Dumbledore, Livia dueling a veiled version of herself, Hugo standing before a council of robed figures bearing the crescent symbol. These are echoes, Kalia explained. Memories of what could be, or what almost was. After what felt like hours, they reached a final platform where a pedestal floated mid-air, holding a crystalline orb surrounded by orbiting shards of moonlight. The vault's heart, Kalia breathed. That's what the veiled want. Hermione stepped closer, examining the runes surrounding the orb. This isn't just a power source. It's a chronocrypt, an object that stores time itself. Suddenly, the chamber darkened. A cold wind howled through the void. And then they appeared. 6 veiled stepped onto the surrounding platforms, their masks gleaming, their voices silent, but their wands raised. They've been tracking us, Livia growled, stepping in front of Kalia. A tall figure emerged among them, unmasked. It was the same one Hugo had seen in the enchanted mirror. His face was sharp, pale, eyes silver with swirling glyphs. You've come far, he said, his voice like falling snow. But you cannot take what is not yours. Hugo stepped forward. Neither can you. The man tilted his head. You have no idea what you're protecting, boy. That orb holds the last key to rewriting the ley lines. With it, we can remove suffering, erase loss. Create a world free of fate. At what cost? Hermione snapped. He smiled coldly. Only the old world. One bound by chaos, war, and uncontrolled magic. We would bring order. You'd bring tyranny, Kalia said. The crescent bond exists to stop you. The man's expression darkened. Then let it be broken. With a flick of his wand, battle erupted. Spells flew in every direction, silver and red streaks flashing across the platforms. Kalia and Hugo moved in perfect sync, shielding and striking like mirrored flame. Hermione's spells bent time itself, reversing curses mid-air. Livia struck with surgical precision, felling 2 veiled with a whirlwind of hexes. But the leader was something else entirely. He deflected curses with gestures, manipulated the time-space pulses of the vault to trap Hermione in a loop of vanishing platforms, sent a lance of black magic toward Kalia, only for Hugo to intercept it, throwing up a shield that cracked under the force. Leave her alone, Hugo shouted. The man narrowed his eyes. Your bond is strong, but strength is a double-edged sword. He raised both hands. The orb began to rise from its pedestal, dark threads wrapping around it. No! Kalia screamed. But it was too late. With a final pulse, the orb vanished into the leader's grasp, and the entire chamber trembled. We have what we came for, he said. Enjoy the chaos to come. And with that, the veiled vanished into shadow. The platforms collapsed. The vault imploded. Hugo grabbed Kalia's hand as Hermione and Livia lunged for them. Kalia hurled the beacon into the air, casting a last-minute evacuation spell. Light enveloped them. Then nothing. They awoke in a field of snow, far from Gringotts. The vault was gone, and the veiled now had one of the 5 pieces of fate. Kalia's voice was quiet. We've failed. Hugo shook his head. No, we've only just begun. Somewhere, far away, the stolen orb pulsed in the hands of the enemy. The game had changed, and the clock was ticking. The wind howled across the snowy plain as the 4 of them lay sprawled in the icy field, still breathless from the magical expulsion. It had taken every ounce of power Kalia had to redirect the evacuation spell in time. Her limbs trembled as she pushed herself up, the shock of failure heavier than the bitter cold pressing into her bones. We're alive, Hermione said, coughing as she pulled herself to her feet. That's something. But the vault isn't, Livia muttered, brushing frost from her robes. And they have the orb now. Hugo stood last, his face stony, eyes scanning the horizon. The expanse of white stretched endlessly in every direction. Where even are we? Kalia rose slowly, gaze focused on the distant mountains. Northern Scotland, I think. The beacon misfired when I cast the jump. I didn't have time to choose a safe location. We need shelter, Hermione said, her voice regaining strength. We can't stay here long. The longer we're exposed, the harder it will be to get a magical signal out. They trudged across the snow for what felt like hours, relying on Kalia's guidance and the faintest whispers of ley line resonance. Finally, nestled against a crag of ice-slick rock, they found what looked like a collapsed ruin. It wasn't much, but it offered cover from the wind. Hugo conjured a warming charm around the perimeter as Livia raised protective wards. Hermione lit a small fire using old charms she'd learned during her Horcrux hunt with Harry and Ron. Kalia sat by the edge of the circle, staring into the flames. "I failed," she said quietly. "I let him take it." Hugo knelt beside her. "No, you didn't. You saved us. You saved me." She didn't answer at first. Then, almost too softly to hear, she whispered, "He called me by name. He knew me." Hermione looked up sharply. "You think he's someone from your past?" "I don't just think it," Kalia replied, her eyes distant. "I felt it. The way he fought, the way he twisted time, it was familiar. The veiled leader. I think he was part of the Order. Once." The fire crackled, casting long shadows on the stone. "That means he knows how the Crescent Bond works," Hugo said grimly. "And how to undo it." Hermione stood, pacing. "He didn't just want to defeat us. He wanted to test us. Gauge our limits. He could have destroyed us in that vault if he'd wanted to." "He's playing a longer game," Livia said. "The orb was only part of it." "Which means we're already behind," Hugo murmured. Kalia took a deep breath, then stood. "We need answers. Not just from legends and books. Real ones. From someone who lived it." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "You mean someone from the Solstice Order?" Kalia nodded. "There's one place where remnants of the Order might still echo, a hidden sanctum called the Wellspring. It was the heart of the Order's power. If anything remains, it'll be there." "Where is it?" Hugo asked. "Not where, when," Kalia said. "The Wellspring exists outside linear time. You don't travel there by moving through space. You do it by aligning yourself with the Order's resonance." Hermione's eyes widened. "You're talking about dimensional memory travel. That's forbidden magic. Dangerous. If you get caught in the wrong echo, you could lose your mind." "I've walked fragments of it before," Kalia said. "Dreams mostly. But now that the bond's awakened, I can follow the threads." Livia scowled. "And what are the rest of us supposed to do while you drift through time?" "You'll anchor me," Kalia said. "Through the bond. Hugo stays with me, and the rest of you keep us grounded." Hugo didn't hesitate. "I'm in." Hermione hesitated, then nodded. "We'll help. But we do this safely. I'll weave a stasis charm around your bodies while your minds travel. It'll protect you from sudden trauma or interference." They worked quickly. Within an hour, Kalia and Hugo lay side by side in the center of the ruins, surrounded by a ring of carved runes etched into the snow. Hermione and Livia stood watch at the edges, wands ready. Kalia turned her head toward Hugo. "Are you ready for this?" He looked into her eyes. "Always." She closed her eyes and began to chant. The snow around them stopped falling. The wind went still. The air shimmered as the runes ignited with silver light, humming with ancient resonance. Then, in a rush of magic, their bodies stiffened, and their minds plunged into the stream of time. Hugo opened his eyes to find himself standing in a golden forest. The leaves shimmered with memory, each one glowing faintly as if lit from within. The trees were tall, ancient, and the air smelled of magic in its rawest form. Beside him, Kalia was no longer dressed in Hogwarts robes. She wore silver and blue, her hair braided with starlight thread. Her eyes were calm but alert. "This is it," she whispered. "The Wellspring." Before them stood a tower of light, spiraling endlessly into the sky. They stepped forward, and were immediately surrounded by figures in ceremonial robes, their faces shrouded in starlight. "Kalia Evermore," one of them intoned. "You return bearing the crescent's echo. And you bring the other half." The figures stepped aside, revealing an obsidian mirror suspended in the air. "Show us," they said. Kalia reached out, her hand shaking, and placed it against the mirror. A flood of images burst forth. The Solstice Order, standing proud in a circle. The Veiled, once allies, falling into darkness. The leader, him, casting off his name, his robes, and his oaths. He had been called Solon, a guardian, Kalia's mentor, her brother by bond, and he had betrayed them all. Hugo staggered back, overwhelmed. "He was like me," he breathed. "Bound to the Order. Chosen." "He was you," the robed figures said. "In a past cycle. Every bond echoes through lifetimes. You are the next bearer. And he is the one who turned." The image faded, leaving silence in its place. Kalia clenched her fists. Then I must finish what the order could not. No, the figures whispered. You both must. Only together can the bond's power be fulfilled. The tower pulsed with white light. You have seen the truth. Now go. The veiled gather their full strength. The final vault nears awakening. The bond must hold. And with that, the forest began to dissolve. Hugo reached for Kalia. They fell upward, light roaring around them. Back in the ruins, Hermione flinched as the runes pulsed sharply. Then in an instant Hugo and Kalia gasped awake. Snow was falling again. But everything had changed. He was one of us, Kalia said, sitting up. A guardian turned dark. And he's not finished, Hugo whispered. The next vault is waking. They all looked at one another. The war was only beginning. And now, they knew who their enemy truly was. The wind screamed over the highlands as the four of them stood atop a narrow ridge, overlooking the valley where the next vault was said to lie hidden. Hugo gripped his cloak tighter around his shoulders, Kalia beside him, silent but alert. The vision they'd experienced in the wellspring still pulsed fresh in their minds, as vivid as lightning behind their eyes. Hermione set her bag down and unfolded a large, charmed parchment. It revealed ancient ley lines drawn in silver ink, shifting and shimmering like serpents across the map. This valley was once the site of an ancient standing stone circle, she explained. Long before Hogwarts. The Druids called it Veilsoul. But the records go silent after the 3rd century. No mention of it since. Because it vanished, Kalia said. The magic of the vault must have pulled the land out of phase. Exactly, Hermione nodded. We're not looking for a place, we're looking for a magical frequency. If we can match the resonance from the wellspring, we might pull the hidden vault back into reality. But we're not alone anymore, Livia added grimly, eyes scanning the horizon. The Veiled won't let us reach it unchallenged. Not after we saw Solon. At the mention of his name, Hugo's expression tightened. He was one of us. One of the protectors. What changed him? Kalia looked down. Maybe the same thing that could change any of us. Pain. Loss. A belief that the system isn't working. Or the temptation to become the system yourself, Hermione said. Livia turned away from the edge. We have to move before nightfall. The ley line will be weakest then, easier to bend. They descended into the valley, magical wards sweeping ahead of them, brushing aside the illusion spells layered over the land. Kalia traced the echoes with her wand, feeling for resonance like a violinist tuning to a note only she could hear. After 2 hours of silent navigation, they found it. A clearing ringed with the stumps of what had once been towering stones. Nothing left now but moss and broken earth. But the ground hummed, an invisible frequency vibrating in their bones. This is it, Kalia said. She and Hugo stood at the center while Hermione and Livia formed a perimeter, casting protective sigils in the soil. Then Kalia raised her wand and began the chant. The earth trembled. Above them, clouds spiraled into a vortex of silver and deep purple, the light fading from the sun as though the world itself were holding its breath. A low growl rippled through the air, magic older than language, responding to the bond. The broken stones began to glow, outlines of what once was flickering back into view. And then, a scream shattered the silence. Dozens of figures cloaked in black descended from the tree line, veiled, masked, and wand-ready. Solon walked among them without disguise, silver eyes locked on the center of the ritual. Get back! Hermione shouted, unleashing a barrage of defensive spells. Livia darted around the circle, hurling hexes and protective wards like a whirlwind of fire and wind. Hugo stood beside Kalia, their hands clasped, their power focused into the ancient ritual. The vault was so close, visible now in flashes of light, a stone doorway rising from the earth, half-formed but real. Solon raised his hand. The Veiled surged forward, and the ground exploded. Hugo and Kalia were thrown apart as spells slammed into the clearing. Smoke filled the air. Hugo scrambled to his feet, heart pounding, vision blurred. Where was Kalia? Kalia! He shouted, deflecting a bolt of magic. She lay on the ground 10 feet away, a burn across her shoulder but alive. He ran to her, shielding her with his body as curses rained down. Keep the link open, she gasped. We're almost there. Hermione teleported to their side, cast a binding circle, and shouted, You have 10 seconds. After that, I can't hold the veiled back. The vault was fully visible now. A stone arch, engraved with stars and crescent sigils, pulsing with light. We go now, Kalia screamed, grabbing Hugo's hand. Together they stepped through the arch and vanished. The world on the other side was dark. Not night, but the kind of darkness that exists in a place without time. The vault of Veilsoul rose around them, shaped from stone and memory. The walls shifted subtly as though breathing. At the center was a suspended crystal lattice, hovering, rotating slowly, emitting pulses of power like a second heartbeat. This is it, Kalia whispered. A voice echoed around them. Two halves of the crescent bond. One path. One choice. Choose what to preserve. The lattice split into two pieces, one glowing silver, the other deep blue. Kalia reached out instinctively toward the silver. But Hugo stopped her. Wait! He turned to the blue half, and a memory flashed into view. Solon, as he had once been, standing with a younger Kalia beneath a burning sky. Speaking words of hope. A promise to protect the world together. His fall had not begun with hatred, but with grief. The blue holds the past, Hugo murmured. The truth. And the silver holds the future, Kalia said. A chance to reshape it. But only one can be taken, the voice intoned. Kalia turned to Hugo. We have to choose. One path forward. One to leave behind. He took her hand. Then we choose together. They closed their eyes and reached for. Back in the clearing, the battle reached its crescendo. Hermione's spells faltered. Livia was bleeding from a gash across her arm. Solon advanced, his expression blank, wand raised. Then, the vault pulsed. A shockwave of magic erupted from the archway, knocking every veiled off their feet. Hermione staggered, shielding her eyes. From the vault, Hugo and Kalia stepped out, changed. Their eyes gleamed with twin light, one silver, one blue. The vault behind them vanished in a swirl of stardust. Solon froze. Hugo met his gaze. We saw what you were. We know what you became. You could have fixed it all, Solon said. You had the choice. We did, Kalia said. And we chose to remember. Solon's face twisted with rage, but then, for just a second, sorrow flickered in his eyes. The veiled vanished again, retreating into the shadows. The clearing was silent. The second vault was gone. But the bond was stronger than ever. And the final pieces were beginning to fall into place. The clearing lay in eerie silence after the veiled retreated. The snow, churned and scorched from battle, slowly resumed its descent from the darkened sky. Everyone stood still, staring at Hugo and Kalia, who had emerged from the vault with a glow in their eyes that hadn't been there before. A mixture of calm, power, and something older. Hermione was the first to speak. What did you choose? We chose to remember, Hugo said quietly. Not to rewrite the past, but to understand it. Kalia nodded. The truth matters more than erasing mistakes. Solon fell because he wanted to fix everything through force. He thought control was the answer. But we saw what he lost along the way. Livia looked between them, blood still dripping from her arm. And what did you gain from the vault? We saw the origins of the Crescent Bond, Kalia answered. Its creation, its corruption, and its purpose. It was never just power. It was a memory thread, a way to pass knowledge across generations. A safeguard, not a weapon. The final vault, Hermione said, already pulling out her notes. If we have the pattern, the final location should be. Not just a place, Hugo interrupted. A person. Hermione looked up. What do you mean? Kalia glanced at Hugo, then turned to the others. The final vault isn't in stone or buried in ruins. It was hidden inside someone. A living anchor. A keeper. Livia frowned. You're saying a person has carried a magical vault inside them for centuries? No, Kalia said. Not centuries. They were placed into magical stasis, hidden from time until the bond could reach its next phase. Until we were ready. Hugo held up a small rune stone that had materialized in the vault. The lattice from Veilsoul gave us a name. A key. Her name was Elora Vale. She was the first keeper of the final vault. The order hid her away somewhere the veiled couldn't touch. Hermione paled. That's not just a name. Elora Vale was recorded as a myth in early magical texts. She was said to be a seer who vanished the moment her prophecy was fulfilled. Some thought she died during the first great magical collapse. Kalia shook her head. She didn't die. She was hidden beneath Hogwarts. A stunned silence fell. What? Livia said. You're serious? The catacombs, Hermione whispered. There are dozens of layers beneath the school that no one's explored. I always suspected something was sealed there. That's how the basilisk survived so long, remember? The map the vault gave us marked an old chamber under the original foundation, Kalia said. It doesn't appear on any marauder's map, or even in Dumbledore's secret archives. It was buried with the intent to never be found. And now we have to unearth it, Hugo said. They operated back to Hogsmeade and made their way to the castle through the secret tunnel behind Honeydukes. The grounds were calm under a cold winter moon. Night had fallen, but the quiet was deceptive. Professor McGonagall had summoned all staff and Aurors on high alert after the last encounter with the Veiled. Hermione led them through a hidden side entrance and down into the dungeons. No one must know what we're doing, she said. If there's any chance Solon has eyes inside Hogwarts. We'll be shadows, Kalia promised. They reached the lower levels and found a sealed archway hidden behind the armor of an ancient knight. Hermione whispered a spell, and the armor melted into mist, revealing the door. It's protected by layered blood wards, Hermione said. Only someone with a direct connection to the bond can break them. Kalia looked to Hugo. Together? He nodded. They raised their hands and let their magic entwine, their bond sparking as their palms touched the stone. The archway trembled, then split down the middle. A cold wind surged out as the door slid open, revealing a winding staircase leading downward into darkness. They descended slowly, lighting their path with pale blue flames conjured by Kalia. The air thickened with every step, old, unmoving, filled with latent power. At the base, they reached a vast chamber carved from obsidian. Runes spiraled across the walls, pulsing faintly. At the center lay a crystal coffin, suspended in midair by invisible force. Inside, a young woman slept. Her face was serene. Her hair floated gently, as though underwater. Her hands rested over her chest, cradling a silver sphere with starlight inside it. She's still alive, Kalia breathed. Eller Avail, Hugo whispered. As they stepped closer, the sphere began to glow brighter. The runes across the walls flared with white light, and the voice from before, echoing, ancient, spoke again. The final keeper awakens when the crescent stands whole. The coffin opened silently. Ellera's eyes fluttered and opened. She sat up slowly, as though waking from a dream. Her eyes met Kalia's first, eyes that held centuries of memory. You bear the bond, Ellera said softly, and the storm is nearly upon us. You've been waiting for us, Hugo said. Ellera nodded, waiting for the bond to align again. For the one with Solon's echo and the one with the Order's flame. I dreamed of you both again and again. Do you remember what Solon was trying to stop? Kalia asked. Why he fell? I do, Ellera said. But he was wrong. He tried to cut the future free from the past. The bond isn't meant to be severed, it's meant to weave. The final vault holds the knowledge to restore what's broken. Not by destroying it, but by understanding. She stood, stepping barefoot onto the black stone. The moment her feet touched the floor, the entire chamber pulsed. Above them, the runes reconfigured into a sigil, a perfect crescent enclosing a star. Ellera turned to them. Solon will make his move soon. The eclipse nears. And when it arrives, he will try to sever the threads of fate forever. What do we do? Hugo asked. You fight, Ellera said, her voice gaining strength. Not just with spells. With memory, with unity, with the truth. And where will you go? Livia asked. Ellera looked upward, toward the stone ceiling. To the surface. The world must see that the past isn't dead. It breathes, it lives, and it still has something to teach us. For the first time, Kalia smiled. The final vault has awakened, she said. But Hermione's face was grim. Then the final battle may be closer than we feared. Snow blanketed the Hogwarts grounds as morning light pierced through a veil of dark clouds. It was a deceptive calm, hiding the tremors beginning to shake the foundations of the magical world. Beneath the castle, in the depths of the newly revealed chamber, Ellera Vale stood wrapped in a cloak conjured by Hermione, her starlit eyes taking in her surroundings as though waking from a millennia-old dream. The group, Hugo, Kalia, Hermione, and Livia, stood around her like a council of watchful guardians. The air shimmered with power. The runes overhead still glowed faintly with the mark of the crescent bond. "Where is he now?" Hugo asked. "Solon." Elora closed her eyes, hands outstretched as if feeling the ripples in time. "He moves west, toward the Isles of Firth. There's an ancient convergence point there, deep beneath the sea. If he reaches it during the eclipse, he can fracture the ley lines and sever the crescent permanently. He means to cut off the magical world from its past," Kalia said. "Just like we feared. But to reach the Isles of Firth," Hermione said, pulling out her maps, "he'll have to pass near the Scottish ley nodes. That gives us a chance to intercept." "He won't travel alone," Livia warned. "The veiled follow him like shadows, and after what happened in the valley, they'll be more aggressive." "Then we need help," Hugo said firmly. "We can't do this alone anymore. The Order, the Ministry, anyone still willing to fight for the truth needs to hear what we've seen. What we've uncovered." Hermione nodded slowly. "Agreed. We'll summon the Circle of Nine." Livia blinked. "I thought they disbanded after the last war." "They did," Hermione replied. "But I still have their contact runes." She placed her wand to the runes embedded in her wrist and whispered a complex spell in Latin. The air shimmered and golden embers flew upward and out through the ceiling. Messages carried by magic to the hidden guardians of the magical world. "The circle will meet us at the Standing Hall by dusk," Hermione said. "We'll tell them everything." By twilight, the group stood at the center of the Standing Hall, an ancient amphitheater hidden deep within the Scottish Highlands, accessible only through runic pathways passed down through secret magical bloodlines. Torches flared to life on the obsidian walls as the Circle of Nine began to appear. Witches and wizards from across the globe, cloaked and stern. An elder wizard with silver-braided hair stepped forward. "You are late, Granger." "I was busy unlocking the last living vault," she replied coolly. That silenced the room. Hermione stepped aside as Elora emerged from the shadows, drawing audible gasps from the gathered council. "This cannot be," a stern witch said. "Elora Vale is a legend." "I was," Elora said. "Now I'm awake." She stepped forward into the firelight, her presence commanding yet serene. "The Crescent Bond is in danger. Solon means to unmake it. If he succeeds, magic will no longer flow with memory. History will unravel." Another wizard from the circle, younger and suspicious, narrowed his eyes. "And why should we believe you're not just a weapon of Solon yourself? A false vision conjured by those seeking power." Hugo stepped forward. "Because I saw what's at stake. I've stood in the vaults. I've seen what Solon lost, and what he's willing to destroy to rewrite the past. He doesn't want to erase pain," Kalia added. "He wants to erase the memory of it. But that's what makes us who we are." The eldest member of the circle, a quiet woman with eyes like moonlight, rose from her seat. "Then we must stop him. If the eclipse is the moment of severance, we have little time." 3 nights, Elora confirmed. "We intercept him before he reaches the Firth Isles. Or we lose the bond forever." The circle murmured, a low rumble of tension and resolve. Hermione raised her wand. "We'll split into 3 teams. One will protect Hogwarts, the place where the Crescent once anchored. One will delay Solon's advance near the ley convergences. And the last team, ours, will meet him at the Firth." "I'll go to the Isles," Livia said at once. "He'll expect me." "You're not going alone," Hugo said. "Kalia and I will go with you. We started this together." Hermione looked between them. "Then I'll stay with Elora. If something happens to her, everything we've done will be for nothing." The circle disbanded with a vow. They would stand for the memory of magic, no matter the cost. The next day, under a sky swelling with storm clouds, Hugo and Kalia prepared their gear in the old Ravenclaw tower. He buckled his travel robes and checked his wand, but his hand hesitated at the hilt of the dagger Kalia had given him months ago. "You're thinking about him," she said. "Solon." Hugo looked up. "I am. I saw the person he was. He wasn't just evil. He cared. That's what makes him dangerous." "He still cares," Kalia said. "Just not about the right things anymore." "Do you think he can be saved?" Kalia didn't answer for a long time. Then she looked out the frost-touched window. "I think, if there's even a sliver of him left, we'll find it." Outside, a distant rumble echoed from the sea. The tide was shifting. The eclipse, still 2 nights away, was already influencing the magical flow across the continent. Hermione met them in the entrance hall as they prepared to leave. She embraced Hugo tightly. "You've grown into something I could never have imagined," she whispered. "I'm proud of you." "I learned from the best," Hugo said with a soft smile. She turned to Kalia. "Protect each other." "We always do," Kalia promised. As they stepped into the storm, the wind carried the scent of salt and lightning. The Isles of Firth awaited. So did Solon. And the choice that could define the fate of magic itself. The sea was restless beneath the storm-churned sky, waves crashing against jagged rocks as if warning the intruders to turn back. Hugo, Kalia, and Livia stood at the edge of the cliff on the western coast, cloaks snapping in the wind. Below, the stone arches of the ancient Firth ruins jutted out from the sea like the ribs of a long-dead leviathan. "This place feels like it remembers," Kalia said quietly, her voice barely rising above the wind. "It does," Livia replied. "Some say it was built before Hogwarts. Before wand lore. The currents of magic that run through this island are older than anything the Ministry understands." Hugo scanned the horizon. "Do we know where Solon will make landfall?" Livia knelt and pressed her palm to the wet ground. Threads of gold light spidered from her fingertips, sweeping out over the rocks and sea. Her eyes glowed faintly as she tapped into the ley lines. "There," she said, pointing to a crescent-shaped atoll half-submerged in the ocean. "He'll arrive there. At dusk." "That's tonight," Kalia said. "We don't have time to prepare defenses." "No," Hugo agreed. "But we can prepare ourselves." They moved swiftly, descending through the rocks to reach the heart of the ruins. A massive archway greeted them, half-collapsed and overgrown with sea moss. Inside, the ground sloped down into a great bowl-shaped chamber lined with statues of forgotten figures, guardians, perhaps, or prisoners of time. The magic here was thick, coiling around their wands like living mist. Kalia stopped in front of one of the statues, gazing up at the blank-eyed face. "This isn't stone," she whispered. "It's memory. Solidified. He's already started." Livia's wand flared. "Then we're not early. We're barely in time." As they pressed deeper into the ruins, the temperature dropped. The sky outside dimmed as the first signs of the eclipse appeared, a halo of shadow creeping toward the sun. Then they felt it. A presence. Not just footsteps or sound awareness. Like being seen from within your own soul. Hugo raised his wand. "He's here." From the far end of the chamber, Solon emerged. His cloak was black, trimmed with silver thread, and his face was uncovered for the first time. He looked like a man caught between ages, his eyes ancient, but his expression young. Haunted. Driven. He didn't raise his wand. He didn't speak right away. Instead, he looked at Kalia. "I hoped it wouldn't come to this," he said softly. "You could have ruled. You could have helped fix everything. You don't fix the world by hollowing out its memory," she said. "You just kill it slowly." Solon stepped forward. "You still don't understand. The world as it is a monument to grief. To cycles of pain. The bond was supposed to be a way forward, but they corrupted it. They turned it into a shackle. It was never the bond that enslaved us," Hugo said, stepping beside Kalia. "It was fear. And now you're ruled by it." Solon looked at him with something close to pity. "You're brave. You remind me of myself before I broke." "Then maybe you remember how to stop," Hugo said. Solon's gaze hardened. "I remember everything." The air snapped. The magic in the chamber twisted as Solon raised his hand. Not his wand, but a small, black crystal pulsing with shifting light. "The Severance Core," Livia breathed. Solon whispered a spell, and the core flared. Around them, the statues began to move. Not come to life, but collapse. Shattering into streams of raw memory that swirled and surged toward the core. "He's draining the ancient memories," Kalia said. "Trying to overload the crescent's anchor." They acted instantly. Livia conjured a barrier of runes to contain the core's energy. Kalia launched a surge of white flame at the streams of memory, scattering them like fireflies. Hugo lunged forward, casting a mirror spell to deflect the backlash from the collapsing ley lines. Solon didn't flinch. "Every time you resist, you force my hand." "You were always going to do this," Kalia said. Solon narrowed his eyes. "I'm not the monster you think I am." "No," Hugo said, lowering his wand slowly. "You're worse. Because you know what you're doing is wrong, and you're doing it anyway." Solon's jaw clenched. The ground beneath them shook as the core reached full intensity. Light poured from it, arching toward the eclipse forming in the sky above. A beam of shadowed energy rose into the air. If it connected fully with the sun's shadow, the severance would be complete. Kalia sprinted forward, her magic flaring like a comet. She collided with the beam, her bond burning against the arcane tether. Solon shouted, lashing out with a storm of violet lightning. Hugo shielded her, taking the brunt of the blast. He hit the ground hard, but kept his wand raised. "Stop this," he shouted. "You want to protect the world? Then protect it. Don't destroy the thing that binds us together." Solon faltered. Just for a second. His hand shook. Then a voice echoed through the ruins, not from any of them, but from the stone itself. It was Elora. "Solon, the Crescent remembers you. It remembers who you were. Before fear. Before fury." The ruins responded, glowing with that same starlight from the vault. The beam paused, no longer pure destruction, but caught between collapse and remembrance. Kalia, still holding the tether, looked up. "You can stop it, Solon. End it your way. Not with rage, but with memory." Solon looked around him. At the ruins, at the sea, at the eclipse overhead. And for the first time, his face cracked, not with anger, but with sorrow. He whispered a word. The core dimmed. The beam faded. The severance failed. And the silence that followed felt like the deep breath of the world exhaling. Solon fell to his knees. I tried," he murmured. "I just wanted to stop the pain." Kalia walked to him and knelt beside him. "Then let's start healing it. Together." Livia lowered her wand. Hugo closed his eyes, heart pounding. The eclipse reached its peak. And the world did not break. The storm had broken. Above the Isles of Firth, the clouds finally parted as the eclipse reached its end, letting sunlight filter down in golden shafts. What had moments ago felt like the brink of magical collapse now shimmered with the hush of dawn, a dawn long overdue. Solon knelt in the center of the ruins, exhausted and broken. The Severance core, once a volatile storm of energy, now lay dull and inert at his side, its swirling darkness stilled into quiet ash. Kalia stayed beside him, her hand resting on his shoulder. Not as a prisoner's guard, but as someone who had once believed he could be saved. Livia stood nearby, her eyes on the horizon, wand lowered but ready. Hugo remained on one knee, wand still gripped tightly, breathing heavily but no longer expecting an attack. From the distant cliffs, a soft crack sounded. A golden ripple marked the arrival of Hermione and Elora, emerging from a portkey. Hermione rushed to Hugo first, grabbing his shoulders, checking him over. "Are you all right?" He gave a weak smile. "Little bruised. But we did it. We stopped him." Elora's gaze drifted toward Solon, her expression unreadable. She stepped forward with measured calm, stopping just short of him. "You remember now," she said gently. "Don't you?" Solon looked up at her. "Too much. It's all rushing back, the good, the terrible. Everything I tried to erase." He closed his eyes. "And I realize now that I wasn't trying to save the world. I was trying to escape it." Elora knelt and placed her palm over his heart. "Memory doesn't have to be your prison. It can be your redemption." The ruins pulsed faintly around them, the ley lines flickering in subtle patterns beneath their feet. The land itself seemed to be responding to Solon's surrender. The ancient magics, once on the verge of corruption, were beginning to restore their rhythm. Hermione stood back, watching the exchange with a mixture of awe and caution. "So what happens now? We can't just let him go." "No," Elora agreed. "But neither should we destroy him. The Crescent bond is about remembrance, not punishment." Livia spoke up, folding her arms. "He endangered the entire magical world. Lives were lost. Whole timelines nearly fractured. He will answer for that," Hermione said, her voice firm. "But not through the Ministry. Not through Azkaban. That would only bury the truth again." "So what then?" Hugo asked. "We let the Crescent judge him," Elora said, "as it once judged the worthy. He must walk the path of reconciliation." Kalia frowned. "That hasn't been done in centuries." "No," Elora said, "because until now, no one survived the breaking." At those words, Solon looked up, tears tracing clean paths through the soot on his face. "If I walk it, there's no guarantee I'll return." "That's the point," Elora replied. "It isn't about returning. It's about becoming something else. Solon looked to Hugo, then to Kalia, and finally to Elora. Then I'll go. Hermione nodded slowly. We'll prepare the passage. But first, there's something we must all do. 2 days later, they gathered again, this time at Hogwarts. The great hall was bathed in warm candlelight. Students had returned, though the mood remained hushed, reverent. The events of the past week had spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. The near destruction of the Crescent, the reappearance of Elora Vale, the fall of Solon Sorn. Hugo and Kalia stood side by side at the front of the hall as Hermione addressed the assembly. Her voice carried strength and clarity, echoing through the arches of the centuries-old chamber. Magic is not simply power. It is memory, connection. The stories we pass, the pain we endure, the lessons we preserve. The Crescent bond is not a chain, it is a bridge between what was and what can be. She looked at the sea of young witches and wizards before her. We nearly lost that, but we did not, thanks to those who dared to remember. Elora stepped forward next. The room fell into a breathless silence. Though most did not know her, they felt her, as if she were a living echo of everything Hogwarts had ever stood for. In the days to come, the magical world will be tested, she said. Not by war, but by truth. And truth, like magic, does not bow easily. It must be nurtured, defended, remembered. Solon stood at the far end of the room, surrounded by ancient wardens of the Crescent Path. A soft golden tether bound his wrists, not as shackles, but as a marker of choice. He would walk the path of reconciliation alone. Before he departed, Hugo approached him. I hated you, Hugo said honestly. For a long time. I hated myself longer, Solon replied. You still might not make it. I know. Hugo extended his hand. Solon stared at it. Then slowly he took it. I'm sorry, Solon whispered. I know, Hugo said. Now go remember who you were, and find who you can be. That night, after the farewells had ended and the echoes of applause and candlelight faded, Hugo sat alone beneath the stars on the astronomy tower. Kalia joined him silently, handing him a steaming mug of cocoa. You really think he can change? She asked. Hugo took a sip. I think he already did. Maybe not enough. But enough to want more. The sky above was clear now. No signs of darkness. No omens of catastrophe. Just stars, vast and countless, like a memory the world had chosen to keep. We saved the Crescent, Kalia said softly. But I think it saved us too. Hugo smiled faintly. Yeah, maybe it did. In the quiet between them, the world settled. But far to the east, beyond even the vision of Hogwarts' tallest tower, something stirred. A shadow, not of destruction, but of inquiry. For when one story ends, another waits in its place, eager to be remembered. The halls of the Department of Mysteries were quiet, eerily so. Long corridors of silver light stretched between doors that led to rooms few dared to enter. After the events surrounding Solon's near severance of the Crescent, the unspeakables had doubled their efforts to analyze the arcane damage. But something wasn't sitting right with them. And it started with the dust. Hermione stood outside the time chamber, a report clutched in her hand. Hugo and Kalia were beside her, reading the final line of the scroll from the research team. Residual entropy signatures traced to unknown origin. Evidence of temporally anchored presence within Crescent event resonance. Source active. Hermione lowered the scroll slowly. There's someone, or something, that didn't just observe Solon's attempt. It fed on it. Kalia's brow furrowed. Fed how? Magic doesn't just disappear, Hugo said grimly. Especially not at that scale. The Severance core built up so much force it should have caused an implosion. But it didn't. That means something siphoned off the excess. And left a footprint, Hermione added, stepping into the chamber. Inside, the massive hourglasses suspended in gravity-defying circles had begun to flicker. One of them, deep black sand with streaks of silver, was cracked. Hermione approached it slowly. This one didn't exist last week. Someone tampered with time? Kalia asked, alarmed. No, Hermione said. Someone added a new branch. Hugo leaned closer, feeling a chill. Are we saying there's a timeline no one remembers? Hermione nodded. Created by force, but maintained by will. And whoever's behind it is powerful enough to remain hidden even from the Department of Mysteries. Before any of them could speak again, the room shuddered. From the far wall, the surface rippled like disturbed water. A symbol burned into view, a downward spiral, encircled by 7 stars. Hugo stepped back. That's not crescent magic. No, Hermione whispered. That's precursor. The precursor order had been lost to time. More myth than reality. Whispers of witches and wizards from the age before Hogwarts, who crafted magic from the raw essence of existence. Their spells required no wands. Their oaths lasted generations. And their enemies? Time, death, and memory. Kalia's voice trembled slightly. Are they returning? Or waking? Hermione said. The severance attempt might have cracked something deeper. Something older. The ripple faded, but the damage was done. The hourglass crumbled into ash. And all 3 of them felt it, a pull like a string being tugged at the base of the spine. Not painful, but unmistakable. Later that day, Hugo found himself wandering the Hogwarts library. The shelves seemed more ancient than ever, the musty scent of dust and parchment clinging to the air like incense. He traced his fingers along the rows of spines until he reached a small, barely marked section. Unanchored lore. It was where books went when they had no remembered author. Texts that appeared after magical surges, volumes filled with language that defied translation. One such book was humming. He reached for it. The moment he touched the cover, the world tilted. He was standing in a field. Not just a field, the field. The one from his visions. Golden grass waving in slow motion. A pale sun hovering just above the horizon. No shadows. No sound. Just stillness. Then a figure appeared. She wore robes of stitched stars. Her face was obscured by a veil of light. But her presence felt ancient, regal. She extended a hand to him. You are bonded to the world, child. But the world itself is bound to us. Who are you? Hugo asked. We are what came before the bond. Before memory. We are the keepers of the first circle. He felt the weight of her words ripple through his chest. Solon was only the first whisper, she continued. There will be others. Those who seek to rewrite the fabric of what is. Why show me this? Hugo asked. Because you remember, she said simply. And because your line has always remembered. Then the field folded into itself like paper, and he gasped awake in the library. The book was gone. Kalia was beside him, panic in her eyes. You vanished. Just blinked out. For almost 10 minutes. I saw them, Hugo murmured. I think I saw the ones who came before the bond. Kalia helped him sit upright. What did they want? To warn us. That Solon wasn't the end. He was the start of something bigger. That evening, Hermione summoned them to the Room of Requirement. It had shaped itself into a war room. Maps of magical energy pulsing across the walls, markers showing unstable nexuses all over Europe. They're awakening, Hermione said. Precursor remnants. Maybe not all sentient, but active. Someone or something is trying to connect with them. Livia arrived shortly after, her face tight with urgency. The Crescent Vault in Prague is gone, she said without preamble. Not breached, removed. Erased from magical history. What does that even mean? Hugo asked. It means, Hermione said, someone is rewriting magical reality itself. A heavy silence fell. For a moment, it felt like Solon's severance attempt had merely torn the veil. And what now emerged from beneath the ashes would test every bond left standing. Hugo didn't sleep that night. Not really. Every time he shut his eyes, he saw her again. The veiled figure in the stitched star robes, the impossible field of golden grass, the strange pressure of ancient memory. It wasn't just a dream. It was a summoning. A tether. Morning broke over Hogwarts with a hazy fog blanketing the grounds, rolling in from the forbidden forest as if the land itself were uncertain of the day to come. In the headmistress's office, Hermione stood with arms folded, facing an enchanted display that hovered midair, a slow-turning globe that marked every crescent vault, node, and beacon in the world. 5 had already dimmed. 1 had vanished entirely. Magical bonds, centuries old, were unraveling, and fast. Livia paced behind her. I ran a trace on the sigil, the spiral with 7 stars. It's not just precursor, it predates their codices. Only one text even references it directly. Hermione turned. Which one? Livia hesitated. The Codex Anachrones. Hermione's expression darkened. That's locked in the Department of Mystery's deep vault. No one's touched it in centuries. Exactly, Livia said. But 2 nights ago it flickered back into view. Someone reactivated it. Before Hermione could respond, the fireplace burst into emerald flame and Kalia stepped through, cloak singed, her wand already drawn. I found something, she said breathlessly. Or rather, it found me. She held up a scroll bound in braided silver thread. Its parchment shimmered slightly, not fully real, as though it existed between moments. Hermione reached for it carefully, but before she could unbind it, Hugo entered the office, his face pale. They're calling again. Hermione looked at him sharply. The keepers? He nodded. And I think they want us to see. He held up his wand and tapped the air in front of him. A pulse of golden magic expanded outward, and from it emerged an echo of the memory he'd been shown. The field, the figure, and then something new. Another silhouette appeared behind the veiled woman. Taller, cloaked in a smoky black robe adorned with glyphs that seemed to move like ink in water. Its face was obscured entirely, even in memory. But the moment it came into view, the golden sky darkened, and the figure raised a long, jointed hand to Hugo's memory image. The entire vision distorted. Shuddered. Then the voice came. Not all memory is meant to remain. Some truths unremembered are mercy itself. The memory imploded. The office went dead silent. Hermione looked between them. We're not dealing with time magic. We're dealing with memory magic at its most primal. They're trying to erase the foundation of magical history itself. Hugo whispered, It's not about power anymore. It's about what exists. Later that day, they descended into the Hogwarts substructure. Beneath the moving staircases, past the stone guardians, lay a sealed passage few knew existed, the Vault of Wormglass. It was a remnant from the founder's time, Slytherin's design, according to legend. A chamber that contained fragments of ancient magical memory, pieces so volatile that they were locked away in crystallized glass. Elora had called it the Fallback Vault. They stood before the entrance, a round arch without door or keyhole, only a riddle carved into the stone in flowing Parseltongue. What binds magic to meaning? Hermione stepped forward. Truth, she said. Nothing. Kalia tried, will. Still nothing. Hugo stared at the inscription, feeling a buzz at the back of his skull. He stepped forward and whispered, Memory. The arch pulsed softly, then opened. Inside, the chamber was circular, walls lined with translucent panels of glass embedded with flickers of light and color. Some showed moments, snapshots of spells cast, of oaths taken, of love and betrayal, of loss and birth. They were living memories, unattached to people, anchorless. But one was shattering. In the far corner, a deep blue shard spiderwebbed with cracks. Within it, a vision of a wandless duel in the First Era, 2 witches conjuring lightning from their bare hands. The memory was dying. Hermione rushed forward. No, this isn't supposed to happen. As she reached out, a burst of black smoke surged from the memory glass and coalesced into the spiral and star's sigil. It hovered in the air like a brand, and behind it a whisper. The archive must forget, or all will be unmade. Hugo flinched as pain lanced through his temple. Kalia gripped her wand tighter, but her eyes widened in alarm. I can't remember the spell I just used, she whispered. Hermione looked up in horror. It's happening already. They regrouped that evening in the room of requirement, transformed once again, this time into a circular strategy chamber. The room's walls bore magical charts tracking fading spell lines across the world. The precursor threat isn't an invasion, Hermione said. It's a reversion, a rollback of magic's very evolution. They're targeting foundational spells, ancient moments, key magical memories. Livia leaned over the table. If they erase enough magic as we know it might collapse. No Hogwarts. No wands. No bonds. We're fighting to remember, Hugo said softly. Kalia met his gaze. Then we need to anchor the truth before it's lost. They looked at one another, silent agreement forming. A plan was taking shape. They would rebuild the crescent from within, not just with magic, but with remembrance. They would bind the memories of the magical world, person by person, moment by moment, into an unbreakable web. And they would start with themselves, even if it meant diving deeper into the past than anyone had dared before. The room of requirement shimmered as it shifted into yet another form, an open chamber lit by countless floating orbs, each glowing softly with swirling silver mist. These were memory vessels, summoned by Hermione with an ancient spell that dated back to the founding of the Department of Mysteries. But this time, the memories within them were not anonymous. They were personal. Each orb carried moments from their own lives, bonded threads, spells cast, pain endured, and love felt. They were fragments of what tethered them not just to magic, but to one another. The only way to resist the precursor unraveling, Hermione said, her voice calm but firm, is to make memory unerasable. We must bind our lives to the crescent, and to each other. Livia raised an eyebrow. You're talking about a soul weave, aren't you? That's banned magic. Not the corrupted version, Hermione said. The original, before it was ever used for control. Kalia stepped closer to one of the orbs, watching as it pulsed with a fragment of her first spell cast at Hogwarts. You mean we anchor our existence to memory itself? Hermione nodded. If we can create a living lattice, a web of shared magical remembrance, it will resist even the precursor influence. But it must be forged voluntarily. No compulsion, no force, and no forgetting. Hugo, silent until now, took a step forward. Then let's do it. They gathered in a circle. Hermione extended her wand, as did the others. Silver threads shimmered out of their tips, connecting to the memory orbs floating around them. One by one, the orbs pulsed and began to circle, weaving around them in a slow, spiraling dance. Hermione began the incantation. Memoratio invicta. Cognitio vincula. Vita unitas. The others echoed the words, their voices harmonizing into something ancient and resonant. The threads of memory thickened, pulsing with color, scarlet for loyalty, gold for courage, blue for wisdom, and green for will. A pattern emerged around them, a web, alive and luminous. Then something unexpected happened. The magic responded, not just to them, but beyond them. A ripple passed through Hogwarts itself. Paintings paused mid-motion. The walls of the castle vibrated faintly. Far below, the foundations groaned like they were remembering their own construction. It's working, Kalia whispered. But with that success came a warning. Suddenly, the center of the room darkened. One of the memory orbs turned black, its surface boiling with shadow. Get back! Livia shouted. Too late. The orb cracked with a piercing shriek, and from within it emerged a figure cloaked in fractal robes, face shrouded by mist. Not solid. Not real. A memory echo. But ancient. It hovered above them, arms spread. I see what you build. It will not stand. Hermione stepped forward, wand raised. You're not welcome here. You speak of welcome, as if this world is still yours to hold. The figure reached toward the soul weave. The threads recoiled, hissing, but it had already touched them. A sliver of memory, just a spark, was consumed. A scream echoed from Kalia's mouth. She staggered, grabbing her head. I don't remember my brother's name. I had a brother. Hugo caught her before she fell. Hermione turned her wand toward the figure. Eversus memoria. A beam of blinding white light shot from her wand. It hit the specter, causing it to dissolve into a cloud of fragmented whispers. The orb shattered. The room slowly returned to normal. But the damage was done. Kalia knelt in shock. He's gone from me. Hermione lowered her wand, her voice heavy with sorrow. They're probing the weave, testing its strength, trying to find weak points in our identities. Livia grit her teeth. Then we need more than just our memories. Hermione's eyes lit up. We need the worlds. That evening, they gathered in the Hogwarts library, where Hugo pulled down a large, dusty volume, the Living Archive. It was a spellbook turned grimoire, created by the founders to bind the essence of Hogwarts experiences into enchanted text. It wasn't widely known. It updated itself only when major magical events occurred within its walls. If they could expand it, rewrite its enchantments, they might be able to turn Hogwarts itself into a bulwark of memory. A memory stronghold, Hugo said aloud. That's what we need. Livia ran her fingers along the edge of the page. We'll need more than enchantments. We'll need witnesses. People to contribute memories willingly. To make them living defenses. Hermione stood tall. Then we start summoning them. Every ally. Every student, present or former. Anyone who remembers the truth. Over the next week, Hogwarts became a beacon. Familiar faces arrived one by one. Neville Longbottom, now head of herbology, arrived with a trunk full of enchanted seeds that bloomed with historical spells. Luna Lovegood swept in from her magical creature expedition with crystal memory bonds from the spirit stags of the north. Even Professor Flitwick returned to teach the students how to weave their happiest memories into charm spells that could resist alteration. Former students returned in droves, each donating fragments of who they were. Their memories were poured into a new hall of remembering, crafted within the room of requirement and sealed with a soulmark ritual. The castle pulsed with magic again, and slowly the precursor whispers weakened. But just as they began to believe they had turned the tide, Livia burst into the chamber with a letter clutched in her hand. Her face was ashen. "It's from the Ministry." Hermione took it and read silently, her jaw tightening. "What is it?" Hugo asked. Hermione looked up, eyes blazing. "They're shutting us down." "What?" "They're calling it ritual instability. They think we're tampering with ancient magic irresponsibly. They're ordering all magical memory bonding to cease, effective immediately." Kalia swore. "They're being influenced, aren't they?" Hermione gave a grim nod. "Someone got to them. Or worse, they've forgotten who they even were." The web of memory they had forged now stood at the edge of a precipice. To hold the world together, they'd need more than resistance. They would need to remind it of itself. The order arrived at dawn. A sealed ministry scroll, fastened with the emerald wax of the Department of Magical Integrity, floated into the great hall in front of Hermione and hovered above the breakfast table like an executioner's blade. The entire hall had fallen silent. Hermione broke the seal with a reluctant sigh. The scroll unfurled and read itself aloud in a cold, mechanical voice. By decree of the Wisengamot, all unauthorized enchantments involving memory tethering, temporal binding, or soul weaving are to cease immediately. All practitioners and collaborators are to report to the Ministry for examination and debrief. Non-compliance will be met with containment. A stunned silence followed. Then Hugo spoke, his voice cold. "They think we're the problem." Hermione's hands clenched the parchment, crumpling it. "Or worse, they don't remember what the real problem is." Professor McGonagall, who had quietly entered moments before, now stepped forward beside Hermione. "It's not the Ministry I served," she said bitterly. "They wouldn't have issued such a decree unless their memories had already been compromised." Kalia stood. "Then it's happening faster than we feared. The precursor spell work. It's not just targeting magical records anymore. It's rewriting people." Livia pulled out her enchanted map of magical influence. Red threads once spread evenly across the wizarding world. Now large swaths were blank. Entire departments, schools, enclaves, gone from the magical network. Not physically, but forgotten. Hermione rose to her full height. "Then we no longer have time to appeal to bureaucracy. We act independently. The Crescent Vault's protections must be completed, or we'll lose the ability to protect memory itself." Hugo looked at her. "You mean defy the Ministry?" "I mean we act before they forget there was ever a ministry to begin with." That evening, beneath layers of illusion and secrecy charms, Hermione convened a hidden council in the Shrieking Shack. It had once housed Lupin's werewolf transformations, and now, fittingly, it became a haven for those battling a transformation of the mind. Neville, Luna, Flitwick, and a dozen others joined. Even Kingsley Shacklebolt appeared through a shadow step charm, wearing a deep frown. "The order's wording," he said after hearing the situation, "was too uniform, too exact. That wasn't a ministry voice. That was scripted by something else." "Possession?" Kalia asked. "Not in the traditional sense," Hermione replied. "But if the precursor force can manipulate or erase memories, they wouldn't need Imperius. They'd just need to reshape identity." Luna's voice was distant but sure. "A world forgetting itself becomes a tool. A clean slate for rewriting. The Ministry is no longer the Ministry. It's a mirror with no reflection." Hugo's eyes narrowed. "Then we're no longer preserving memory. We're fighting to keep truth itself alive." Operation Archive was born that night. Their mission was simple. Awaken the last true memory keepers across the magical world and embed their living essence into the crescent web. These memory lighthouses would be immune to precursor influence, protected by the soul weave and anchored in preserved identity. But locating them would be far from simple. Livia unfurled a centuries-old map, known as the Cartograph of Concordia. It didn't track places, but people, those who had formed oaths so binding they etched themselves into magical continuity. It shimmered with dozens of names. Many had already dimmed. Only 5 remained brightly lit. 5 memory lighthouses, Hermione whispered. We find them, protect them, and bind them to the crescent. Where's the first? Hugo asked. Livia pointed to a pulsing name near the northern edge of the map. Erasmus Pike, the archivist of Durmstrang. Traveling to Durmstrang was dangerous. Its new headmaster had already declared allegiance to the ministry's memory edict. Visitors were forbidden. But the shrieking shack held more than echoes. It held passages long forgotten. One such passage, a hidden flowway, cold and jagged, led directly to the mountains near the school's border. Hugo, Kalia, and Livia traveled under Polyjuice disguise, with Hermione staying behind to anchor the crescent. They reached Durmstrang's perimeter at dusk. The air was sharp, heavy with enchantments meant to deflect intrusion. But Kalia, drawing on her old Auror training, found a weakness in the East Ward. Slipping through with cloaks enchanted by Luna herself, they passed through the spires of Durmstrang like shadows. Erasmus Pike was found not in a library, but a crypt. The ancient archivist lived below the school, surrounded by relics of magical treaties, memory fragments, and a mechanical raven that recited quotes from forgotten wizards. He was pale, gaunt, eyes like silvered mirrors. And yet, the moment he saw Hugo, he spoke clearly. You've come for the spiral web. Hugo blinked. You remember? I remember everything, Erasmus whispered. That's why they've been trying to erase me for weeks. He lifted a small crystal from his desk. Inside shimmered a vision of Hogwarts, glowing from within, its walls filled with golden threads, alive with shared remembrance. It's begun then, Erasmus said. The last crescent. We need to bind you to it, Livia said. Before they reach you. They already have, Erasmus said. Behind them, the walls shook. A wave of silence blanketed the corridor. A shadow passed over the crypt entrance. The headmaster of Durmstrang stood at the threshold, his eyes blank. Empty. Step away from the relic, he said in a hollow voice. You do not remember why you came. But Hugo didn't falter. He turned to Erasmus. Please. Now. Erasmus nodded and raised the crystal. Cognitum viventum. The crystal flared with silver light. Threads burst from it, wrapping around Erasmus, then Hugo, Livia, and Kalia. A blinding pulse knocked the headmaster back into the hall, screaming. Erasmus gasped, falling to his knees. It's done. My memories, they're yours now. A part of the weave. You'll forget us, won't you? Hugo asked gently. I already am, Erasmus whispered. But the memory will remember you. They fled the crypt as alarms rang above them. Back in Hogwarts, Hermione welcomed them into the restored Hall of Remembering. The crescent shape now glowed brighter, one new thread woven into the web. One down, Livia breathed. 4 to go, Kalia said grimly. Hermione placed her hand on Hugo's shoulder. We'll do this. Together. But as they walked away, far below the castle, in the deepest vault of the Room of Requirement, a single orb flickered. Then went dark. A forgotten name was lost. And somewhere in the world, a wizard awoke in bed with tears on his face, not knowing why. The orb that went dark beneath Hogwarts signaled more than the loss of a name. It was a tear in the tapestry, a thread of memory snipped without warning. In the Hall of Remembering, Hermione stood alone before it, eyes fixed on the floating fragment as it faded into nothingness. She could still feel the memory trying to return. A boy with green robes. A laugh echoing in the courtyard. A shared duel behind the broom shed. But no name came, no anchor. And when she reached into the weave to trace him back, she found emptiness. They're not just erasing names anymore, she said aloud. They're targeting connections. The thought chilled her. Back in the war, Voldemort sought power through fear and blood. The precursor force was far subtler, and perhaps more dangerous. It wasn't destroying people. It was unmaking the glue between them. By midday, the Resistance Council gathered again, this time in the old astronomy tower, where the stars above offered some measure of clarity. The second name on the cartograph had begun flickering. Marceline Brodeur, keeper of the wandering truth. Luna stood near the telescope, her eyes closed. I remember her. She traveled through time in fractured loops, chased knowledge through forgotten dimensions. They said her memories could rewrite history if bound to the wrong spell. And she was a friend? Hermione asked. Luna smiled faintly. Sometimes. Other times, she didn't know me at all. Time's funny like that. Kalia leaned forward. If she's that powerful, why isn't she hidden? She is, Luna said. But not by distance. By pattern. You don't find Marceline by walking. You find her by remembering what was never meant to be remembered. Hugo frowned. That sounds impossible. Not impossible, Luna said. Just deeply inconvenient. To locate Marceline, they needed an artifact known as the Chronoveritas dial, hidden for centuries in the Department of Mystery's time chamber. It was forbidden, unstable, and known to fracture memory if misused. But Hermione had seen it once. On her third year's time-turner mission, a ministry official had shown her the dial briefly, an obsidian disc engraved with runes that spun through probabilities instead of hours. With McGonagall's covert help, and Neville forging a distraction at the Flu Nexus, they infiltrated the ministry under stealth enchantments. The Department of Mysteries had changed. Dark glass walls reflected not people, but warped images of their younger selves. Echoes of paths not taken. I hate this place, Hugo muttered. It feels like my thoughts are watching me. They slipped past the death chamber, then through the Veil Hall, where Kalia paused, feeling the pull of voices beyond. We're not meant to linger, Hermione said gently, tugging her away. Finally, they reached the time chamber. The Chronoveritas dial sat on a pedestal of stone that pulsed with warped magic. The room bent around it like the memory of a dream. Hermione stepped forward carefully. Only one of us can touch it. The others must anchor the room with intent. Think of something real, something unshakable. They nodded and closed their eyes. Hugo thought of Hermione reading to him as a child. Kalia recalled her first duel at the ministry. Livia pictured her grandmother teaching her how to brew healing drafts. Each memory sent a pulse of stabilizing light into the chamber. Hermione reached out and placed her palm on the dial. It spun beneath her hand, and the world shattered. She found herself standing on a train, steam hissing through the windows. The Hogwarts Express. Empty, except for one passenger. A girl in a velvet coat, eyes like molten gold, flipping through a book whose pages turned without her fingers. You came early, the girl said, without looking up. Most people only reach me after a collapse. Marceline? The girl smiled faintly. Sometimes. Hermione sat. The train didn't move, but the landscape outside changed, spring to winter, then desert, then black ocean. Time wasn't flowing here. It was orbiting. We need your memory, Hermione said, to protect the world from being rewritten. Marceline shut her book. Do you even remember why that matters? I do, Hermione said fiercely. Because if we lose memory, we lose identity. If we lose identity, we lose the ability to choose. And without choice, there is no magic worth having. Marceline tilted her head. Good. I wasn't sure you'd still say that. Some versions of you don't. She pulled a chain from her coat. At its end was a silver shard, a piece of a memory that hadn't yet occurred. My memory is too volatile, she said. If you bind me completely, you'll break the weave. But you can take this. A future I've seen. One you'll need. Hermione hesitated. What is it? A moment when Hugo must choose whether to remember or save someone who cannot be remembered. Hermione's chest tightened. You've seen this? I lived it. A dozen ways. She pressed the shard into Hermione's palm. Tell him, the cost of remembering is always less than the cost of forgetting. The train disappeared. Hermione awoke in the time chamber, gasping. The dial stopped spinning. Hugo steadied her. You were out for only seconds. I was gone for hours, Hermione whispered, gripping the shard. We found her. Or she found us. The cartograph glowed. Marceline's name turned from white to gold. Another lighthouse lit. Later that night, Hermione gave Hugo the shard. It glowed faintly with heat. She said it's a future. One you'll have to face. He stared at it. Is it bad? She said the cost of remembering is always less than the cost of forgetting. He slipped the shard into a pouch around his neck. Then I'll remember. Hermione smiled faintly. I know you will. Unseen, Beneath the room of requirement, 3 more memory orbs flickered. One of them cracked but didn't fade. It pulsed once, then glowed brighter. A sign that something, or someone, was beginning to remember on their own. And somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, a child opened a spellbook and whispered a name they couldn't recall ever learning. Granger. The spellbook lay open in the lap of a child no older than 8. Wind howled outside the stone cottage tucked into the highlands, but the child barely noticed. His fingers traced the name he had just spoken, Granger, though no such name was written on the page. He whispered it again, slower this time. Granger. The word echoed with strange comfort, like the memory of a lullaby. And when he touched the page again, ink began to bleed upward from the parchment, letters rearranging themselves until the name shimmered across the top in clear script. Hugo Granger Weasley. The boy blinked. I know that name, he said aloud, even though he didn't. Far away, in Hogwarts, Hugo stood in the newly reinforced crescent chamber, tracing the latest addition to the web. 2 strands now shimmered brighter than the rest, Erasmus Pikes and Marceline Brodeurs, binding into the crescent's heart. 3 more remained. But the more they added, the faster the world around them seemed to slip. More professors had forgotten their own spells. Entire rooms at the ministry vanished, as if they'd never existed. Even McGonagall had started misplacing memories, and her signature, once sharp and proud, had begun to degrade into a child's scrawl. Kalia had said it aloud the night before. The world's unraveling faster than we can patch it. But Hermione, ever the strategist, wasn't ready to surrender. We don't patch, she had said, standing above them. We weave anew. The 3rd name on the cartograph was still steady, but only barely. Aditi Patel, the keeper of the still flame. Livia tapped her wand on the map. That's not a name I recognize. Because she erased herself from all known records decades ago, Hermione said. She's a master of remembrance charms and self-obfuscation. During the war, she was our safe house's last defense. When spells failed, she'd remove us from the enemy's memory entirely. Kalia raised an eyebrow. And she's still alive? She has to be, Hermione said. No one else could have embedded a false trail in the cartograph like this. Hugo frowned. False trail? Hermione nodded. It leads to 4 separate locations, each contradicting the others. It's a misdirection charm of the highest order. Well, Hugo muttered, at least she hasn't lost her touch. Luna, who had quietly returned from a side trip to Norway, smiled. To find Aditi, we don't follow the trail. We follow the silence. They split into 2 teams. Hermione and Kalia took the southern trail, leading into an abandoned library in Bath. Hugo and Livia traveled north to a coastal ruin once used by magical exiles. Luna, oddly insistent, took none of the paths and instead disappeared into the forbidden forest, saying only, she always liked foxglove. In Bath, Hermione and Kalia uncovered an old memory vault. Inside, echoes of conversations long past played in reverse. Wizards forgetting their own names, children pointing at invisible friends. Aditi's work. In the north, Hugo and Livia found symbols carved into stone, shifting when not looked at directly. A hidden message finally revealed itself under moonlight. To remember me is to find me. But only if you never knew me before. Hugo stared at the message. What kind of riddle is that? Livia tilted her head. A memory paradox. She's guarding herself from even being sought. So how do we find her? Livia smiled grimly. We don't. That night, Luna returned, covered in ash and flower pollen. She handed Hugo a silver feather. She'll come to you, she said, when you forget what you're looking for. No one understood it. Not even Hermione. But they trusted Luna. So they waited. And then, 2 days later, Hugo woke up in the middle of the night with no memory of where he was. He stood in the middle of the great hall, staring at the walls, unable to name the paintings or the moving staircases. For 10 seconds, the world had no name, no meaning. And in that space, a woman appeared. She stood in silver and red robes, her face unreadable. In her hands, she held a single candle that burned without flame. You forgot, she said softly. I did, Hugo answered, disoriented. Who are you? Aditi. And now you remember. Just like that, the haze lifted. He staggered back as names, places, and thoughts rushed back into him. She stepped forward, offering the candle. You came for this. The still flame, Hugo whispered. It's real. It's not a fire, she said. It's a memory that resists time. Once lit, it cannot be extinguished. But it will burn you if held too long. He took it. The flame passed to his hand, but did not burn. It simply glowed, a gentle, pulsing heartbeat. Aditi touched his temple. I have given what I can. Bind me, before I change my mind. And she vanished. When the flame was placed in the crescent, the entire chamber pulsed with light. The other two strands, Erasmus and Marceline, twisted toward Aditi's and connected. The web deepened. We're halfway there, Kalia said, stunned. But Livia was watching the edges. It's reacting to something, she whispered. Hermione saw it too. One of the outer threads had begun to move. Not because of them, but because someone else had tugged it. She grabbed the cartograph. A new name appeared. Alaric Vane, the unwilling witness. The fourth lighthouse. But unlike the others, his thread was surrounded by chaos. Splintering runes, ruptured patterns, and fragments of red light that bled into the parchment like spilled ink. He's unraveling, Hermione said. If we don't reach him soon, he'll collapse, and take parts of the web with him. Kalia scanned the surrounding data. He's in St. Mungo's. Spell damage ward. Has been for years. Hugo's voice dropped. Spell damage? What kind? Livia answered, her voice low. Memory implosion. He saw something during the last war, and lost the ability to distinguish real from altered events. Hermione's expression hardened. And now he's remembering again. They would have to go into the deepest vault of memory, the place where fractured minds screamed and time didn't follow rules. Alaric's mind was dangerous, not just to himself, but to anyone who entered. And as the crescent web pulsed behind them, warning of imbalance, Hermione made the choice. We go tonight. Far in the Highlands, the boy stared at the page once more. More names had appeared since he last looked. Hermione Granger. Hugo Granger Weasley. Luna Lovegood. Kalia Flint. Livia you. And then one more. You. The boy touched the word, and something stirred. A memory. A prophecy. A beginning. St. Mungo's had grown darker over the years. Not from lack of magic or care, but from what it had begun to house. Deep in its lower levels, beneath the charming chaos of the waiting rooms and the familiar wards for broomstick accidents, lay the spell damage isolation wing. Here were the minds that could not be healed. Or should not be. Alaric Vane resided in cell 13B. No one remembered why. Hermione led the way, followed by Hugo, Kalia, and Livia. Luna had remained behind to stabilize the crescent chamber. Its growing strain now required constant balance. The journey through St. Mungo's lower corridors was silent. Healers watched them pass with haunted eyes, uncertain whether to warn them or let them go. Even the portraits on the walls refused to speak. Outside the final ward, a heavy brass door pulsed with containment charms. Hermione turned to them. Once we enter, reality may shift. Alaric's mind is fractured. He may rewrite events as he experiences them. We stay close. We anchor each other. Hugo gripped the still flame. We go together. She nodded. Always. They stepped inside. The world blinked. They stood on a hill beneath a blood-orange sky. Hogwarts lay crumbled in the valley below, a blackened ruin. Dementors circled above, and dragons fought in the sky. Yet none of it felt real. The grass had no scent, and their feet didn't sink into the dirt. Alaric's voice echoed from everywhere at once. You shouldn't have come. I already saw this. It ends here. Hugo spun around. Where are you? A figure stood atop a mound of stone. A man in torn aura robes, his face scarred, his eyes flickering with too many memories. You brought the still flame, Alaric said. That means the crescent's rebuilding. That means you're wrong. Wrong about what? Hermione called out. About hope, he whispered. Hope is a lie. Memory is a curse. The sky tore open above them. A torrent of images rained down, memories from Alaric's fractured mind. They struck the ground like meteors, a child crying in Azkaban, Harry shouting during the Battle of Hogwarts, Ron falling, a wand breaking, a lover screaming. Shield, Hermione ordered, and the group cast a joint barrier, deflecting the crashing visions. Kalia gritted her teeth. He's not just lost, he's drowning. Hermione pressed forward. We need to reach the core. His real self is buried beneath the false memories. Livia conjured a rune compass. That way. They raced down a cliffside into a warping landscape where every step rewrote the world. Stone became wood, then glass, then memory. They passed through a corridor of doors, each leading to a version of Alaric's life. A failed Auror test, the day he saw his brother vanish during a ministry raid, the night he was cursed. They found him in the last room. Alaric sat in a chair made of memories, floating images surrounding him in slow orbits. His face was calm now, his voice flat. Do you even know what I saw? Hermione knelt before him. Show us. He extended a trembling hand. And the truth unraveled. A memory struck them like a blow. They stood in a great chamber, deep beneath the Department of Mysteries. But it wasn't one they recognized. It was older, ancient. In the center stood a sphere larger than any pensieve, filled with writhing silver mist. Inside it floated people. Not dead. Not alive. Suspended. Dozens. Maybe hundreds. Alaric stood near the edge in his younger form, arguing with a shadowed figure, a woman with long silver hair. You can't do this, he shouted. They're alive. You're erasing them. They're unwritten, she replied coldly. They must not be remembered. I won't forget, he screamed. She raised her wand. Then everything broke. The memory splintered, Alaric's mind shattering like glass. Back in the vision chamber, Hugo staggered. They were erasing people. Not just from life, but from existence. Hermione's voice was hoarse. The precursors, they've done this before. They've used memory as a weapon. Alaric nodded slowly, his eyes clearing for the first time in years. I tried to hold on, but she cursed me. To remember everything and yet nothing. Hermione extended the still flame. We can bind your truth into the crescent. It'll hurt, but it'll anchor the web. Make the erasure unravel. Alaric looked at the flame, then at Hugo. You remind me of him. The boy who made me believe it was worth remembering. Hugo frowned. Who? You, Alaric said. Or maybe a version of you I saw. Memory's funny like that. He touched the flame. Pain rippled through the dreamscape. The world around them cracked, but instead of collapsing, it stabilized. The sky turned blue. Hogwarts stood restored in the valley. Birds sang. Alaric closed his eyes. And for the first time in decades, he smiled. Back in reality, the brass door burst open. Healers rushed in, prepared to intervene, but found Alaric standing, steady, eyes clear. He looked at Hermione. Tell them. I'm ready to remember again. That night, in the Crescent Chamber, Alaric's thread joined the others. It pulsed deep red, a warning, but also a promise. Livia stepped back. 4 bound. 1 remains. Hermione turned to the cartograph. The final lighthouse had revealed itself. Talia Granger, the missing thread. Everyone stared at it. Hermione's voice broke. That's impossible. Hugo stepped closer. Who is that? Hermione backed away, shaken. That name, it was erased. I remember now, I had a sister. Hugo's heart stopped. And she was erased before you were born. The chamber trembled as the crescent web reacted to the revelation. Threads reshaped. Paths reoriented. The final key wasn't a person they needed to find. It was the memory they had all lost. A missing Granger. A forgotten sister. And somewhere in the Highlands, the boy with the spellbook looked up, whispering the name now pulsing in his mind. Talia. Hugo stared at the cartograph as if it had grown fangs. The name Talia Granger pulsed in the center now, overtaking even the crescent's map lines. The web trembled around it, reshaping its geometry in real time. Threads that had once looked random now curved toward a single vanishing point, a memory long buried in every mind that mattered. Hermione was pale, gripping the edge of the platform as if it were the only thing tethering her to reality. Talia, she whispered. I had a sister. I remember holding her, singing to her. She was younger than me. Brown curls, always barefoot. She used to chase gnomes in the garden. And then nothing. Kalia stepped forward carefully. How is it possible we never knew? Livia frowned at the cartograph. This wasn't like the others. The precursors erased her so completely. Even the crescent chamber didn't register the thread until the 4th lighthouse was activated. Alaric's restored memory must have broken the final barrier. Hermione turned toward the stone table. She's not dead. I feel it. She's somewhere. Hugo stepped beside her, trying to imagine the child Hermione described. What happened to her? I don't know. There's a hole in my mind. A wound that's been stitched over with false memories. Luna, who had returned moments earlier from a long absence, gently traced the new map line with her finger. Sometimes the best way to erase someone isn't to make others forget, but to convince them they never existed in the first place. Silence settled like a heavy fog. Then Luna added, but Talia existed. And we're going to find her. They split again, this time with clearer purpose. Hugo and Luna set off for the Granger family's ancestral home in Lancashire. Hermione and Livia delved into the ministry's sealed archives, using Hermione's clout as deputy head of magical law to gain access to rooms layered in restrictive wards. Kalia remained in the Crescent Chamber, maintaining the delicate threads now reacting to Talia's return. At the Granger estate, Hugo stepped through the wild garden and paused at a moss-covered stone near the hedge. Something stirred in his memory, a dream, maybe. A tiny hand reaching through the branches, offering him a string of wildflowers. He placed his hand on the stone. Nothing. Luna crouched beside him, whispering, "Sometimes memories aren't just stored in the mind. They imprint onto the world." She pulled out a tiny bottle of moonlace ink and a fine-tipped quill. "This will reveal emotional resonance." She drew a rune on the stone and whispered a revealing charm. Slowly, letters began to appear. Talia G. Hugo's breath caught. She was real. Luna nodded solemnly. But someone very powerful didn't want her to be. Back in London, Hermione and Livia discovered a corridor beneath the Hall of Records that had no magical signature at all, just stone and silence. They reached a sealed room with no door, only a smooth wall with 3 runes etched into its surface. "Time. Blood. Silence," Livia muttered. "What kind of lock is this?" Hermione stepped forward. "One designed to keep out truth." She drew her wand and pressed it to the rune of time, casting a complex chrono-reveal spell. The stone groaned and split open like an eyelid, revealing a hidden chamber filled with dust and static charms. Inside, floating in a containment field, was a single file folder. Hermione opened it with trembling hands. There were only 3 pages, but each was a knife. The first was a birth certificate. Talia Jean Granger, born July 28, 1984. The second was a photograph, blurry, moving, but unmistakable. Talia as a toddler, clinging to Hermione's hand. The third was a ministry order, signed by someone named Solomon Vire. It bore the precursor seal. Subject 131b. Suspected magical aberration. Ordered to be temporally sequestered for stability and containment. Memory erasure authorized. Subject reclassified as non-occurrence. Livia inhaled sharply. They didn't kill her. Hermione's hands shook. They locked her in time, somewhere out of phase with reality. That night, they regrouped in the Crescent Chamber. Hermione laid the documents before them. Hugo couldn't take his eyes off the photo. He had a sister, one who had been taken before he was born. "We have to retrieve her," he said. "But how?" Kalia asked. "If she's been sequestered outside time itself." Luna reached into her robes and pulled out a golden hourglass no bigger than a walnut. "I found this in the Forest of the Forgotten. It's broken, but it resonates with the crescent threads." Hermione's eyes widened. A paradox tether. They used these during the Atlantis Seals War. It allows the bearer to enter a closed time pocket, but only if you share a bloodline with the trapped. Luna placed it in Hugo's palm. "It has to be you." Hugo looked to Hermione, who nodded, though her eyes were glassy with emotion. "You're her only living link," she said. "You can pull her back." The ritual began that evening, deep in the Crescent's heart. Kalia and Livia reinforced the web with stabilizing glyphs. Luna held the still flame. Hermione placed her hand over Hugo's heart. "Bring her home," she whispered. He closed his eyes, and the hourglass shattered. Time unraveled. Hugo opened his eyes in a world of silver mist. He stood on a long wooden dock that stretched into a sea of starlight. The sky was a canvas of frozen memories, each star pulsing with forgotten names. At the end of the dock stood a small girl, perhaps 6 years old, holding a cracked toy wand. She turned slowly. Her brown eyes locked with his. "You're Hugo," she said, puzzled. "But you weren't born yet." He stepped closer, trembling. "Talia?" She nodded slowly, uncertain. I've been here a long time. I think they wanted me to forget. But I didn't. He knelt before her and held out his hand. Come with me. The stars trembled. I'm scared, she whispered. So am I, Hugo said honestly. But we'll go together. She reached for his hand, and the world exploded into color. Back in the crescent chamber, a shockwave of energy flared as time and memory locked back into place. The threads pulsed, aligned. Hugo stumbled backward, arms wrapped around the little girl now blinking in awe beneath the ceiling of woven light. Hermione dropped to her knees, tears falling freely as she embraced them both. You came back, she whispered. You both came back. Talia clutched her shirt tightly, silent but safe. And far above the crescent chamber, beyond any map or chart, a storm began to form. Because the memory had returned. And so had the danger that had taken her in the first place. The magic in the crescent chamber hadn't settled. If anything, it had grown thicker, denser, like the breath before a thunderstorm. Every thread in the web shimmered brighter since Talia's return, aligning with uncanny precision. And yet, at its very center, a spiral of deep black had formed, a knot in the memory thread network. A wound in the world's own recollection. Hermione, Hugo, and Talia stood at its edge, the air trembling around them. She remembers things I don't, Hermione whispered, brushing Talia's hair back. Things that shouldn't exist. Talia looked up, her small hand wrapped around Hugo's. There were others with me. Children people. They weren't erased. They were put away, like books no one wanted to read anymore. Where? Kalia asked, voice hushed. I don't know, Talia replied, frowning. It was a place with no name. Just silence. And doors. Livia brought over a slate enchanted with a reconstructed map of time anomalies across Britain. If we're dealing with temporal sequestration, there's only one place that still holds residual precursor temporal energy. Hermione stared at the location as it glowed on the map, an isolated pocket in the Scottish Highlands, sealed and warded so heavily that no creature or spell could detect it. A place the Ministry had marked as non-existent. The Drowned Vault. By midday, they were ready to go. Luna stayed behind to stabilize the crescent again. Talia's reintegration was already straining the balance. Kalia, Livia, Hermione, Hugo, and Talia prepared for what lay ahead. Before they left, Talia approached the crescent threads once more. I can feel them now, she said softly. All the ones who were forgotten. Some are still inside. Some are trying to wake up. Hugo knelt next to her. Then we'll wake them. The Drowned Vault lay beneath the bones of a sunken precursor observatory, buried beneath a glacial lake near Ben Hope. As the group disapparated and approached its hidden shore, the world grew unnaturally quiet. No birds, no wind, just stillness. Hermione traced the glyphs carved into the ice-blasted rocks. These aren't just wards. They're mimetic locks, defensive enchantments that alter your thoughts if you try to approach uninvited. Kalia muttered a countercharm. We're definitely invited now. Together, they stepped through the veil of wards and descended through layers of ancient stone stairs. With every step, time shimmered strangely around them. Livia's watch began ticking backward, then sideways. They reached the vault's gate, a vast circular door made of interlocked runes, all centered around a sigil none of them recognized, until Talia stepped forward. That's what they called me, she said. The Heart Ward. The one who couldn't be erased. The sigil pulsed and split open. The gate creaked inward, revealing darkness. They entered. Inside, the vault was a cathedral of silence. Rows of crystalline pods lined the walls, suspended in midair by streams of glowing silver threads. Each pod held a person, frozen mid-thought, mid-breath, mid-memory. Children. Adults. Elders. Dozens. Hundreds. By Merlin, Hermione breathed. They erased entire generations. Kalia moved toward a control pedestal at the center. Most are stable. They could be revived. But there's a core anchor holding this field in place, some kind of central mind maintaining the illusion. Hugo looked around. Like Alaric was in the spell ward. Someone's keeping this place locked. They followed the central stream of silver thread toward the vault's heart. There, bound in a transparent shell of memory stone, hovered a figure neither quite man nor woman, shifting slightly like a dream never finished. Its face flickered between ages, its clothes from different eras. A voice echoed around them, soft, composed, and terribly calm. You have awakened the forbidden. You unravel what should remain unknown. Hermione raised her wand. Who are you? I am the librarian of silence, it said. I guard the unwritten. You were not meant to remember. Talia was not meant to return. Talia stepped forward. You took them. I preserved them, the librarian corrected. They were anomalies, threads that would destroy the balance. Yours included. The balance you protect was built on lies. Hermione shouted. And you would burn the world to remember a forgotten child? The librarian asked. No, Hugo said, stepping between them. I'd heal it. With truth. The librarian's eyes glowed. Then I must unmake you. A wave of silver mist lashed out. Memory itself turned into a weapon. Hugo raised the still flame just in time, and the mist ignited in midair. The librarian recoiled. Kalia and Livia circled the core, beginning to sever the anchor threads. Talia reached out with both hands, the threads around her bending to her will like water responding to gravity. The vault shook. The librarian screamed. You will forget. No, Talia whispered. You will. And with one final burst of light, she touched the core. Silence returned. The librarian collapsed into a pile of dust, memory finally set free. The pods opened one by one. People blinked, gasped, and fell to their knees, eyes wide with terror, confusion, and then relief. Among them, a familiar face emerged. Hermione gasped. Dad! Dan Granger looked at her, bewildered. Hermione? Is that you? She stumbled forward, embracing him. I thought you were sent away. I was, he whispered, voice shaking. They came for Talia, and then they came for me. One by one, names returned. Forgotten people, missing families. The Vault of Silence had become a sanctuary of memory. By nightfall, the vault had been sealed. The survivors were brought to the Crescent Chamber, where Luna and the other guardians began the healing process. And at the center of it all stood Talia, surrounded by threads that now pulsed in harmony. You were the last lighthouse, Hermione said, kneeling. The one who could never be truly lost. Talia looked up. Does that mean the story's over? Hugo shook his head. It means it's just beginning. Above them, the final threads of the crescent completed their spiral. But far in the distance, in the cracks between time and memory, a cold voice whispered. You've broken the seal. Now face what lies beneath the memories. The weeks that followed the awakening of the drowned vault were a blur of restoration and reckoning. The Crescent Chamber, once quiet and hidden, now buzzed with voices. Those of the returned, the remembered, and the ones who had never been meant to come back. Healers from St. Mungo's, historians from the Department of Mysteries, and wand makers from Ollivander's Circle worked side by side, helping the vault survivors reintegrate into a world that had forgotten them. The very fabric of magical society shifted in response, old laws revisited, ancient protections reviewed. But through it all, Hugo remained uneasy. Every night, the crescent threads vibrated unnaturally. Talia would wake from dreams she couldn't explain, whispering about voices she didn't recognize. And deep below the chamber, where the cartograph glowed steadily, a strange distortion had appeared. A swirl of shadow moving beneath the map lines, dragging light into its core like a black hole in memory. It wasn't over. One morning, Kalia stormed into the Crescent Chamber, her eyes wide and wand already drawn. We have a problem. Hermione looked up from her table. What now? The crescent threads are bleeding energy. Whatever was sealed beneath the librarian wasn't just part of the vault system. It fed on the erased. And now that they've returned, Hugo felt the cold before the words even finished. They've awakened something worse, Livia added, stepping into view. Something that was buried beneath the memories themselves. Talia stood near the central column, silent, her hand hovering just over the web. I can feel it, she whispered. It's not memory. It's not time. It's something older. To trace the source, they had to delve deeper than any known layer of the Crescent Chamber. Beneath the main floor, beyond the archives and under the Hall of Silence, lay a spiral staircase that had long since collapsed, until Talia's touch restored it. Each step down was colder than the last, the air damp and metallic. Carvings on the walls grew more primitive, shifting from elegant precursor script to crude, jagged symbols, warnings not words. This place was meant to be forgotten, Luna whispered. Not hidden. Forgotten. The staircase ended at a stone gate sealed with 7 locks, each one keyed to a different form of magic. Memory, blood, shadow, fire, silence, time, and truth. Hugo turned to Talia. Do you think you can open it? She didn't answer. Instead, she placed her palm to the center of the door. The locks clicked one after the other. No magic. No spell. Just recognition. The door groaned open. The chamber beyond was vast and round, with no visible ceiling, only an abyss stretching upward into a starlit void. In the center stood a monolithic black mirror, taller than any of them, pulsing with a sickly green aura. No reflection showed in it, only memories that had never happened. Hugo stepped closer. Is this another vault? No, Hermione said grimly. This is a well, a cistern where erased memories were drained, then twisted. The surface of the mirror rippled. Shadows began to shift inside, resolving into shapes, half-formed people, places that didn't exist, horrors never born but somehow remembered. Then the voice returned. Not the librarian. Something deeper. You rewrote the threads. You dared remember what I devoured. It reverberated from the walls, from within their minds. Talia clutched her head. It knows me. You are the gap in the weave. The child of light, touched by shadow. You were meant to vanish. Livia stepped forward, wand aimed at the mirror. What are you? I am the wound beneath. The echo eater. I consume what was almost. I live in the voids between your thoughts, and now, I am awake. Suddenly, the mirror pulsed and cracked. A jet of black mist surged out, slamming into Kalia and throwing her against the wall. The threads of her memories flared visible for an instant, then began unraveling. Stop it! Hugo shouted, casting a shield charm. It fizzled uselessly. Talia reached out instinctively, her magic flaring gold and white. The mist recoiled. I remember you, she whispered. You tried to eat me when they locked me away. You tried to make me forget myself. And I shall try again. The mist surged toward her, but Hermione moved faster. She summoned a wall of crystalline light, woven from the crescent threads themselves. Livia and Hugo joined, binding the mist in a prism of memory and anchoring it with real, lived moments. Laughter, grief, triumph. Things that could not be fabricated. The mist screamed. You cannot trap me. I am forgetting. Then we won't trap you, Talia said. She raised her hand, and the room lit with golden fire. We'll rewrite you. The prism flared. Threads burst from the ground, wrapping the mirror, the mist, the walls, turning erasure into memory, turning loss into story. The chamber shook violently. And then silence. When the dust settled, the black mirror was gone. In its place stood a fountain, glowing quiet. A font of pure memory. They returned to the surface in silence, each of them changed. The cartograph now showed no spirals, no knots. The crescent's threads hummed steadily. But something new had formed. A constellation of threads shaped like a phoenix, rising from a shattered ring. That night, Hermione sat beside Talia in the crescent garden. Do you think it's really gone? Talia asked. I think the worst of it is, Hermione answered. But the world is full of wounds we haven't found yet. That's why we need you. Me. Hermione nodded. You're a lighthouse, Talia. But not just for memory. You shine where the world tries to forget. In the shadows of the forest far beyond the crescent, a figure watched the sky, its face hidden beneath a mirrored hood. It turned away from the stars and vanished without a sound. The wound had closed. But not all echoes are silent. The appearance of the phoenix-shaped constellation within the crescent chamber's web of threads marked a new phase. Less of aftermath, more of rebirth. But its formation hadn't gone unnoticed. The Department of Mysteries sent envoys. So did Gringotts, citing ancient magical treaties bound to the rise of mythical symbols. Even the Centaur tribes dispatched emissaries from the Forbidden Forest. Something older than time had stirred, and now, everyone wanted to know why. Talia, now under the protective eye of the Crescent Guardians, handled it all with a quiet strength that startled even Hermione. Her magic wasn't loud or wild. It was gravitational, the kind that pulled the chaos into order. She didn't command power. She simply was power. But with power came attention. And with attention came danger. It began subtly. The crescent threads started shifting late at night, responding not to intrusion, but to observation. Someone, or something, was watching the chamber from the outside. No spell could trace the source, but Luna noticed the changes first. "It's not watching us directly," she said. "It's watching through us, like peering into the world through a one-way mirror." "Residual effects from the Echo Eater?" Hugo asked. Luna shook her head. "No, this is different. Older." They didn't need to wait long. One evening, during a routine diagnostic check of the cartograph, Livia gasped. "There's a double reflection," she whispered. "A phantom chamber." Hugo peered at the map. There, nestled beneath the crescent's own projection, was a faint secondary web. Similar, but inverted, frayed, and pulsing with dark red energy. It mimicked the real crescent like a shadow follows a flame. "A mirror world?" Hermione guessed. "Or a corrupted echo?" "No," Talia said quietly. "It's pre-memory, a reality that tried to exist but never quite did." Kalia frowned. "Then how is it watching us?" "Because now that the vault is broken, it can see again." They made contact unintentionally. Hugo, ever restless, traced one of the phantom threads in the cartographa's lower layers. Just a touch of his wand tip. A ripple formed in the air, then twisted open like torn fabric. On the other side was a chamber just like the crescent, except darker. Emptier, with webs of thread made not of memory but regret. A voice whispered through the tear. "You found her. The girl who was never meant to return." "The lighthouse." Hugo instinctively tried to seal the tear, but it held itself open. The voice continued. "She belongs to us. She is a beacon through which all that was denied may return." And then a shape stepped through. It was not a person, more an absence of one. A figure-shaped void that rippled like oil, its face masked by jagged silver etched with unspoken names. Where its feet touched the floor, the crescent threads recoiled. The guardians drew their wands. Hermione stepped forward, shielding Talia. "Who are you?" she demanded. The entity bowed mockingly. "We are the recollection. The ones left behind. The choices not made. The lives not lived. Your echoes," Livia said coldly. "Your errors." "We are possibilities," the recollection replied. "And your lighthouse has opened the door to all of us." Talia stepped out, her golden aura burning. "You can't have me. You misunderstand, child," the figure said. "We don't want you. We want what comes through you." It raised a hand, and the air split into fractals. Across the walls of the chamber, images flickered. Alternate realities bleeding into this one. In one, Hugo lay buried beneath the ruins of Hogwarts. In another, Hermione stood alone, her wand broken and the ministry in flames. In another, Talia never existed at all, and the crescent was shattered beyond repair. Each was a path not taken. Each pulsed with unbearable weight. And then, all at once, the images vanished. The recollection smiled, thin and cruel. "You opened the wound. Now let it bleed." The figure vanished, but the fracture remained. A tear between worlds. A tunnel through which regret itself could pour. That night, Hugo stood beside the tear, staring into its slow-cycling vortex. "We've spent so much time trying to remember," he said to Talia. "But maybe we were supposed to forget for a reason." Talia shook her head. "No, we weren't supposed to forget. We were supposed to learn." She knelt and whispered to the threads around the tear. Golden light seeped in, stabilizing the edges, closing the wound just enough to keep the other world from crossing fully. But the damage was done. The crescent had been mirrored. The next morning, Luna announced what none of them wanted to hear. "The constellation is changing." They all rushed to the cartograph. Sure enough, the phoenix shape had shifted. It no longer rose cleanly from the spiral. It twisted, its wings beginning to fold inward, like something dragging it back down. "We're losing the signal," Livia said. "If the recollection keeps feeding the fracture." Hermione turned to Talia. "We'll need to seal it from the other side." "You mean go in?" Hugo asked. "It's the only way," Hermione said grimly. Hugo nodded. "Then we go. All of us." Kalia added. "We'll need a guide through the regrets. A way to anchor ourselves." Talia stepped forward. "I'll lead you," she said. "I can walk through the might-have-beens and still remember who I am." Preparations began that same evening. Anchors were chosen, enchanted threads of true memory, bound to the moment of their choosing. Each guardian would carry one, a core truth to hold onto inside the unreality. As the crescent's true light dimmed and the phantom chamber grew closer, the five of them stood at the edge of the tear. Hermione, Hugo, Talia, Kalia, Livia. A family not by blood but by burden. The vortex pulsed. Everyone ready? Hermione asked. They nodded. And one by one, they stepped into the world that never was. Crossing into the fractured realm was like falling through liquid glass, time warped, space folded, and nothing stayed where it belonged for long. Threads didn't weave here. They drifted, unraveled, and reformed in impossible configurations. The sky was a mirror of what could have been, reflecting endless versions of the world they knew but distorted, inverted, corrupted. And the crescent, or what pretended to be the crescent in this place, was not a sanctuary. It was a tomb of choices never made. Hermione was the first to land on the spectral floor of the mirror crescent. Her boots touched something like stone, but when she looked down, it pulsed with memories that weren't hers. She saw herself in Azkaban, silent and defeated, her wand confiscated for treason against the ministry. She shivered. One by one, the others appeared. Livia clutched her memory thread tightly, anchoring herself with the truth. The name of her twin brother, lost during the war, remembered every morning since. Kalia focused on her core truth. Her oath to protect the crescent from any force that would twist it. Hugo's thread burned with his promise to stand by Talia no matter the cost. And Talia radiated light, but even that light dimmed slightly as she touched this place. This world, she murmured. It remembers things that never happened. It remembers me wrong. Around them, twisted halls spiraled into non-Euclidean directions. Walls shifted as they stared. Doors disappeared when approached. Time folded, and the concept of forward lost meaning. We stay together, Hermione said, her voice steady. Trust your anchors. Nothing here is real. Not unless you accept it. A voice answered, not from around them, but within them. Not real. And yet you feel. You fear. You bleed. The recollection. It didn't appear as one shape this time. It split, manifesting in different forms before each of them. Each echo tailored to their deepest doubts. Hermione saw Ron, cold and distant, asking her why she ever needed to lead. Livia saw herself in aura robes, having betrayed the crescent for power. Kalia saw the crescent burning under her watch. Hugo saw a version of Talia, consumed by shadow, her eyes void of light. And Talia. She saw herself, older, twisted, crowned in bone and clothed in threads of forgotten names. A queen of nothing. You could be this, the reflection whispered. The ruler of what was lost. The salvation of regrets. Talia took a slow breath. No. The image cracked. I'm not your queen, she said. I'm the one who remembers. The broken reflection hissed and shattered into shards that flew in all directions. Hermione raised her wand. We press on, toward the constellation. If we can find its reflection here, maybe we can sever the recollection's grip on the real world. They traveled through Shadow Crescent, each step an act of defiance. Doors opened into impossible versions of history. They saw Harry defeated by Voldemort. Dumbledore alive but cruel. A ministry where Umbridge reigned supreme. They began to understand. This place was not just made of memory. It was made of regret, fed and shaped by the doubt of all who passed near the real crescent. It had watched for centuries, gathering the energy of hesitation, second thoughts, and sorrow. Now, with Talia as a beacon, it had a doorway. The Phoenix constellation still burned faintly overhead, even in this distorted realm, but its wings were tethered by dark chains. We're close, Hugo said. We follow the Phoenix. But as they climbed the final spiral staircase toward the mirrored apex of the crescent, a massive presence blocked the path. The recollection had taken a new form. A great serpent, stitched together from 1,000 failed moments. Eyes of shattered dreams, fangs of broken timelines, its body wrapped around the sky. It spoke in thousands of voices, all at once. You dare walk this path. You, who were never meant to exist. The serpent's gaze fixed on Talia. Your birth was a rupture. You are an error. A tear in the weave. Talia stepped forward, light pouring from her. I'm not an error, she said. I'm the proof that threads can break and still be beautiful. The serpent struck. Hermione shouted a barrier charm. Livia and Kalia countered with magic meant for structural protection. twisting the laws of transfiguration to hold the creature at bay. Hugo rushed to Talia's side, weaving his magic with hers. Together, the five of them summoned a column of golden light, a lance of truth, bound by their memory threads and focused through Talia's will. The serpent shrieked as the light pierced it. And then the chains around the phoenix snapped. The wings flared wide. The true crescent, miles and realities away, felt the pulse. The cartograph lit up with renewed power. The web of threads aligned in a brilliant spiral, and the fracture between worlds began to seal. In the mirror realm, the phoenix rose, fiery and defiant. It flew upward, taking with it the last of the shadows, burning away the serpent's form. The sky cracked, and through the fractures, the real world shone through like dawn. Hermione turned to the others. "It's time to go home." They joined hands. And as the mirrored crescent collapsed into stardust and ash, they fell upward, into memory, into light, into truth. They awoke in the real crescent chamber, lying on the floor beneath the reformed cartograph. The phoenix constellation still glowed, but now its wings were spread wide, and beneath it, a new star had joined the map. A single point of light labeled with one name. Talia Granger. Hugo helped her sit up. "Welcome home," he whispered. Talia looked up at the web of threads above her. "Let's make sure this world is worth remembering." The crescent chamber pulsed gently with renewed energy, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was peace. The shadow of the mirror world had been burned away, its phantom memories silenced. And yet, the feeling among the Guardians wasn't celebration, it was resolve. The battle had ended, but something deeper had begun. The appearance of Talia's name in the cartograph confirmed it. She was no longer just the key to the threads. She was now part of the web itself. Hermione stood before the glowing map, eyes tracing the new star. "She's tethered now," she murmured. "Her presence is permanent. The threads, they've accepted her." "More than accepted," Luna said, stepping lightly into the chamber. "They've adjusted for her. The weave's been rewritten." "But what does that mean?" Hugo asked. "It means," said Kalia, emerging from a shadowed corridor, "that the rules are changing." She stepped forward, holding a strange device shaped like a spiral disc. "We found this embedded in the cartograph's foundations after the collapse of the mirror crescent. It wasn't there before." Hermione took the device and turned it over in her hands. It glowed faintly, humming in response to Talia's presence. "It's not magical in the way we understand," she said slowly. "It's chronological. Time," Livia said sharply. "You think it controls time?" "Not exactly. I think it measures something even rarer. Choice." Talia tilted her head. "Like a compass, but for decisions?" "Yes," Hermione whispered. "This isn't a map. It's a selector. A tuning fork for timelines." That night, Hugo and Talia sat alone in the crescent's observation chamber, watching the phoenix star pulse gently against the web of constellations. "Do you feel different?" he asked. Talia didn't answer at first. Her hands were folded in her lap, her fingers faintly glowing with energy that had never entirely left her since the mirror world. "I don't feel like I'm watching the threads anymore," she said finally. "I feel like they're watching me, like I'm a part of something larger, and it's waiting." "Waiting for what?" She turned to him, eyes glowing faintly. "To see what I choose." Elsewhere in the castle, Hermione and Luna examined the selector more closely. By placing a memory thread into its center, the device shimmered with ghostly images, snapshots of divergent choices. One thread showed Talia never discovering the crescent. Another showed Hugo choosing not to return with her to the vault that day. Yet another depicted Hermione leaving the ministry entirely, retreating to live a quiet life, never touching magic again. "These are all real possibilities," Luna whispered. "But we didn't take them," Hermione said. "We're on this thread." Luna touched the selector again. "But someone or something could use this to jump." Hermione's eyes widened. To interfere. By morning, the crescent's defenses were heightened. Kalia organized watch rotations. Wards were recast. But the truth was, they didn't know what kind of threat the selector represented yet. All they had was a sense of change. And that change arrived sooner than expected. That afternoon, the crescent's outer threads began vibrating in sequence, a slow pulse, deliberate and rhythmic. Not a warning. A summons. Livia called everyone to the cartograph. It's the far thread, she said. One of the oldest. One we've never seen activate. Hermione studied the projection. That leads outside of magical Britain. Way outside. Into regions untouched since before even the founders. What's there? Hugo asked. Luna answered quietly. The threads beyond. The term was whispered in unspeakable circles. A theory, really. That outside the known web of magical memory, there existed ancient places where threads didn't behave the same. Where memory wasn't stored, it was grown. The selector must have triggered it, Hermione said. Or Talia's integration did. Either way, the signal was clear. A thread had awakened. And it was calling. They debated for hours. The risks were immeasurable. This wasn't like the mirror world. This was somewhere real. Somewhere older. Even the cartograph hesitated to render a full picture of the region. But Talia, quiet and calm, stood and said, I have to follow it. Hugo stood as well. Then I'm coming with you. Hermione hesitated. We don't know what's waiting for you out there. I don't think it's waiting for me, Talia said. I think it's waiting for all of us. And so it was decided. The next journey wouldn't be a fight for memory. It would be an expedition into what lay before memory even began. Their team was carefully chosen. Hermione, Hugo, Talia, Livia, and Kalia. Luna would remain behind to monitor the cartograph and act as their anchor. They prepared supplies, studied the projections, and trained themselves in deeper thread work, learning how to weave memory into tools, armor, and wards. On the evening before their departure, Talia stood alone at the edge of the crescent, looking at the vast, golden expanse of interconnected timelines. Do you think the threads beyond will tell us why I exist? She asked. Hermione appeared beside her. Maybe. Or maybe they'll ask you why you think you should. Talia smiled faintly. Then I'll have an answer ready. At dawn, the crescent chamber's west arch opened. A gate never used, inscribed with runes that shimmered only now, as if awoken from a deep sleep. The thread pulled taut in the cartograph. The path was open. 5 figures stepped through the gate. Toward the unknown. Toward the origin. Toward the threads beyond. The moment they crossed the western arch, the air changed. It wasn't like operating or using a port key. There was no rush, no snap of motion. Instead, it was as if the world quietly turned inside out. Threads shimmered, then unraveled and reformed. The crescent faded from view, and they stood in a landscape unlike any they'd seen before. The sky was colorless but not gray, more like canvas waiting to be painted. The ground beneath their feet pulsed softly, woven with golden and silver threads that moved slowly like breathing earth. There were no trees, no buildings, no landmarks. Just the loom. A monolithic structure in the distance, glimmering like starlight bound in shape. It seemed to defy perspective, close one moment, distant the next. It wasn't made of stone or metal, but of thread itself, countless fibers crossing and intertwining in slow, deliberate motion, like an eternal tapestry being worked by unseen hands. Hugo exhaled. So this is where threads come from. No, Hermione murmured. This is where they're born. As they stepped forward, the cartograph artifact pulsed faintly at her side, reacting to the presence of the loom. It offered no guidance, only acknowledgement. They walked for hours, but the sky never changed. Time itself seemed subdued here, slowed by the sheer density of magic around them. We're not moving in space, Kalia noted. We're moving through intention. The loom doesn't exist in place. It exists in need. Then we need to be very certain of what we're here for, Hermione replied. That night, they camped near a bend in the threads, a shimmering ridge that vibrated when touched, emitting haunting notes that sounded like memory fragments. When Talia touched one strand, she saw flashes of her childhood, reading with Hermione, her first accidental spell, the day she found the Crescent Vault. But something else stirred, a shadow beneath her memory, not from her life, but from someone else's, a woman with silver eyes and a staff of thorns, a name unspoken, a smile that felt wrong. Talia, Hugo said, jolting her from the vision. She pulled her hand back from the ridge. I saw someone. She's connected to the loom. Watching us. Kalia and Livia exchanged uneasy looks. She might be a loom walker, Livia said. A guardian. Or something worse. By the next day, the loom towered above them, looming with silent power. As they approached the base, The threads parted like curtains, and they found a staircase made of woven light leading upward. They climbed in silence, each step drawing them deeper into something more ancient than magic itself. At the summit, they found a circular chamber with walls made of pure thread. In the center hovered a massive spindle, turning slowly, with no visible support. Every few seconds, a new thread spun from its core and vanished into the wall, sent to be woven into the world. Hermione stepped forward. It's still active, still creating. But how? Kalia whispered. Who's guiding it? A voice answered, not from the spindle, but from behind them. No one. They turned to find a figure stepping through the wall of threads. She was tall, her skin pale as parchment, her eyes solid silver with no pupils. Her hair was long and dark, trailing behind her like smoke. Her robes shimmered like broken memories, and her presence made the loom pause, just slightly. I am Selora, she said. The last weaver. Talia stepped forward, instinctively shielding Hugo. Are you the one who's been watching me? I watched everything, Selora said. Until the threads broke. Until you were born. Hermione's voice was tense. You knew about Talia before she existed. I knew of the possibility, Selora replied. But she was not meant to thread into this reality. She was a rupture, one that caused ripples across the weave. You mean she's a mistake, Livia said coldly. No, Selora said, her eyes resting on Talia. She's a correction. Silence filled the chamber. Selora continued. The loom weaves what it is told to. Not by me. Not by fate. But by collective will. The thoughts, memories, and choices of all who live form the instructions. The loom merely obeys. So why did it create her? Hugo asked. Because the world wanted change, Selora said softly. The threads were stagnating. Too many regrets, too many fears shaping the weave. Talia's birth was the loom's act of rebellion, giving the world not what it expected, but what it needed. Talia's breath caught in her throat. I'm not part of the plan, she said. I'm a protest. Selora gave the faintest nod. Exactly. Hermione stepped forward. Then why summon us here? Because the loom is changing again, Selora said. And this time it's not creating life. It's preparing for severance. A timeline will be removed. Cut out. Forgotten. Everyone tensed. What do you mean removed? Kalia demanded. A full strand is being prepared for extraction. All who live in it will cease to exist. Their choices, memories, loves erased. Talia looked horrified. Who decides that? Selora raised a hand, and from it sprang an image. A burning world fragmented by war, drowning in memory corruption. The timeline of the Forgotten War, she said. A version of Earth where Voldemort never died, where magic was weaponized into extinction. The loom wants to delete it to preserve the others. But, Hugo began, there must be survivors there. People who don't deserve to be forgotten. There are, Selora admitted. But the loom no longer differentiates. It sees only imbalance. And now it's given you the power to intervene. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Us! Selora gestured to the selector. That device you carry. It was not made by man or magic. It's a tool born of the loom itself. And it allows you to choose. You can anchor that world's thread, or let it be cut. Everyone turned to look at Talia. The weight of 1,000 lives suddenly pressed against her chest. I don't know if I can decide that, she said, voice shaking. Selora's gaze didn't waver. You must. That's what it means to be part of the loom now. You're no longer just memory. You are choice. As night fell across the loom's impossible world, the five sat around the thread fire they'd conjured, silent and thoughtful. Talia stared at the selector in her hands. So what do we do? Hugo asked her. I think, she said quietly, we find this dying world. We see who still lives there. And we decide if they deserve to be remembered. The loom shimmered in solemn silence as Talia held the selector tightly, its core flickering with swirling light. Pale blue on one side, deep crimson on the other. A choice embodied. Two threads suspended in balance. Where do we begin? Hugo asked, his voice quiet as if afraid to disturb the stillness. Selora gestured toward a narrow passage behind the spindle. The loom has opened a path to the severed thread. Follow it, and you'll enter the Forgotten War's timeline. But you won't arrive as yourselves. Hermione frowned. What do you mean? You'll be woven into the thread, become part of it. Your identities, your magic, even your memories may blur. The deeper you go, the harder it will be to return. Then how do we know we're even us? Hugo asked, glancing at Talia. Salora stepped closer, placing a silvery mark on his forehead with a thread drawn from her robe. This seal will preserve your sense of self. Use it to find each other if you're lost. But be warned, this timeline is fractured. Its magic is corrupted, twisted by decades of war. You'll encounter things that feel familiar, but are not. She looked directly at Talia. And you may not like what you find of yourself there. Talia nodded, her hand still tight around the selector. We'll go. One by one, they passed through the veil behind the spindle. The first thing Talia felt was the cold. Not just in the air, but in her bones, her magic, her memories. She gasped as the world slammed into being. A city stretched before her, bathed in the permanent red glow of an eclipsed sun. Crumbling towers, cracked cobblestone streets, and posters of Voldemort's face pasted over every wall. His eyes glowed with silver fire, no longer just propaganda. He watched. The magic in the air was suffocating. It didn't flow, it clawed. Talia! Hugo's voice rang out. She turned and saw him stumbling down a debris-strewn alley, his wand held tightly. He looked older, scarred, thinner, weary. You look different, he said. So do you. A few blocks over, they found Hermione, Livia, and Kalia. All of them had changed. Their faces bore the marks of war. Hermione's robes were torn, her eyes hard. Livia's left arm was metallic, transfigured into a permanent, enchanted weapon. Kalia had an old wound across her cheek that pulsed with residual magic. But beneath the transformations, they were still them. They gathered in the ruins of what had once been a bookshop. The sign above it read Tomes and Whispers, but it had clearly been abandoned for years. This is a London we never knew, Hermione said, examining the cracked pavement. But it could have been ours. No, said Kalia darkly. This is what almost became ours. They spent the next several hours moving through the shadows, evading patrols of armored enforcers. Death Eaters who wore no masks. The dark mark hovered over the ministry like a second moon, trailing fire. It didn't take long to find the resistance. Led by a battered witch named Marta Finnegan, Seamus's sister in this timeline, they were barely holding on. They had no wands left. The regime had harvested them all. They relied on relics, smuggled artifacts, and stolen memories re-enchanted to function as spells. I know you're not from here, Marta said bluntly. You feel wrong. Like echoes of something that could have been. Talia nodded. We came to see what's left. To decide whether your world deserves to remain. Marta laughed bitterly. You're here to judge us? Bit late for that. Hugo stepped forward. We're not here to condemn. But we can help. Marta narrowed her eyes. Can you kill Voldemort? Silence followed. We don't know if we can, Hermione said finally. But we'll try. That night, Marta led them to the only sanctuary left. The Shard Keep, a broken cathedral at the edge of the Thames, protected by spells so ancient even Voldemort hadn't pierced them. Inside, they met the heart of the resistance. A boy no older than Hugo. His hair was black, his eyes emerald. Harry. But not their Harry. This Harry was colder. Worn. He'd been raised in the ruins of Hogwarts, trained not in friendship, but in survival. Still, he stood when Talia entered, sensing something in her that others couldn't. You're not from here, he said. I'm from a thread where Voldemort was defeated, she said softly. Harry blinked. And yet you came back here? Talia hesitated. To see if we should save this world. He stared at her. Save it? Why? We've already lost. She stepped closer. You haven't. Not as long as people like you still fight. The next day, Hermione and Kalia mapped the structure of this broken thread using the cartograph selector. The corruption ran deep. Voldemort had anchored his power to the thread itself, bending magic to his will through ancient artifacts hidden across Europe. Destroying him meant unraveling those anchors. We'll never find all of them in time, Livia said. Not before the loom cuts this thread entirely. Then we focus on him, Hermione said. End Voldemort, and maybe the thread stabilizes enough to preserve. The Resistance planned their strike. Voldemort was due to appear at the Ministry in 2 nights, overseeing a mass execution. It was their only chance. That night, Talia sat beside this version of Harry, watching the broken stars above the shard keep. "Do you think your world is worth saving?" she asked. Harry was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "No world is ever perfect. But mine still has hope. You're here, aren't you?" She smiled faintly. "That's not the answer I expected." "It's not about what you expect," he said, standing. "It's about what you choose." At dawn they moved. Disguised beneath shattered enchantments and protective runes, they infiltrated the ministry. The halls were cold, gilded with banners of the Serpent Crown. Voldemort stood in the center of the atrium, flanked by his enforcers. He hadn't aged, but his eyes, those silver-glowing eyes, spoke of something far worse than time, power unchecked. He sensed them before they struck. "Ah!" he hissed, "threads that do not belong." And battle erupted. Wands ignited. Spells fractured the ceiling. Time itself twisted as Voldemort bent the magic around him, sending shockwaves of memory corruption that made the walls scream. But Talia advanced, selector glowing in her hand. He turned to her. "You don't belong," he snarled. "No," she said. "But I'm what your thread feared." She raised the selector. And the thread split. Time didn't break, it tore. A sound like 1,000 voices gasping in unison echoed through the atrium as the selector pulsed in Talia's grasp. The spell Voldemort had been preparing, an ancient incantation that coiled in the air like a living serpent, unwound mid-flight and snapped apart like a thread pulled too tight. He staggered backward, silver eyes wide. "What have you done?" he whispered, more shaken than angry. Talia's voice rang out clearly, though the air had turned to mist around her. "I've split the anchor. This thread no longer answers to you." Behind her, the air shimmered and rippled as if the world itself were uncertain whether it still existed. Hermione and Kalia moved quickly to cast protection wards, Livia covering Hugo with her wand arm glowing a deep orange hue. Voldemort roared and hurled a blast of pure magic at Talia. No words, no wand, just fury made manifest. And it never touched her. The selector absorbed it, light flaring in bands of gold and violet. The force passed through her like she was the eye of a storm, untouched by chaos. Voldemort's face contorted with realization. You are not from this. You are the interloper the loom fears." "No," she said softly. "I'm the reason the loom still hopes." With that, she activated the second function of the selector. The corrupted thread began to unravel, not into destruction, but into revelation. Around them, walls of memory uncoiled, scenes of what could have been. A Hogwarts rebuilt. A ministry guided by justice. A boy named Harry who laughed. A world without war. And those echoes fought back. One by one, Voldemort's enforcers faltered. Their magic flickered. Their minds clouded. Some dropped their wands. Others simply disappeared, as if they'd never belonged. Hermione whispered in awe, she's rewriting it. Not with force, with truth. The fight surged through the ministry. Resistance fighters clashed with remnants of Voldemort's order as the building groaned under the pressure of two competing realities. The corrupted present and the possible future Talia had opened. And in the center of it, Voldemort began to fracture. His image twisted. No longer just a man, but a bundle of intertwined threads, too tightly bound, cracking under their own strain. A spell gone wrong. A soul stretched thin. "You dare rewrite me?" he howled, now barely human. "I am the thread." Talia stood firm. "You were. Not anymore." With a final surge of light, the selector anchored the revised thread. And Voldemort unraveled. He didn't die, he was forgotten. One moment he was there, screaming, collapsing, radiating dark magic. And the next, there was only silence. His absence was instant, clean, complete. The banners above burned away. The dark mark vanished from the sky. The thread settled. Hours later, dawn rose over a very different London. The same cracked stones and ruined towers remained, but they glowed now with the beginnings of restoration. Hope had returned to the timeline. The magic had begun to flow naturally again, untwisted. Talia stood beside this timeline's Harry atop the half-crumbled steps of the old ministry. "I don't know how to thank you," he said. "You don't have to," she replied. "Just live. Make this real. This second chance." Harry offered a solemn nod. "You're leaving, aren't you?" She smiled gently. "This thread isn't mine. But I'm glad I got to walk it." Behind her, the others waited. Hugo had a new scratch across his jaw. Hermione held the selector in her hands now, examining the stabilizing magic with the quiet focus of a scholar-turned-warrior. Livia and Kalia looked tired but proud. Salora's voice echoed faintly in their minds. The loom has accepted your choice. This thread will remain. The air shimmered again as the return path opened. A corridor of gold and white woven light, spinning slowly like a beckoning spiral. One by one, they stepped into it. They emerged back in the loom's chamber, the great spindle spinning in harmony again. Salora stood there waiting, her silver eyes watching them with neither joy nor disappointment. You have delayed the severance, she said. But not all timelines are so lucky. Talia looked down at the selector. Its glow had dimmed. How many more threads are in danger? Salora tilted her head. Dozens. Hundreds. Some already gone. Some waiting for someone to care. Hermione stepped forward. Then we'll keep going. We'll find the ones worth saving. Salora gave the faintest nod. The loom accepts your offer. Talia stepped toward her, curious. Were you ever real? Or are you a construct of the loom? Salora's lips curled slightly. I was real once. Then I made the wrong choice. Now, I guide those who still have time to choose better. That evening, they returned to the crescent. The sky above their world hadn't changed, but something in them had. Talia stood outside, looking toward the stars. Hugo approached. So what now? We keep going, she said. There are more threads to find. More people who might be forgotten. He looked down. You're not worried? About losing yourself in one of them? I used to be, she admitted. But now I know who I am. I'm not just someone's sister. I'm not just a memory. She turned to him, her eyes bright. I'm the thread that changed everything. The crescent was quiet, its halls basking in the glow of their latest victory. Yet the silence didn't feel restful. It felt heavy, as if the loom itself were holding its breath. Talia paced the observatory balcony, her thoughts tangled in what Salora had said. Dozens. Hundreds. Some already gone. Every timeline they saved came with a price. They'd seen fragments of themselves lost to corrupted magic. They'd watched the versions of people they loved suffer in realities they couldn't remain in. And each rescue left a mark. Talia, Hermione called from the arched doorway behind her. The loom shifted. There's something strange about this next thread. Talia turned. Strange how? Hermione held out a parchment that the loom had produced, a rare occurrence. On it was a map of Hogwarts. But it wasn't any version they knew. The castle was surrounded by blackened forest and cages. The towers looked twisted, draped in vines of glowing green magic. It's a thread where Hogwarts was never a school, Hermione said. It was a prison. The loom opened a thread unlike any other they had seen. As they stepped through, the world was dark and cold, the air saturated with control magic that pressed against their skin like oil. The sky was choked by clouds. No stars. Talia immediately sensed something wrong. Her magic felt quiet. Not gone, just restrained, as if bound in invisible ropes. The others confirmed it. Whatever ruled this world had figured out how to suppress magic itself. Not through bloodline or wand, but by altering the very nature of magical identity. They approached the castle on foot, walking along a path of black stone. Towers loomed overhead, pulsating with enchanted runes that monitored movement. Floating around the parapets were magical drones, automata designed to detect any sign of rebellion. As they neared, a shadow passed above. A mechanical beast, half thestral, half construct, soared through the air. Kalia pulled her hood tighter. This place is cursed in a different way. A voice hissed in their minds. You're not from here. They froze. Then, slowly, a figure stepped out from behind one of the twisted trees. He wore a cloak of woven shadow, his wand a dark sliver of wood, but his face was unmistakable. Draco Malfoy. Or rather, a Draco. He looked older, tired, and scarred across one side of his face. His eyes flickered like someone who hadn't slept properly in years. You're from the loom, he said. You know about it? Hermione asked sharply. He nodded. I used to guard it. Before I broke the rules. Before I tried to change this place. Talia studied him. What happened? Draco's eyes turned distant. This Hogwarts was built after Voldemort won, but not by him. He was overthrown by something worse. A ministry formed in his shadow. They didn't just want power. They wanted obedience. No rebellion. No magic that wasn't sanctioned. Hogwarts became their testing ground. A re-education facility for young witches and wizards. Most don't survive it. Hugo's voice was hoarse. What about the professors? Draco looked at him grimly. There are none. Only handlers. And one warden. Talia already knew the answer. Who's the warden? Harry Potter, Draco whispered. They infiltrated the outer perimeter that night. From the trees, they saw students being marched through the courtyards in strict lines, heads down, wands clipped to magical cuffs that pulsed with green light. Any sign of independent magic triggered alarms and punishment spells. In the central spire stood the warden's tower, glowing with deep blue fire. And at its peak, Harry. He watched through an orb mounted like a crown, his face blank, expressionless. Not cruel. Not angry. Just absent. They broke him, Hermione murmured. No, said Talia. They rewrote him. Inside the castle, reality bent. The rooms were smaller, ceilings lower. It felt like the walls themselves were closing in. The magic was designed to warp perception, to make prisoners feel weak, uncertain, lost in a maze of false corridors. They slipped into the records chamber, where old files were stored behind protective charms. There they found the truth. In this world, Harry had been captured early in the war. Instead of killing him, the new ministry wiped his mind and used him as the face of their reformed regime. His name and legend became their tool. His strength their weapon. He wasn't a ruler, he was a puppet. I've seen this before, Talia said. In broken threads. The more powerful the symbol, the more dangerous it becomes in the wrong hands. We have to wake him up, Hugo said. Show him who he is. Hermione pulled out the selector. We can't force it. This thread is too tightly coiled. If we push too hard, it might snap. Talia thought for a moment. Then we'll show him what they fear most. The rebellion began with a whisper. Using memories extracted from the selector, echoes of the real Harry, they broadcast images into the minds of the imprisoned students. Visions of Hogwarts as it should have been. Classes filled with laughter. Dumbledore walking the halls. Harry standing defiant, not silent. At first, only a few reacted. Then dozens. Then hundreds. Magic sparked spontaneously in the courtyard. Wards failed. The automata short-circuited. Students began removing their cuffs. The system trembled. And in the tower, Harry blinked. He stepped away from the orb. His hand trembled as he reached for the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Faint in this world, but still there. Down below, Talia stepped into the courtyard. Unmasked. The selector in her hand glowing like a beacon. Harry looked down. Their eyes met. I remember you, he whispered. Talia raised the selector, and the loom's magic surged around her like a storm breaking through a dam. Reality fractured once more, but this time, it wasn't destruction. It was release. The bindings around the castle snapped. The magical suppressors shorted. And in the final moment, Harry leapt from the tower, landing among the students with a wand in one hand and freedom in the other. I am not your warden, he declared, voice like thunder. I am your liberation. And the castle shook as the false reality fell. When the dust settled, the thread had rewritten itself. Hogwarts would become a sanctuary again, not a prison. And Harry, now fully aware, would guide it. He looked to Talia and said, There's still a part of me in every timeline, isn't there? Yes, she answered. But only the strongest ones find their way back. Back in the Crescent, Selora met them again. You did more than free a thread, she said. You restored a symbol. And in doing so, you've strengthened the loom. Talia smiled faintly. Then maybe it's time we start stitching new ones. The loom shimmered with unusual intensity after their return. Its strands were glowing brighter, almost pulsing with anticipation. The Crescent, too, seemed more awake than usual. Lights flickering in corridors that hadn't glowed in ages, magical pathways reactivating on their own. Talia stood at the center of the loom chamber, watching the selector's threads twitch toward a new destination. Selora entered, her steps silent. The loom is offering something rare. What do you mean? Hermione asked, sensing the shift in the air. Selora raised a hand, and an ancient frame appeared in midair. It was circular, rimmed with delicate silver vines and scattered with star-like crystals. Inside it, there was no reflection, only a spinning vortex of smoky light. It's not just another broken world, Selora said. It's your beginning. Talia's heart skipped. You mean our timeline? No. The first one. The original thread where it all began. The birthplace of your existence, and the moment your destiny diverged from Hermione's. Talia, Hermione, Hugo, and the others exchanged glances. They had traveled to many broken timelines, seen countless versions of themselves in others. But never the thread where the very idea of Talia's existence first branched into being. Kalia voiced the question they all felt. Why now? Selora hesitated. Because you've earned it. And because something there is starting to fracture. A paradox forming at the root. If you don't stop it, all your efforts may unravel. The selector guided them toward the portal, and stepping through was like plunging into a calm storm, smooth but intense. They emerged not in ruins, not in war, but in a peaceful countryside with rolling hills and the gentle hum of summer wind. Ottery St. Catchpole. They were home. But not quite. The Granger house was there, just as it had always been, its garden well trimmed, the windows gleaming. A car sat in the driveway. Music drifted faintly from a room upstairs. And inside, Hermione Granger, aged 11, was arguing passionately with her parents about a letter from Hogwarts. She's already opened hers, a voice said behind Talia. Talia turned, and her breath caught. It was her. Not another version. Not an echo. A young Talia, around 6 years old, sat on the porch, staring at the horizon with a sketchbook in her lap. Her eyes were wide, her features unmistakably hers. She looked up directly at the group, at the adult version of herself, and didn't scream, didn't flinch. You're the dream lady, the girl said calmly. Talia stepped forward, kneeling. You've seen me before? In the mirror. When I draw. When I get scared. You always come just after I see the boy with the lightning scar. Hugo's mouth dropped open. She remembers dreams from future timelines? Hermione looked around. That shouldn't be possible. Unless the fracture Selora mentioned is already happening. Time is collapsing backward. Talia gently touched her younger self's hand. Have you seen anything else? The girl nodded. I see the mirror. That word again. What mirror? The girl stood and beckoned them to follow. In the attic of the Granger home, beneath an old sheet, was a mirror. Not the mirror of Eriste, but something older. It had a smoky surface and runes around its frame. When Talia pulled the sheet off, it pulsed with recognition. The selector buzzed. Selora's voice echoed faintly from the threads. That is the Mirror of Origins. A forbidden artifact the loom erased from most timelines. It shows the first divergence in your existence, the true split between sister and stranger. Talia stared into it, and the world spun. Suddenly, she stood alone, the others blurred behind a veil of shifting time. The mirror reflected not her face, but a hospital room. Hermione had just been born. Their mother looked exhausted but radiant, holding a tiny infant wrapped in soft pink. There was a second cradle beside it, empty. The nurse glanced at a chart, then looked confused. Weren't there twins? The mirror shimmered. In the next scene, Hermione grew up alone. Books. School. Discipline. No sibling to interrupt her thoughts. No one to pull her outside to play, or distract her from her studies. She grew brilliant but distant. Then the mirror fractured again. In another shard, Hermione had a brother, Hugo, but no sister. And then another. Talia appeared, but as an only child, Hermione never existed. A web of what-ifs. Then one final scene appeared. One that struck Talia like a punch to the chest. Their parents stood before a magical official from the Department of Temporal Stability. We understand the risk, their mother said, voice shaking. But we want both girls. You said we could stitch her in. Only if she's never meant to be born, the official said gravely. This will make her a loomling, bound to unstable threads. She may never have a permanent place. We'll raise her anyway, their father said. Even if the world forgets her. We won't. Talia gasped. She stumbled back from the mirror. I was stitched in. Not born by chance. Not by accident. My existence was chosen. The others rushed to her side as the mirror trembled violently. Younger Talia held her sketchbook close, her eyes brimming with tears. I don't want to disappear, she whispered. You won't, adult Talia said, clutching her own arms tightly. Not now. Not ever. Hermione looked at the mirror, which now began to shimmer with unstable runes. It's collapsing. If we don't stabilize it, the original thread might snap, and take every alternate thread with it. Talia turned to the selector, now glowing as if forged in starlight. Then I'll seal it. Not as a mistake. Not as a shadow. But as someone meant to be here. She pressed the selector into the mirror, and it began to weave. One by one, the fractured reflections realigned. Threads braided themselves together. A version of Hermione smiled beside her. Another of Hugo laughed. A third showed her parents choosing again, choosing both daughters. And as the loom connected those possibilities, the mirror of origins dimmed and vanished. The attic fell silent. Salora's voice returned in a whisper. You have rewritten your own origin. You are no longer a loomling. You are anchored. Talia blinked. I'm real? Always were, Hermione whispered, wrapping her in a hug. But now the loom knows it too. They returned to the crescent, the selector now bearing a new mark, a golden thread circling the others at its core. Talia traced it gently, smiling. Guess I finally found my place. And we're just getting started, Hugo said, grinning. Talia looked toward the next glowing thread in the loom. Let's find the next one. The golden thread at the core of the selector had settled, now pulsing rhythmically, like a heartbeat. Anchoring Talia had changed something fundamental within the loom. It no longer treated her as a traveler through timelines, but as a fixed point, someone whose presence belonged across the multiverse. Salora met them in the Crescent's observatory. The loom is ready for you to go further now, deeper into unstable layers. You'll encounter threads that even the loom itself no longer fully understands. Talia narrowed her eyes. Is it dangerous? All the more reason to go, Hugo said with a confident nod. Salora gave a rare smile. Your next destination is unique. A thread that folded in on itself. A paradox house where time spirals inward. Inside, nothing ever fully ends, and nothing ever truly begins. The selector glowed brighter as she said it. They were ready. The portal dropped them into a thicket of frozen ivy and mist. The trees bent away from a structure in the center, a looming, crooked house half buried in brambles, its windows shifting between clarity and shadow. The place seemed to resist attention. The moment Talia tried to focus on the roof or the door, it flickered, like looking through rippled water. Hugo squinted. I feel like I've seen this place in a dream. Hermione stepped forward, wand drawn. This house doesn't belong to a place. It belongs to a moment. What moment? Kalia asked. Hermione's voice was tight. A decision made too late, or never made at all. They approached the door, and as Talia reached for the handle, the entire house breathed. The wooden frame expanded, then contracted with a sound like creaking bones. But the door opened. Inside was a hallway with too many doors. Some were cracked open. Some were sealed shut. Some had no knobs, only runes. A large, spiral staircase coiled up the center of the house like a spine. The moment they stepped over the threshold, a wave of nausea hit all of them. Time bent inside. Memories overlapped, voices whispered in reverse, and every footstep echoed before it landed. This place is cursed, Hugo muttered, clutching his head. No, Talia whispered. It's trapped. A framed photo on the wall caught her eye. It showed her family, Hermione, Hugo, and herself. But they were wrong. Older, smiling too widely. Their eyes were empty. The picture blinked, literally blinked, and the image changed to a scene of the house itself being consumed by vines. Kalia gripped Talia's arm. Look, one of the doors opened on its own. Inside was a memory, only it wasn't any of theirs. It showed a girl. Alone. Not Talia. Not Hermione. Just a girl around 9, pacing the halls with a mirror in her hand. She spoke to it like a friend, her voice tight with fear. They keep changing. My parents, they don't remember who I am. The mirror replied in a voice soft and female. Because you're unstuck. The house remembers. The world does not. Who is she? Hugo asked. The memory girl turned and looked directly at them. She was wearing the crescent's symbol on a pendant. She's a loom traveler, Hermione whispered. One who got lost. The room shuttered shut with a bang. They climbed the spiral stairs. Each level grew darker, more warped. Rooms bled into one another. One moment they were in a nursery filled with floating blocks that spelled forgotten, and the next, a study of frozen clocks where time was literally frozen. Tea pouring in midair, books hanging mid-fall. On the third floor, they found a library. A girl sat alone in the center, her hair wild and her fingers ink-stained. It was the same girl, but older now. She looked up at them as they entered. "You're not phantoms, are you?" Talia stepped forward. "We're real. We come from the Crescent." The girl tilted her head. "I was Crescent once. Before I lost my thread." "What's your name?" Hermione asked gently. "I don't remember," the girl said and smiled sadly. "But I remember what I did. I tried to save a thread that shouldn't have been saved. I broke it, and the loom pulled me into this house to contain the damage." Talia's eyes narrowed. "The loom imprisoned you here?" "No. It offered me a choice. To fade quietly, or to wait, in case someone ever came to finish what I couldn't." "What did you try to save?" The girl stood. "A boy who made the wrong choice. A brother who betrayed his family for power. I thought I could fix him, but I only made the fall worse." She pointed to a sealed door behind her. "That room holds the moment I broke everything." Talia stepped toward it, but the selector in her hand pulsed a warning. Hermione's face went pale. "If we go in there, we'll see the exact moment that broke her, and possibly risk repeating the mistake." "We're not her," Talia said. "And we have each other." They opened the door. Inside was a different house. A pristine manor, filled with laughter. A boy sat with his family around a fire. But then a shadow passed outside. Ministry officials. The boy panicked. He ran to the door, opened it, and betrayed them all for a promise of safety and status. He had sold out his family. And he had been lied to. The scene repeated again and again. The girl had tried to intervene each time, changing the words she used, the way she warned him, even impersonating a ghost. But he never listened. Every timeline fell into ruin. "That was my thread," the girl whispered behind them. "My brother." Talia felt her throat tighten. The selector hummed low in her hand, vibrating with potential. Talia held it toward the memory and whispered, "Then let's do it together." She extended her hand to the girl. The girl hesitated, then took it. The moment restructured. The boy paused at the door. He looked at his sister, at the fear in her eyes, and this time, he didn't open it. He walked back to the fire. A new thread blazed across the room. The house shuddered, and then calmed. Back in the hallway, the doors aligned. The spiral staircase glowed silver. The mirror images in the portraits stilled. The girl turned to Talia. "Thank you. My name is Lyra. I remember now." "You're free," Talia said. "No," Lyra replied. "I'm yours." She handed Talia a fragment of her pendant, a piece of the loom no longer tied to any world, but brimming with raw potential. "You can build with this," Lyra whispered. "Not just fix. Create." When they returned to the Crescent, Selora looked at the shard with awe. "This is rare. A wild thread. Unanchored, untouched. A piece of the loom before it was woven." Talia looked down at the fragment and said softly, "Then maybe we should start thinking about more than just saving timelines." Hermione nodded. "Maybe it's time we dream bigger." The Crescent was unusually quiet. Even the loom seemed to be waiting. Talia sat cross-legged in the loom chamber, the wild thread fragment glowing gently in her palm. It pulsed not with urgency, like most threads they followed, but with possibility. It was untethered to any timeline, any event, just raw, untamed potential. Hermione stood behind her, arms folded, eyes locked on the selector. "It's unlike anything we've ever seen. We're always mending, but this is a chance to build." Selora entered, robes flowing like water. "The loom recognizes you now, Talia. Not just as a traveler, but as a weaver." Talia blinked. "What does that mean?" "It means," Selora said, with a gravity that sent a chill through them all, "that you can create your own thread. A new timeline. One that was never written." Hugo stepped forward. "Hang on, doesn't that kind of power come with consequences?" "Of course," Selora said. "You must choose carefully. A new thread demands a seed, a decision, an origin point." Talia looked down at the fragment. "What if we didn't try to change anything that was, but instead create something that could help all the others?" she asked. "A world trained from the start to understand the loom. A place built with knowledge of every mistake we've seen." Hermione's breath caught. "You mean a school?" Talia smiled. "Yes. A school for those born close to the loom. For lumlings, crescent-born, anyone who senses more than their own world. Hugo grinned. So like Hogwarts, but across timelines. Selora raised an eyebrow. A noble vision, but one the loom will test. The selector spun for the first time not toward a known destination, but inward. The thread fragment dissolved into light and spread across the chamber like dandelion seeds. The loom began to weave. Reality shifted. They emerged in a place that felt halfway between dream and stone. Towering spires reached into a twilight sky where stars blinked through purple clouds. A circular lake reflected constellations that didn't exist in any known sky. The ground beneath their feet shimmered with a pattern of interlocking runes. A castle stood before them, but unlike any they'd seen. It looked alive, shaped by thought, growing upward like a tree. "It's beautiful," Hermione whispered. A deep voice answered, not from any mouth but from the air around them. "What purpose do you bring?" They all turned. There was no one there. The voice was the place. "I want to build a school," Talia said clearly. "A place for those born with too much of the loom in their blood. People like me. Like Lyra. And what lesson will you teach?" Talia paused. "That every thread has value. Even the frayed ones." There was a long silence. Then a great wind swept through the hills. "Then begin." Suddenly they were in motion. Stone formed beneath their feet. Runes leapt from their thoughts to carve themselves into the walls. A great library wrote itself from the memories of all they had seen. Books from shattered worlds, parchments saved from timelines lost. Staircases wove upward, threading toward towers that shimmered with potential. The great hall formed itself last, built in a circular shape like the crescent, with floating orbs of starlight instead of candles. As the castle solidified, students began to appear, pulled from flickering timelines that might have vanished, or who had been waiting in limbo for a chance to belong. A boy with silver eyes and no shadow. A girl who spoke only in dreams. A twin who existed in two places at once. All loom-touched. All searching. And all arriving at what would come to be called Threadweaver Academy. Hermione looked around in awe. "You've created more than a school. This is a beacon." Talia felt it too. The loom wasn't pulling, it was responding. Threads that had been frayed were now gently wrapping around the Academy's foundation. Hugo clapped his hands. "Right, so who's teaching defense against temporal manipulation?" "You are," Talia said, grinning. He choked. "Wait, what?" Kalia chuckled. "I vote Hermione for headmistress." "Absolutely not," Hermione muttered, even as she blushed. Selora walked through the castle gates, the wind catching her cloak. "You've done what no Crescent agent ever has," she said. "You've created a stable nexus, a place the loom itself now protects." "But this is only the start," Talia said. "We need to find more like Lyra. People who got lost. People still stuck." Selora nodded. "Then expand the threads. Reach out." The selector shimmered in Talia's hand. But this time, it didn't spin away from her. It unraveled slightly, and revealed dozens of glowing lines crisscrossing the horizon, pointing in all directions. Dozens of calls for help. Or perhaps invitations. Talia turned to her sister, her brother, and her friends. "Let's build something no one's ever seen. Not just a sanctuary, but a movement. A family." The Crescent was no longer just a place. It was an idea. And now, so was Threadweaver. The stars above their new home flared brighter, casting long, winding shadows into the future. Back in the loom chamber, a new thread was added to the tapestry, gold at its core, interwoven with silver and violet. Its title read, Threadweaver Prime, founded by Hermione Granger. And beneath it, purpose, redemption, restoration, and revelation. Threadweaver Academy was alive with possibility. Classes began forming around raw needs, temporal ethics, dimensional cartography, lost magic recovery. The castle adjusted itself based on the needs of its students, morphing hallways to better fit someone who drifted in and out of phase, or adding invisible braille runes for a girl who navigated time by sound. But even as the foundations of this new world strengthened, the loom had begun to change in ways no one could quite explain. The selector pulsed more erratically now, its threads tangled with shimmering edges. Almost like reality itself had begun to resist the changes. Selora stood over the tapestry of threads, her brow furrowed. Something's coming. A broken thread. One the loom rejected. Talia, standing beside her, asked quietly, "How can the loom reject a thread?" Salora's voice lowered. "Only if it no longer belongs to any timeline. If it's become something outside." Before Talia could ask more, the selector jerked from her hand and spun wildly, projecting a dark red thread that pulsed with warning. "Where's it going?" Hugo asked, eyes wide. Salora touched the thread with a fingertip. "Nowhere we've ever been. The loom has no memory of it. We'll be entering something that was deleted." Hermione's face tightened. "You mean erased from time?" "Yes," Salora said. "And yet something survived." Talia took a deep breath. "Then we go. Whatever it is, it's calling us." The moment they stepped through the portal, everything felt wrong. They didn't land in a place, but a gap. A space between times. Light bent around them like oil on water. The air was silent, not quiet, silent, in a way that made their ears ache. Fragments of places drifted in the void, a shattered clock tower, a frozen tree, a page torn from a book still on fire. Hugo reached out and grabbed a floating fragment. It showed a child's bedroom, but everything in it was burned and scribbled over with the same word, again and again. "No! What happened here?" Hermione asked, her voice barely a whisper. A whisper answered from the dark. A thread was made, then broken. Not by the loom. By its own creator. Figures stepped from the shadows. Pale reflections of the travelers. Not Talia and her team, but twisted versions of them, distorted, angry, incomplete. They weren't enemies. They were echoes. The echo of Hermione was skeletal, repeating lines from a textbook with increasing desperation. Hugo's echo kept stabbing the air with an invisible wand, trying to cast spells that fizzled every time. And Talia's echo was a blur, flickering between a child and a teenager, crying out for someone who never answered. "They're fragments," Kalia said softly, "of a version of us that didn't make it." Salora, who had come through the portal behind them, nodded gravely. "This is the fate of broken weaves. Lives never truly lived, repeating their last purpose forever." Talia approached her echo. The moment she came close, the echo stilled and looked at her. Its voice, shaking and brittle, whispered, "You made it." Then it shattered into light. The other echoes followed. The dark red thread pulsed once, then led them forward. They arrived at a rift. It pulsed like a wound in space. Through it, they saw a corridor, one they knew. Hogwarts. But not their Hogwarts. The sky above it was black. The forbidden forest was ash. The castle stood, but its walls were marked with chains of light, as though trying to hold it in place. "Is that another deleted timeline?" Hugo asked. Salora nodded. "More than that. I think we're looking at a last chance. A fragment of what might have been." The selector trembled. Talia felt it in her chest. Something or someone was still inside. She stepped through the rift. The others followed. They walked the empty halls of a dark Hogwarts. No ghosts. No portraits. Only whispers. They turned a corner and froze. There in the great hall stood a boy. Young. 11, maybe 12. Wearing Hogwarts robes that didn't match any house. He held a wand shaped like a lightning bolt, not Harry's wand, but carved in mimicry. His eyes were blank, but tears streamed down his cheeks. "Who are you?" Talia asked gently. The boy didn't look at her. "They made me from broken pieces. They wanted to fix the war. I was supposed to be the better Harry." Hugo gasped. "What?" The boy shook. "They used the loom. They wove me from moments. Hermione's cleverness. Ron's loyalty. Harry's courage. But they gave me no choice. Just a purpose. And when I failed, the castle trembled. They deleted me." He looked up. "But I'm still here." Hermione stepped forward slowly. "You're not a mistake. You were forced into a role." Salora murmured. This was one of the early Crescent experiments. They tried to fabricate a savior. A manufactured thread. It went against the loom's will. The boy looked at Talia. "You're what they wanted me to be. Whole. Real." Talia stepped toward him. "Then let me offer you what they didn't." She held out her hand. "A choice." The hall went still. The chains around the castle flickered. And the boy took her hand. Light exploded around them. The broken Hogwarts trembled, not with collapse, but with release. The red thread turned gold. The boy cried softly as the world around him faded. Thank you. Talia held him as he vanished, not into nothing, but into the loom. A new thread stitched itself into place. Not forgotten, not deleted, but redeemed. Back in the loom chamber, the selector settled. Selora looked at the team with quiet pride. You've done more than save timelines. You're healing the loom now. One broken thread at a time. Talia didn't respond right away. She looked at the tapestry. She knew it wasn't over. There were more frayed threads waiting. And she would find every one of them. The aftermath of the deleted thread lingered like smoke in Talia's mind. Even with the boy's soul woven back into the loom, the question remained. How many more threads had been erased? Not out of failure, but from fear? In the days that followed, Threadweaver Academy pulsed with renewed energy. New students had arrived, rescued from unstable timelines, freed from corrupted threads. The faculty expanded too. Selora took up a permanent position teaching temporal philosophy, while Hugo ran a chaotic but enthusiastic class called Magic and Mayhem. Still, Talia couldn't shake the feeling that something was approaching. Not chaos, not destruction, but something older. Watching. She stood alone at the edge of the loom chamber late one evening, watching the threads shift. One, a silver one nearly invisible to the eye, kept curling toward her again and again before snapping back. Not broken, Selora said, approaching. Not corrupted either. Hidden. Talia turned. But why? What thread hides from the loom? Selora's gaze was distant. Only one kind. A thread tied not to time or choice, but to death. Talia swallowed. The veil. Selora nodded. It had been spoken of only in whispers. The veil in the Department of Mysteries, a curtain between life and death. Wizards called it a mystery. The Crescent called it off limits. But the loom was responding. The selector spun, just once, and then pointed. Not through space. Not through time. Down. They entered the Department of Mysteries in silence, Selora leading them through sealed doors that had never opened for anyone else. The veil chamber was cold, lit by an unseen source, the archway standing like the last breath of an ancient titan. Talia stepped forward. The veil shimmered faintly, more like memory than fabric. I don't hear anything, Hermione said softly. Harry once told me he did. Only those with unresolved threads do, Selora murmured. Suddenly the veil shifted. A whisper. Then another. And then, from beyond the veil, a hand reached out. They jumped back. Hugo nearly drew his wand, but the hand didn't emerge. It offered something. A mirror. Floating, ornate, silver-framed. And in its reflection, Talia gasped. She saw herself. But not as she was. This version of her wore crescent robes, older, hardened, her eyes dull and burdened. And next to her stood someone unmistakable. Lyra. Alive. The mirror dropped to the floor, clattering like metal, not glass. Talia lunged to pick it up. Her heart thundered. That's her. That's my sister. But she's alive in a future that I don't know. I've never seen. Selora stepped forward slowly, eyes fixed on the mirror. This isn't a prophecy. It's a reflection. A thread not lost, but sealed. Hermione frowned. Sealed where? The selector pulsed in Talia's pocket. She pulled it out. The mirror glowed in response, and the selector spun. But this time, it didn't point outward. It bent. Inward. And then they were pulled, not through time, not through dimension, but between. The mirror glowed until it swallowed them. They landed in a world of silence. Not dead, not decayed. Just paused. Buildings stood mid-collapse, birds mid-flight. The sky was a still canvas of blue and gray, frozen lightning streaking across like painted glass. And there, standing at the center of a great, cracked platform, was Lyra. Alive. Eyes glowing. Talia, she said without turning. You found me. Talia took a hesitant step forward. How are you here? Lyra turned. She looked older. Tired. But powerful in a way Talia had never seen. They sealed me, she said simply. The Crescent, in a future that will never come. They thought if they couldn't control my magic, they'd pause my timeline entirely. Hugo's face went pale. You've been frozen in a locked thread. I've been awake, Lyra said. Alone. Listening. Waiting. Talia's eyes burned with tears. I never stopped looking for you. I know. Lyra walked toward her. And you're not the only one. There are others, Talia. More of us. Crescent-borns, loom-touched, people they tried to erase or seal because they couldn't be shaped. Selora stepped forward, her voice sharp. If this is true, we have a deeper rot in the crescent than we ever thought. Lyra looked past her. It's not just the past that's broken. The future is cracking. You've seen the signs. The threads are pulsing now, not in pain, but in warning. Something is coming. The selector in Talia's hand flickered. Dozens of threads lit up, and for the first time, several of them began to unravel. We need to act, Hermione said. If those threads unravel completely, they won't just disappear, Selora said. They'll consume all timelines near them, like collapsing stars. Lyra's eyes gleamed. I've felt them. Lumwraiths. Shadows born when threads lose their identity. They're hunting. And the more we fix, the more we draw them. Talia stepped closer to her sister. Then come back with us. We'll face them together. Lyra hesitated, then smiled. After all this time, yes. The world around them began to stir. Time started again, moving backward, then forward, as though realigning itself. The mirror at their feet cracked, once, twice, and then shattered into mist. And then they were back. Threadweaver Academy roared as Lyra walked through the gates. Students and staff alike stopped to stare, some with awe, some with fear. They felt it, her power raw and vast but balanced now. The loom accepted her once more. Talia gripped her hand. Welcome home. Back in the loom chamber, Selora stood before the tapestry with a grim expression. We've restored dozens of threads, she said. But now we face something new. Something ancient. The Lumwraiths are not mistakes. They are consequences. Hermione stepped forward. Can we fight them? Selora's gaze never left the tapestry. No. We must contain them. Or convince them to return to the loom. If they can't remember who they were, they'll tear through everything. Lyra's voice was quiet, but certain. Then we remind them. One thread at a time. Talia looked up at the threads. The fight ahead wouldn't be about saving people. It would be about saving meaning. The air inside Threadweaver Academy had shifted. It wasn't fear, at least not yet, but an awareness. As if the loom itself was drawing breath before a storm. The silver and gold threads vibrated more intensely now, and even the selector's usual elegant spin had begun to stutter. Talia stood in the loom chamber with Lyra, Hermione, Hugo, and Selora, her fingers curled around the selector. The red thread, once associated with deleted timelines, had darkened to a near-black color. Are we sure we're ready for this? Hugo asked, bouncing nervously on his feet. We're not, Selora replied bluntly, but that's never stopped us before. The selector spun with a pulse that sent shivers through the floor. The walls of the chamber dimmed as the loom projected an image. A world halfway collapsed, one thread away from total decay. Floating debris, half-lit stars, gravity behaving like a drunken wizard on ice skates. And at the center of it all, a shadow. Not like a Dementu. Not like a ghost. It was shaped like someone forgotten. Talia's breath caught in her throat. That's a Lumwraith? Selora nodded grimly. The first. Or at least, the first we'll face. It used to be someone, Hermione murmured, eyes fixed on the silhouette. Look at how it moves, it remembers walking. Lyra's fingers brushed the mirror shard she had saved from the veil. Then we start there. They crossed into the unraveling thread at dawn. Time here didn't flow normally. It lurched, paused, reversed in flickers. Trees regrew, then crumbled to dust in seconds. Buildings floated, half invisible, as if uncertain they had ever existed. Careful, Selora warned. Your thoughts can shape this place. But the Lumwraiths will is stronger. It's more real than anything else here. As they stepped further into the shifting wasteland, a scream cut through the silence. It didn't echo. It reverberated through the thread, shaking the ground like a memory. Then came the wraith. It emerged slowly from the edge of a broken bridge, gliding with an eerie grace. Its form was draped in ribbons of frayed thread, snarled timelines and dead possibilities. No face, only a swirling void where identity once lived. And then it spoke. You stole my name. The voice didn't come from a mouth, but from inside their heads, as if drawn from their own regrets. Hugo recoiled. Did it just use my own voice? It's using all our voices, Lyra said. It's weaving them into its own. Selora raised her wand. We don't fight with force. We fight with memory. Hermione stepped forward, wand pointed down. Tell us who you were, she said softly. The wraith paused. For a moment, something flickered behind the void, a single blinking light, like the last candle in a dark room. The wraith's form pulsed, a boy. Or a girl. It changed. I was brave. I think. I remember a wand. Red sparks. Talia reached into her satchel and pulled out an old book she'd carried since her first journey through the loom. A student registry from a timeline that no longer existed. She flipped pages until one name shimmered faintly. Elian Rowan. She stepped forward. Is this you? Elian. The wraith froze. The black ribbons that made up its body shuddered. I was Elian, it whispered. More light bloomed within it, golden threads, trying to restitch themselves. Selora called to the loom. Thread re-identification, initiate. The loom responded, spinning new lines of thread that wrapped around the wraith's shape. But the wraith resisted. I was erased, it groaned. No ending. No goodbye. Just gone. You're not gone, Lyra said fiercely. You were unmade. And we are here to remake you. Elian's wraith screamed, not in rage but in terror, and the world around them cracked. Pieces of the thread peeled away, vanishing into nothing. Grab him! Selora shouted. Talia, use the selector. Talia surged forward and pressed the selector against Elian's chest. The needle inside spun wildly, then snapped to stillness. A beam of white gold light burst from the loom, encasing Elian. The black ribbons sizzled away, and a form emerged. A boy, no older than 15. Pale, shaking, but alive. Elian collapsed into Talia's arms, sobbing. I thought I'd never wake up, he whispered. You're home, Talia said. And you're real. When they returned to Threadweaver, Elian was taken to the recovery wing, an entire corridor of the academy now dedicated to former erased threads. He was the first Loomwraith they'd brought back, but not the last. The success gave them a sliver of hope. We can bring them back, Hermione said that evening. Even the worst ones. But the more we do, Selora warned, the more we attract the others. They're drawn to reclaimed threads. Like wolves smelling blood. Hugo, sitting beside a flickering map of the timelines, looked up nervously. Then we're going to be hunted. Lyra didn't flinch. Then let them come. Talia looked at the threads, Elian's now glowing bright yellow, anchored among the others. He wasn't just recovered. He was anchored. Protected. But a part of her still trembled. The Loomwraith had known things. Words, people, places from timelines even she hadn't visited. And one of its final whispers echoed in her mind. You will forget who you are. All saviors do. Later that night, Talia stood alone at the edge of the loom. She pressed her hand to the tapestry. A new thread shimmered into view, barely there, like a breath. Not a timeline, not a person, but a warning. In the center of the thread, a symbol pulsed, a silver hourglass with no sand. And beneath it, a single word stitched in crimson thread. Innkeeper. The word glowed long after the thread dimmed. Innkeeper. Talia repeated it in her mind, again and again, but it sparked no memory, no recognition from the loom or from Selora. And that was what unsettled her most. The loom knew everything, and yet it didn't recognize the word. The next morning, Talia brought the news to the others in the strategy hall. Maps of fractured threads, memory scrolls, and partially restored wraith identities filled the room. The tension was thick, but when she said the word aloud, silence fell. Innkeeper? Hermione echoed, brows furrowed. That sounds final. It feels final, Talia replied, but not destructive. It's not the kind of word you burn threads with. It's the kind you preserve. Selora's expression hardened. Preserve what, though? Time. Or endings themselves. Elian, now weeks into his recovery and deeply sensitive to the vibrations of forgotten timelines, shivered. When I was lost, I saw a figure watching the threads fall. He didn't move. He didn't interfere. He just stood there, like it was his job to let them end. Lyra crossed her arms. You think this innkeeper is a person? I think, Talia said carefully. We're not the only ones who watch over time. We repair. The crescent manipulates. The wraiths hunt. But something else observes. Hermione tapped the table. The loom may be older than any of us can imagine. What if the innkeeper is its original guardian? Or worse, Selora added. Its judge. The selector, now unstable since Elian's return, pulsed without prompting. A black thread spun into view, brittle and sharp like cracked ice. It floated toward the group, and then ignited in a violet flame. Talia reached out instinctively. The flame didn't burn. Instead, it whispered, "Time ends where the innkeeper waits." They followed the trail through a world that felt like a memory trapped in its own echo. The sky flickered between dusk and dawn without ever reaching day. Ground crumbled with each step and then reformed behind them. They were being funneled, not by force but by fate. At the center of this strange thread, they found a clock tower. But not just any tower. It stood above a sea of lost reflections, where moments forgotten by all timelines pooled like rainwater. The tower's hands moved erratically, sometimes forward, sometimes back, sometimes spinning in furious loops. Carved above the doorway, in runes older than language, was one word. End Hall. Selora stepped forward, tracing the letters with her wand. No record of this exists in crescent texts. Hugo squinted up. Maybe that's the point. It records us. They entered. Inside, the walls were covered in sandglass mirrors, each one holding the moment of someone's end. Deaths, disappearances, sacrifices, all frozen, untouchable. But unlike a pensive, these moments could not be altered. They had happened. As they walked deeper, Lyra suddenly gasped and pointed at one of the mirrors. It was her, lying on the ground, her robes torn, blood on her lips. Dying alone in a place they'd never seen. "No," Talia whispered, rushing toward it. Selora held her back. "You can't interfere. That might not even be this Lyra's end." Hermione nodded grimly. "It's a possible conclusion. An anchor moment from an unraveled thread." Then behind them a door creaked open. A man stepped into the hall. Not cloaked in shadow like a wraith. Not glowing with loomlight like Selora or Lyra. He wore plain gray robes. His face was calm. His eyes, deep as galaxies, unreadable. He looked at them and said, "You shouldn't be here." Talia stepped forward. "Are you the innkeeper?" He didn't answer. Instead, he walked toward a mirror. One showing Hugo, torn between two paths in the future, making a decision that would cost him his magic. The innkeeper touched the glass. Every timeline must resolve. Even the broken ones. "What does that mean?" Hugo asked, pale. "It means," the innkeeper said softly, "you don't get to rewrite everything. Some ends must be kept, or the loom will break under the weight of its own threads." Talia shook her head. "We don't erase timelines. We repair them." The innkeeper turned. "You are delaying entropy. That is not repair. It is rebellion." Selora bristled. "Then why are you only watching? Why not intervene?" "Because I am not meant to guide. Only to remember. And to ensure no ending is denied." Talia's voice cracked. "Even if that ending is cruel?" "Especially then." Lyra stepped forward, defiant. "What if we don't accept your ending?" For the first time, the innkeeper frowned. "Then you become what you fear." He gestured, and the mirror behind him shifted to a horrifying scene. Talia, consumed by the loom itself, threads spilling from her eyes, her hands, her heart. She stood atop a mountain of wraiths, not saving them, but leading them. "You become an anchor for what refuses to die," the innkeeper said. "And in time, the loom will weave only you." The room fell into stunned silence. But Talia held her ground. "Then tell me," she said, quiet but firm, "what is the purpose of the loom?" The innkeeper looked at her. "To record. To remember. Not to change." "Then we disagree," she replied. "We aren't changing fate. We're redeeming it." He studied her long and hard. Then slowly he stepped aside. Behind him was a single unlit mirror. A thread not yet woven. "Your end hasn't been decided yet," he said. "But it will be." And with that he vanished. Back at the academy, the mood was heavy. Talia stood over the loom, heart pounding. The innkeeper hadn't lied. There were endings they had no right to touch. But what if redemption wasn't denial? What if it was part of the thread? Hermione entered the chamber quietly. "You did something the innkeeper didn't expect." "What's that?" "You made him doubt." Above them, deep in the loom's pattern, a new thread flickered to life. It shimmered not with gold or silver, but with fire. The new thread was unlike anything the loom had ever displayed. It didn't spin or shimmer like the others. It burned, a constant flame, flickering in a spiral that refused to be read by the selector or interpreted by the loom's divination tools. Even Selora, who had seen 1,000 timelines unravel, stood in awe. "A living thread?" she muttered, frowning. "No, not living, awake." Talia leaned in, the heat of the fire touching her skin without burning. "Is it sentient?" The thread pulsed in answer, a heartbeat of flame that surged as if in response to her question. Then it spoke, not in words but in images, memories not lived, yet deeply familiar. A hand reaching into fire. A younger Hugo weeping in a chamber lit by veil light. Hermione screaming someone's name. Lyra clutching her side, covered in blood. And Talia herself, standing before a city made of threads, burning from the inside out. Then, one name echoed through her mind. Virex. Selora stiffened. That name. I haven't heard it since I was a child. Her voice was hushed. It was whispered in old prophecy. The flame that remembers. Lyra looked up sharply. Remembers what? Everything that was never allowed to exist. Hugo, pale and trembling, glanced toward the loom. You mean a consciousness born of erased timelines? Talia nodded slowly. A fire built from forgotten dreams. A being forged from the loom's discarded memories. Hermione stepped forward, wand drawn, gaze locked on the flame. And now it's calling to us. The loom twisted violently as Talia touched the burning thread. Unlike previous transitions, there was no sensation of passage, no folding of space or stretching of time. One moment they stood in the chamber, the next they were falling. Through smoke, through history, through everything. They landed on stone charred, cracked, and hollow. The world around them burned without consuming itself. A city of woven buildings, arches made of knotted thread, and streets that bled color into the air. It was beautiful and horrifying all at once. Above them, in the sky, hung a massive version of the loom, except this one was shattered. Its threads drifted loosely, some of them whipping violently as if trying to escape their own fate. A single figure stood in the distance. At first glance, he looked human, tall, robed, face hidden behind a veil of fire. But when he turned, his eyes glowed with thousands of reflections, millions of lives unlived. I am Virex, the figure said, his voice like cinders in the wind. The last flame, the memory that survived deletion. Talia stood tall. Why call us here? Because you seek to unmake forgetting, he replied. And I am what happens when forgetting fails. Selora narrowed her eyes. You're the consequence? I am the proof, Virex said. That nothing truly vanishes. Not even broken timelines. Lyra stepped forward cautiously. Then why burn? Virex held out his hand, and the city responded. Towers crumbled and reformed. Children ran through alleys made of old dreams. Faceless people built homes in silent purpose. Because this is the only way to exist. Fire forgets pain, but it also remembers warmth. I am both. He turned back to them. You have a choice. You can continue your work, rethreading what you believe should return. But for every saved thread, another burns in my city. Each restoration you make feeds me, makes me stronger. Hermione frowned. You're saying we're fueling you? No, he said calmly. You're resurrecting me. Silence fell. Hugo swallowed hard. And what happens when you're strong enough? Virex tilted his head. Then I rewrite the loom. Talia's heart clenched. You mean replace it? Rebuild it. Not to forget, but to remember everything. Every choice. Every path. No deletion. No erasure. Total memory. Selora went pale. That would be madness. Infinite threads, all tangled, no ending would ever hold. Exactly, he whispered. Because nothing truly ends. Not love. Not loss. Not us. They were given time. Virex allowed them to walk the city, feel its weight. Every building was built from broken threads. An orphanage that never existed, a house where Hugo had a twin, a school where Harry Potter had never lived. Strange echoes passed them. Children with green eyes, Dumbledore laughing in a classroom he never taught in, Ron Weasley as a Muggle engineer. It was overwhelming. Lyra sank to the ground. It's too much. You can't carry all of this. No one can. Talia nodded. But he's trying. In the city's center was a cathedral, a great dome stitched together from grief and joy. Inside was a fire, not like Virex's but gentler. Blue. Calm. Virex appeared beside them again. This is the archive. The last ember of pure memory. He looked to Talia. Touch it, and you'll remember who you were meant to be. Her breath caught. What does that mean? It means, he said softly, that before the loom chose you, you chose yourself. She stepped forward. Touched it. The visions returned in a rush, only they weren't visions. They were memories. A young Talia, stumbling through a collapsing thread alone. Selora finding her, but not as a teacher, as a rebel. The Crescent hunting them. Hermione protecting her. And the loom, choosing her not because she was destined, but because she had survived. When she opened her eyes, she was crying. I remember. Virex nodded. Good. Then you know what I am. She looked at him through her tears. You're not our enemy. No, he said. But I will be, if you try to erase me. Back in the loom chamber, the others waited silently as Talia returned to herself. Her eyes glowed faintly with fire. Not dangerous, but aware. Hermione placed a hand on her shoulder. What now? Talia whispered. Now we choose what's worth remembering, and what's worth letting go. Above them, the flame thread pulsed again. Not demanding, but waiting. Because Virex had given them something the Innkeeper never would. A choice. For the first time since the loom had chosen her, Talia felt free. Not from duty, her burden remained, but from illusion. The illusion that the loom was perfect. That fate was absolute. That remembering too much was dangerous. Virex had shattered that belief. But in doing so, he had also shown her something else. That the loom could not survive on order alone. Without balance, memory became flame, and flame, in time, consumed. In the days that followed their return, the loom chamber felt different. The selector was quieter, less erratic. As if waiting. The threads that appeared now came with less urgency and more nuance. Fewer broken pieces, more questions. Selora, perched at the end of the chamber, spoke first. What happens if we choose not to rethread? If we let some timelines rest? Talia didn't answer immediately. She glanced toward the corner where the fire thread of Virex still floated, pulsing gently. Then we're acknowledging that not every story needs a second chance. Only the ones that teach. Lyra sat cross-legged beside Hugo, absently spinning an old, dim thread between her fingers. And what of the ones that do nothing but hurt? Hugo looked up. Sometimes pain is the lesson. Hermione, quiet until now, stood and pointed toward the loom. It's changing. I've been keeping track. There's less fragmentation. The threads are stronger. It's like it's adapting. Talia approached the great weave and ran her hand along its surface. No, she said. We are. The loom is just responding. That night, Talia found herself alone in the chamber. She pulled out a scroll that had appeared weeks ago. A timeline where Ron Weasley never left the burrow, where Voldemort's rise was unchecked and Harry perished in his 4th year. It was a timeline full of loss. But one that ended with Neville Longbottom standing on the ruins of Hogwarts, wand raised, children behind him unafraid. She considered. Then placed the scroll gently into the loom's basin. Not to restore it, but to learn from it. The loom glowed a soft blue. And for the first time, the scroll did not vanish, it folded into the tapestry. A new thread formed. Short, but strong. In the days that followed, a new discipline emerged. Hermione called it chronoethics. A study not of what could be restored, but what should. Students began to gather, selected not by the loom, but by choice. Elian, now fully recovered, taught memory resonance. Lyra worked to catalog echo threads from Virex's city, collecting pieces that carried lessons without chaos. Hugo, ever the strategist, mapped a system for decision-making, what he called the thread mandate. And Talia? She became something else entirely. Not just the loom weaver. Not just a guardian. She was called the unwriter. Because she chose not only what to save, but what to let go. Then, on the eve of the equinox, the fire thread vanished. In its place stood Virex. But not the same as before. He looked smaller. Human. His fire dulled, contained within a simple silver ring he now wore. I've come to give it back, he said, voice quiet. Talia approached him. Give what back? Virex held out a single thread. Not flaming, not fading. Simple. Elegant. New. This is the thread of the unwritten, he said. A final chance. To make one decision that has never been made before. No memory. No prophecy. Pure choice. Talia took it in her hands. Who decides? You do. The thread glowed in her grip. Not with power, but with potential. It shimmered, and suddenly they saw. All of them. 1,000 paths. 1,000,000 possible futures. One where the crescent returned. One where magic evolved beyond wands and incantations. One where Hermione left the ministry to teach at the academy full-time. One where Lyra became headmistress. One where Hugo disappeared to travel through timelines alone, a silent observer. One where Talia walked into the end hall and never returned. She felt the choice rise in her chest. And then she said, no. The thread vanished. Virex blinked. You reject it? I refuse to decide for the world, she said, smiling. Let them write their own threads. Virex stepped back and bowed. Then your work is done. The loom shimmered. All at once, every active thread, broken, mended, lost, and forgotten, twisted together in a final spiral. Not to end. To begin. A new pattern emerged, one the loom had never shown before. A blank circle at the center. Not emptiness. Possibility. Years passed. The academy grew. The loom adapted. The old ways faded, and the new balance took root. No longer did they chase every broken piece. Now they asked, why did it break? And what can we learn from its fall? Selora retired to a quiet realm between moments. Elian taught generations of empathic thread listeners. Lyra, Professor Lyra, trained students in echo defense. Hugo eventually disappeared. Some say he became the endkeeper. Others say he found the path no thread could follow. Hermione stayed, because she always would. And Talia? She became a legend. A name whispered not in fear or reverence, but in hope. The unwriter. The one who knew that sometimes the greatest magic wasn't in rewriting history, but in allowing the world to write its own. One final time the loom glowed. Not with a thread, but with an invitation. A new student approached, eyes wide, heart open. The loom pulsed once, twice, and whispered, begin. The loom chamber was quiet. Not empty, never empty, but still, as if holding its breath. The great weave glowed with soft light, and at its center, the spiral of threads pulsed in perfect harmony. No longer wild, no longer chaotic. Controlled but not caged. Living but not feared. Talia stood alone, her fingers brushing over the newly formed spiral at the loom's core. This would be her last visit. Around her, echoes of memory flickered, moments lived and unlived. She saw her younger self standing defiant before the endkeeper, Hugo reaching for her hand in the ashen threadlands, Lyra bloodied but unbroken in the forgotten fold, Hermione shielding the group in the eye of Kronos. So much had been lost. And yet here it all was. Not forgotten. Remembered, honestly. The loom no longer demanded her decisions. It offered questions, and let the world choose its own answers. Outside, the academy buzzed with life. Students roamed the halls, some born in this timeline, others saved from fragments. Each carried a strand of memory, woven with purpose and possibility. The Tower of Threads stood rebuilt, its roof no longer collapsed, its chamber filled with laughter and light. Professor Lyra led the day's chronomancy lesson, demonstrating how emotion resonated with specific thread types. In the archives, Hermione carefully recorded the last of the rewritten timelines. She hadn't aged much. Time was gentler with those who respected it. But there were lines of wisdom around her eyes now, and a peace in her expression Talia had never seen before. Selora had departed a year ago, leaving behind only a single note. You've done it, child. You made memory a mercy again. Hugo never returned. No one expected him to. Some say he had become part of the loom itself, a guide for new weavers, not as a voice, but as a feeling. A presence. Talia believed it. He had always belonged to the threads. The loom pulsed once more. A new thread appeared. No fire. No darkness. Just a gentle hue, like morning fog caught in sun. It wasn't broken. It wasn't urgent. It was blank. A perfect thread untouched, unwritten. The loom was offering it to her. Your thread, it whispered. The final one. Talia stared at it, heart heavy. She had never asked what she would do when her part ended. had never dared to imagine a life beyond weaving, beyond war, beyond choice after impossible choice. But now, faced with this gift, she understood. A life untouched by destiny. No prophecy. No burden. Only freedom. She took the thread and held it close. It pulsed once, warm, and then dissolved into her chest. And in that moment, the loom did something it had never done before. It thanked her. Not with words, but with release. The chamber dimmed. The spiral slowed. The threads drifted back into their eternal dance. And the door behind her opened, wide, not locked. Waiting. Talia stepped into the world for the first time in years without a mission, a title, or a weight on her shoulders. The sky was soft blue. The grass hummed beneath her boots. Somewhere in the distance, children laughed. She walked through the academy garden, past the carved statue of Hugo Granger, the boy who turned back time and paid the price for it. Past the marble pillar with Lyra's poem etched into it. Past the quiet tree where Hermione often sat reading on evenings like this. And out through the gate. No one stopped her. No one had to. Because her story, this story, was done. But stories don't truly end. They fade. They rest. And sometimes, if you listen closely, they whisper. In the breeze through the trees. In the flicker of candlelight on a quiet desk. In the hum of a spinning thread. The story of Talia Granger, of Hugo the Reweaver, of Hermione the Protector, of Lyra the Lost and Found. It lives on. In every decision made with care. In every memory honored. In every moment we choose not to forget. Far beneath the academy, the loom turned slowly. It did not grieve. It did not pause. It simply waited. Because one day another child would step through its door. With questions. With courage. With the heart to carry memory. And when that day came, the loom would welcome them. Not as a weapon. Not as a god. But as a partner. Because the world is not written by fate. It is written by us. One thread at a time.